Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Alena Kudzko.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us here today. And please welcome on stage our star panel. We have here today with us Mari Rantanen, Minister of the Interior of the Republic of Finland. Welcome, Mari. We also have Sarah Duffer, who is Vice President for Security Assurance and Compliance at Amazon Web Services. Welcome, Sarah. And we also have with us Kersti Kaljulaid, President of the Republic of Estonia from 2016 to 2021 and member of the Board of Directors at GLOBSEC. Welcome, Kersti. For the next 50 minutes, we're going to be talking about critical infrastructure, but we're going to be doing it with a twist. We're going to look primarily at the tech and digital angle of it, at everything from cloud platforms and data flows to telecom, interconnectors, and AI infrastructure. Two shifts have happened in the world over the past decade. First, technology is no longer just an enabler to the infrastructure. Technology is the infrastructure these days. In the US, roughly about 85% of all the critical infrastructure is owned or operated by the private sector. And I think in Europe the numbers vary a little bit, but pretty much the same. That means that much of the critical infrastructure is in the hands of the private partners that we have. And the second shift that has happened, and it's very profound today, is that the world around us has changed, and has changed very dramatically. Geopolitical tensions are high. Adversaries are probing us and trying to attack on a daily basis, but also alliances and our relations with partners are shifting. That means that both governments and the private sector are rethinking what it means for them in terms of what kind of capabilities they own, who provides these capabilities, how they relate to each other. So we're going to address all these questions today. But to start us off, I would like to go to Kersti first. Kersti, when we talk about critical infrastructure today, it means so many different things to so many different people. The risk of which being is that it becomes about everything, and then it's hard to focus. Can you give us your perspective, how we should think about critical infrastructure these days, and maybe bring in the elements that you think are overlooked or are becoming particularly critical?
Okay, coming from Estonia, and we also have a Finnish colleague on the panel, I would say that for us, we have learned it the hard way, what is critical for us. Think of Baltic Connector, cut by a ship which forgot to take its anchor up. Think of all the telecommunications cables. Luckily, there are many, so there was no disruption of the service. Again, the ships just, well, in the Gulf of Finland, these anchors remain down there. Also, our Estlink cable. So we've had already disruptions in the service, and we've learned the hard way what is really critical. Good thing is that, of course, since we are very nervous about our security, we had also already, by that point, when these mysterious things started to happen, we had already started to diversify the supply. So basically, when you are facing these kind of risks in critical infrastructure, then yes, indeed, we have Baltic Connector, but we also have in Hamina and another gas terminal, LNG in Finland, in Estonia, in Lithuania, which is all economically inefficient to have. But it is necessary in order to defend our critical infrastructure. And I would define critical infrastructure exactly this way. This is something where you overinvest for security, because you absolutely need to have it not only doubled, sometimes tripled, and then indeed try, if you can, not to build big production units if we are talking, let's say, about the energy. Our friends in Ukraine advise us not to build nuclear power plants, but instead to build 30 to 50 megawatt small energy production units, which you cannot take out so easily. So I brought in now energy, its production. I brought in gas connections, telecom connections. So if you want us to focus, unfortunately, in this world, I mean, all this is similarly critical. You cannot say that, I mean, one is less important than the other. We absolutely cannot exist without any of these. But I would also call critical infrastructure our rules and regulations, because after all these markets are quite heavily regulated. And if I take energy again, European Union regulation works this way, that they say markets have to be relatively open, and therefore there is a permanent lack of investment into the energy grids in Europe, simply because even they have to be competitive in their prices, open to all other providers, and this doesn't make things easier. It's very hard nowadays to predict where to go. And the worst part of it, frankly, is that we are outcrowding private investment from all critical infrastructure. And I think this is something you could maybe relate to. I think it's extremely important that we realize that the more we regulate, the more we worry, rightfully so. We need to put emphasis on still, I mean, having some space for private investment and free market. It was me who put forward in the opening panel the free market as a critical element of our technologies. We have to somehow figure out how to sustain that as well, because there has to be the space for private sector in the European critical infrastructure.
Thank you so much. And I'll bring it straight back to your neighbor across this strait. Madam Minister, we already talked a lot about security angle to that. And of course, the reason why we're even talking about this topic is because suddenly we became very much aware about all the risks that our critical infrastructure is facing. In Finland, that's probably not entirely new concept to you, and you've been tracking these issues for a long time. Can you give us a little bit of an assessment over the past years, how your risk assessment has changed changed? And what practical implications does it have for your regulation protection, or just the regulations that you have for your critical infrastructure?
Well, if I start from there, that Finland have been always ready, 80 years since last war, and we never haven't giving up the idea that there might be huge risk on our eastern neighbor. And that's why we haven't ever give up, for example, the civil shelters or our preparedness that something hostile acting can be happened towards us. And of course, as you mentioned in your starting speak, this security environment have changed. It really have changed. And we saw that latest on when Russian aggressively attacks Ukraine. And we see this different kind of influence and threats to us as well now, and we have seen it, for example, instrumentalization of migration in our eastern border 2023, and like Kersti said, we have seen this also in our Baltic Sea, where the cables have cut in this kind of incidents, that the anchors are dragged and the cables are cut. So it means that we need to be prepared, even we don't see now the straight military threat at this moment, but we see many kind of things in different, like a cyber, like critical infrastructure, like border on our borders. And how Finland have been doing this, that we have created this kind of comprehensive security model where all the actors are doing things together, which means that it's the public sector, it's the private sector, and it's the NGOs who are working together to prevent all these threats.
Thank you so much. We'll definitely follow up on more detail with that, but I want to bring in Sarah. Sarah, you are now not just the critical provider, you're effectively a national security actor on the daily basis. And of course, we discussed now how the various threats affect the, be it continuity of services, or even the expectations and preparations that company have to be doing. How do you look at it from your business perspective? What are maybe some eventualities that you didn't think about before, but now have to be factored in your preparedness? What has changed for you?
Well, I just want to echo what we're hearing from our customers is very similar to what we're hearing up here, which is there is a focus very much for our customers on protecting the data and then the ability for continuity for services. So one of the things that we also have to make sure we're protecting is all of our infrastructure at scale. One of the ways that we do this, for example, is through various sophisticated monitoring and detection, and we can use that to help inform us as to how we should protect ourselves and how we can enable and empower our customers. One of those things is a honeypot that we created, this thing called MadPot. The key thing with MadPot is it enables us to identify how cyber criminals and threats are starting to be exploited in the wild. And one of the really interesting points from that is that when a honeypot asset faces the internet and is brought up to face the internet, it's 30 seconds between when it's brought up and when it is actually detected. It is then 90 seconds from detection to exploitation. And so the ability to be able to have speed to detect that, react to that, and respond to that is absolutely critical. And when we look around today, there is quite a lot of opportunity for modernization of a lot of the sort of diverse infrastructure that is currently available. One of the key ways of doing that is by being able to leverage the cloud, which has resiliency built in from the ground up, as well as being able to make sure that you have access to core and new technology like AI to help supplement your cybersecurity strategies. one example of where that teased out of where that speed was really important was at the beginning of the Ukraine war, where we worked directly with the Ukraine government to enable the migration of 15 gigabytes of very important government data to the cloud. And at the same time, we were also helping some major institutions protect themselves from denial of service attacks. Those are all things that you get from modern technology and being able to leverage things such as cloud to be able to protect your infrastructure.
On that note, Mari, I'm going to go back to you and just follow up on your example about Finland and your model of comprehensive security and bringing everybody together. What Sarah is talking about is actually almost impossible to implement if the private sector is not talking to the government, or if a multitude of organizations are not working on the same issue and do it at speed and at scale, because you really need to convey this information to each other very fast. We actually just did at GLOBSEC a paper where we look exactly at these issues, and we looked at the Nordic countries as the model of refining the model of comprehensive security. You've spent decades doing that, so it's probably a little bit easier for you to upgrade it right now. But can you give us a couple of examples? What does this model allow you to do in practice? How, for example, you're bringing in the private sector in the conversation, or through the preparedness for a crisis, or what happens when the attack actually happens?
Well, everything starts from the system. You have to have the system for that cooperating, because you cannot bring it in the middle of crisis. So you have to plan it. You have to have constant dialogue with the government, the public and the private sector. And you have to train together. You have to exchange data together, what is happening. And I give you one example, because it's so important that the private sector gives, for example, from the disturbance, information to the authorities. And good example from this is the EGLAS situation in Baltic Sea. When we got so fast the information from the private sector that there is something going on, the cable is cut, so the authorities knew immediately go to the sea and see our border guards, what is going on here. And this is how we get so fast to that vessel, and we could stop it also. So this needs to be trained together. And we can see that it's really good for. And I give you another example. We don't storage anything as a state, but the private sector is storaging for the crisis. So I can highly recommend this our model to everybody, even to check it, because it gives you the system, and when you have trained system, it's working in the different kind of crisis.
We did the job for you. We have the papers available everywhere, so indeed highly recommend to everybody. But Kersti, I'm going to go to you, and I really liked your point when you highlighted that rules and institutions are actually part of critical infrastructure. The examples that we talk about here probably would not be possible if we didn't have some kind of rules, or at least mutual expectations, what public sector has to do, what the private sector has to do before something happens, in case something happens, and when it's happening. How do you think about it now, and whether you see some developments in Europe, how we can refine this system? From your perspective, what would be, in current situations, how to set up the system where both sides know what happens, what is expected from them, and they convey the expectations to each other?
Yeah, absolutely. I will take an example which you provided, and it's the cloud. I mean, and to refer back to ancient history of digital development, I mean, my country is an e-government only, and of course we needed a kind of a backup copy. It's called Data Embassy in Luxembourg. And it was pretty easy for everybody who lives in the analog world to understand what does it mean, Data Embassy in Luxembourg. It has the embassy rights, it's protected, it is Estonian territory in Luxembourg where we store a copy. Now, fast forward to today, we have the cloud. And now the question is how to demonstrate that our secure copies are indeed secure, and how to make sure that our regulation is not limiting. Because, of course, the natural instinct is to, throw back to these times, which I am mentioning, and say, yes, European data has to be on the European soil. Cloud is not on the soil. It's everywhere. How to define, together with the private sector, the security criteria for the cloud, so that even the most critical and most really, tech pessimists can be assured that the data is safe, even if it is actually in the cloud. I know technologically it is very easy to create and demonstrate a safe embassy for a state's data. But in regulation, we still remain quite stuck, and it is actually hindering to achieve the best security results, because if you cannot diversify where you have your stuff, then obviously your stuff is under risk. And I think here there is no other way out than to, sit behind the table, discuss which current regulations which are limiting free movement of data between cloud and other agents, and remove them and replace them with something which will be objective driven. I think technology is very fastly evolving, and if we try to describe what is today's technology and then regulate it, we are always, by definition, rather late. So I think we should go to this objective-driven safety and tell to the companies that you have to keep our data safe, and you have to be able to demonstrate to us that it is actually safe. And guess what? This is what we did when the world was still really analog. Because in the old times, nobody verified, let's say, how the government kept social security data, or the doctors, the medical files on paper safe. It was told they have to be safe, and it was left to the actors to decide how they are safe. Nowadays, we try to, actually regulate the process of achieving safety, as if we were saying, yes, these paper files have to be kept behind the yellow door in a green safe, which is ridiculous. We should get away from that mentality. This is very important to understand that.
Yeah. Sarah and Kersti perfectly set it up for you. That's probably the most frequently asked question that you receive right now. How do you assure everybody that data is safe, that cloud is safe? And maybe I'll even broaden the scope, and Kersti and Marie both alluded to that. Of course, Europeans now are very much concerned how to make sure that Europeans actually have sovereignty and ownership of their data and the infrastructure. How do we assure all of us here that this is realistic and this is already happening?
Yeah, I think there's two things. I'll pull on the thread of what you were talking about there, of ensuring that whatever we do from a regulation perspective is very much focused on that risk-based, to give an ability to use the latest technology to solve the problem, to protect, which is really important, versus something that's very prescriptive. That makes it extremely challenging. On the point around sovereignty, we have, in October of 2023, we announced the European Sovereign Cloud. And it's about a $7.8 billion investment within the EU, which is very much built around sort of three core pillars: data residency, of keeping data within the EU border. It's also operational control, so it is run and operated by EU-based residents within the EU boundary. And then most importantly, which we hear a lot about right now, is operational autonomy. So in the very unlikely event of a major and significant disconnection, it enables that region to continue to be able to operate, which is really important. And then I think I would also just tease out a little bit more, as there has been quite a lot of regulations and policies that you will hear around cybersecurity, and I think there's some good examples from EU CS and NIS2 that started down the process. I think there's still opportunities, though, where we need to simplify, because without that simplification, it's an undue burden in some cases, especially to small organizations to actually be able to engage and get access to a lot of the technology. So we performed a study in the past year where we actually were able to identify approximately 40% of ICT budget is spent on compliance. That is a significant burden, and there is a lot of opportunity. Having that consistency, so we have that high bar of security, is critical. We we need to have that high bar. But we also have these opportunities of making sure that we are able to, for example, taking something like security incident reporting, the ability to have, right now from an incident reporting perspective, you've got to go to multiple authorities, and that's a huge burden. So being able to sort of simplify that, I think, is really important.
Sarah, I'm really tempted to follow up on that one, because the EU actually officially is making its commitment to simplify the regulations, work with the national authorities. Do you feel it in practice? And of course, like once we introduce more regulations, there is an effort to transcribe it into the national legislation. Do you feel like it became easier for you to coordinate what's happening or what your obligations are according to the EU legislation, or especially because you work actually in different national jurisdictions? Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you more or less can use the same provisions in every country in the EU that you operate, or it's still too fragmented?
I think it is absolutely been a good start, because it has enabled the challenge that we have discovered, and we discover this globally, but especially within the EU, when you have very different frameworks and or implications or implementations at the local level, you get this sort of fragmentation, which makes it very challenging when you're looking at the country by country level of sort of the nuanced implementation of a specific EU directive. But what we're actually starting to see now is, I think, going in the right direction of where we're seeing that more at the sort of the focus of consolidating a lot of those requirements, which makes it easier because you can repeat, not just for us, but it's also for many others out there that have to comply, even from a small business perspective to a large enterprise.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll continue this exchange, but I wanted to flag for everybody who is here that we also have the Slido app, so you can type in your questions there. We're monitoring them on the screen, and we'll try to bring up as many as we can. But Marie, I'll continue with you, and I want to bring another very important element to that, which is money. All of this takes not just time, effort, and thinking, but resources to implement. If we are talking, for example, about private companies having to provide higher levels of cybersecurity, or participate in exercises, or have redundancies, it all requires additional resources. How do you approach that in Finland? Do you expect the companies to fully carry the burden of that, or is there any national funds that you're providing to the companies to comply or provide the higher level of security? What's your thinking on that?
Well, like you said, it always needs resources, but the security is something that needs money. And national security, I don't know if it's even possible to really count how much it can cost. And I think that government, of course, have to think these kind of things and put also resources to secure our society. But also, I think that if companies want to be in this kind of business, they also have to invest it on this kind of situation, and I think it's of course giving the opportunity to buy their services if they are investing security, because like we said, our world is changing rapidly, and many of the things is. Security needs to be in the physical, but also the digital level, and you cannot anymore think that they are a part of each other. You cannot; they are together, basically. So I think at this moment, in Finland, but also in many countries, for example. And in Europe, we are thinking the security in many ways at the moment, and the resources as well. So it's not enough. We are talking about a lot of the defense budgets, but I think that it's widely. You need to think the internal authorities and the digital security as well.
Sarah, very briefly, just because you mentioned that 40% of the ICT budget goes to compliance, do you have a rough estimate how much AWS or companies like yours are paying or investing into cybersecurity?
Well, cybersecurity has to be at the core of what you do from a cloud computing perspective, because between that and resiliency, that is the business that we need to make sure that we are in. I don't have a number off the top of my head. It's sort of our business at this stage.
Yeah, thank you so much. Kersti, there was one other element that already came up, and that concerns both the budget but also the angle of international cooperation. Both Nordic region is rather unique and advanced in that perspective in terms of how closely the countries are working together. I was just in Stockholm and other locations, and I learned that there is even now discussions how to make sure that you can do credit card payments offline in case there is an attack and we don't have to have this vulnerability. Can you give us a few examples how this international cooperation can work, but also where you think there are still some gaps in cross-border coordination on resiliency building that we need to fix?
Indeed, there is something which is called Nordic Interoperability Institute, which has been founded primarily to promote the Scandinavian-founded technology, which Estonians first pioneered in digital government services, but now also Finland's using, Iceland's using, some others are. So basically that cooperation has trained us already for more than 10 years now to do things together, and there is no point doing it only alone. Also, you have to take into account that we are all relatively small markets. So nobody listens to us individually. In addition, the complication is the language. I mean, we're small language groups, and quite a lot of these kind of tensions which you see between big tech and nations is language-based. And the trust issues, I wouldn't say they relate to critical infrastructure, but they build a lot of trust problems and mountains in between of us. Now, how to provide for the security of supply and whether we can, support it from the budget viewpoint. Estonian defense budget is about 5% of the GDP, and this doesn't include providing for the security of supply. So if I knew how to make sure that we have also enough government-provided funds available for security of supply, I would say so. But it's obvious, I believe, from this that small nations alone cannot go it alone. So we need indeed the European Union funds, and they have been used extensively to make sure that there are really good interconnections between, let's say, all Baltic states, Baltics connected to Nordics, but also to the Central Europe. And it has cost us over slightly more than a decade, €1 billion. So without the European Union, our security of supply would actually be totally impossible. So this is something which we need to remember, that we heavily rely on European Union. So even if European Union budget itself is tiny, even if we take European Investment Bank into account, this is something which needs to, grow. And I believe that next MFF will be very much on security of supply focused. How does it relate to, at the same time being at least somewhat market-based? I really don't know. If I knew, I would be a billionaire, but I don't, to be honest. And indeed, I would really call upon the big tech companies if they're operating in Europe, and they have quite good responsibility programs, and we really see we are building good trust. But for the smaller languages and these kind of everyday problems which people face vis-à-vis tech companies leads to mistrust and distrust. And the examples which are not related to, let's say, to cloud computing or security of supply are brought up because, if somebody loses access to their accounts and it never ever rematerializes, or it takes 2 months, then you cut into the trust, and that leads then to unnecessary limitation, which will lead you to spend 40%, out of which I'm sure half of it is quite unnecessary if we come to regulate from the objective viewpoint. But this is an indicator which people understand. It's ridiculous, but this is how it is.
And maybe a follow-up question to you. You mentioned the European Union. We have another big institution, NATO. There is a lot of discussions now how to increase the spending. And the discussion is that 1.5% of the spending is going to go to things like cybersecurity or critical infrastructure security. From your assessment, is that a good idea? Is it pushing us in the right direction? Does that mean that on the practical level, there's going to be more attention and more funding to these issues as well?
Well, my worry really is that if we dilute the understanding what is defense spending. We end up not spending on hardcore defense enough. So I would say that 5% for defense in Europe is very welcomed, but I think we should not dilute how we define it. I think providing for the safe infrastructure should come on top of that. And indeed, we need to borrow for that, and we need to work together with the Union and the financial institutions. Because after all, I mean, without security of supply, nobody will make profit.
Sarah, I'll come back to you. And again, this issue of trust have come up, and you started to address it by describing what you're doing as a company, for example, to ensure European sovereign cloud and the operational control and everything. Of course, trust is something that you actually can negotiate, because part of it is how you structure the contracts, how you provide the obligations, what kind of regulations are introduced, and everything. At the same time, of course, it's important to make sure that this is not too burdensome for the company. Can you guide us through a little bit from actually expectations from your side towards the governments? What do you expect from the governments to be a better partner for you? Of course, there is a lot of expectations towards you, but what is the reverse side where you think governments can do better to make sure that you can do your job?
Mm-hmm. I think there's a couple. I think having sort of the one-stop shop approach from the digital services compliance, I think, is a huge thing, not just for us, but also for all customers, as I mentioned earlier on. I think the other one is, and I already mentioned this, is around the security incident response piece and being able to harmonize and have a consistency on how the security incident response piece is a core piece. And then the other one is recognizing various security audits and compliance and certification. So an example is we have over 127 compliance certifications that are executed by external third parties very intentionally, so you have that level of independence. A number of the same tests cover the same spaces, so it gives this layered ability to have trust, because as you mentioned, trust is something that it's not just one certification, it is many of the conversations, it's how you are being able to illustrate through your actions of what you're delivering on. It's through your contracts, it's through your day-to-day engagements. But I think that ability from being able to recognize additional security audits is also really helpful when you're a global organization and you're very focused on how you think about testing, I think is a helpful thing.
Mari, and on that note, coming back to you and to the Finnish model, you made a few examples how you work with the companies. How does it work in Finland? For example, for companies, is the participation in the exercise, is it legally required, or you find ways that are not necessarily legally mandatory, but still encourage the companies to involve? How do you design this system, which is both encouraging, but at the same time, not entirely prescriptive?
Well, everything, I think, start from the trust for each other, because otherwise you cannot cooperate. But of course, we have a certain model, which I don't know, I don't remember the word of that, but we have this kind of centralized system where the government and the companies are working together. So it's easy way, because it's on the law, easy way to have this dialogue of together. And it's like I said, it's like a system. So, and because if everybody have the same goal, to have a resilient and secured society with different kind of situations, then I think it's easier and it's possible to find a way for the cooperation and the dialogue. So I think that in this kind of environment, security environment, where we are really living in the neighbor of aggressor, for example, in Finland, it means that this is more and more important, and that's why there cannot be some kind of idea that, okay, this is private, this is public, but if everybody is doing resilience and security, it's all together.
Thank you so much for that. And let's do something fun. I'm told that we can actually bring in people from the audience live right now. So if you would like to ask something, please raise your hand and we can bring you straight in. And while you're thinking, I'll continue with the panelists. And Kersti, maybe I'll go back to you. One of the solutions that's often brought up is the question of redundancies in critical infrastructure. Much of it is partially reflection on how things worked in the past or some of the things that actually helped Ukraine, in case, for example, of energy infrastructure or the railways. But of course, redundancy is something that's not so easy to implement if we're used to just-in-time efficient economies. Do you think it's a good idea, how it can help, or whether it's not something we should be focused on?
I think if you speak, redundancies which really are just lying there, useless, I think then this doesn't really work. But again, let's take a real life and practical experience. We are building in the Baltic Sea quite many windmills to produce electricity. And now these parks need to be connected to the mainland by cables. These cables need not go only to one country, like, a park between Estonia and Latvia can be linked to Estonia, Latvia, maybe Finland, maybe Sweden. And the electricity will then actually be sold most efficiently, will flow where the prices are high, and at the same time you have created an additional connection. And I think this is the only way to think of redundancies, so that they are actually also useful. But you know you can live without them for some time. Also, you have to see what you're doing. If all your cables are underwater, then maybe it makes sense to build one land-based, even if it has to pass through Suwalki Gap, which has not previously been considered safe, but it just shows you how your risk appetite is changing in the changing environment. So I think this would be my take of the redundancy question.
Sarah, do you want to jump in on that one?
Yeah, from a resiliency perspective, that part is very important of how we actually build from a cloud computing perspective. So, for example, we build from the ground up, very much focused on this concept of having availability zones. We have multiple connections that are focused. So you were talking a little earlier on about the Baltic Sea cable. I think you both were referring to it. We detected that and near instantaneously were able to completely reroute all of our customer traffic. So our customers didn't actually experience any downtime due to that. And that is due to the resiliency that is, for example, built into the cloud. So,
jump, please.
Well, I think that when we are talking about the security and the critical infrastructure, I think that my previous teacher in the police academy was right, and this is useful for this also, because always you have to have a plan B, an emergency plan, and if you think it's working in this phenomenon as well.
You're very definitely right. And Marie, I'll stick with you a little bit. We started this discussion about Europeans are being more aware about their vulnerabilities, but also having more attention to what capabilities Europeans have and what capabilities Europeans do not have. And of course, in some cases, we have partners who are trusted companies who we can bring in and continue working with them. From your perspective, how are you thinking it from the national dimension in Finland? Who do you consider trusted partners? Do you think we can continue working with the international providers? What guarantees do you expect with them? And where do you think we can even further expand the international partnerships to compensate for some of the things that we're potentially missing at home?
Well, if I start from a little bit further, it's if you look this situation and all the preparedness work and the defense work, of course, it's preparedness is for the national. It's on our task, but you cannot do these kind of things alone. So then there is different countries, and of course the EU level as well. As we all know, EU have been doing also this kind of preparedness union strategy, and it's a very good start, which we need to go further. But when it's coming to very critical things, we need to always think about the national security. It doesn't mean that we don't cooperate with the private sector. Of course we do, but every time you are doing legislation or you are doing some kind of agreements, there needs to be estimated the things to your national security and the security, and this is something that we really need to do, because otherwise, as Ukrainians know, and we know, that the hostile actors, they always try to find the vulnerabilities of your systems or of your agreements or of your whatever. So at this moment, I think that everything needs to go by the security glasses. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, and we will need to be finishing in about 4 or 5 minutes, so I want to do one more round with all of you. We're discussing here some solutions that are pretty big, but I also want to focus a little bit on the short-term scenario. If you have to design the plan of work for the next year, what would be one concrete idea or rule or mechanisms that you would like to see introduced or implemented that you think would make the biggest difference and have the biggest impact? And Kersti, I'll go to you first on that one.
I mean, short term, and I always see what the private sector is doing. And I've noticed that, for example, Microsoft has made a pledge which will sum up as something they're ready to go to the court in whichever jurisdiction that is necessary to go to the court to defend the data sovereignty of Europeans. And I think in short term, because we have quite a lot of discussion about, I mean, whether we are going in the same direction with some allies or in a different direction, big companies have to navigate this landscape, and this is how they're trying to do it. And I think this is the short-term challenge, but also something which we need to do efficiently short-term.
Thank you so much for that. And Sarah?
I think it is really important to focus on simplification that will also enable incentivization of being able to use the cutting-edge technology that is available out there. For example, in AI, I think it's really important being able to make sure those barriers are not there to prevent that, firstly, experimentation, and then being able to actually leverage that technology to help in security and resiliency.
And just as a follow-up question on that one, in Europe, how would you score the European effort?
I am a European as well, so I would be very biased in how I would actually score there. But I think what's really important from a European perspective is that there is constant conversations and curiosity to learn both from the private and the public sector, which I think is the most important way we can actually achieve that.
Thank you so much. And Marie, your assessment.
This was a very hard question if I need to choose only one.
Okay, you can do 2 or 3.
Because I think that we have to now, in my country, fix all the vulnerabilities that we just can now in short term. And then I also want to see that in our European family we can also go forward with this preparedness thing, which means everything. And that means also this kind of cable things which are related to digital thing immediately, because you cannot keep them away from each other. So a lot of things to do, and we hope that we are going to the better direction, because who is having the data is leading the world.
Great. Thank you so much to all 3 of you for having the brilliant conversation. We made a lot of important points, emphasized preparedness and the need to make sure that the public and private sector stays in close coordination before, during, and digesting the consequences and learning the lesson of any attack might happen. We talked a lot about trust and how to make sure that trust is embedded into the system, but we also talked about specific mechanisms that can facilitate it. We'll continue this conversation conversation over the course of the next 3 days, both in the public formats, but there is going to be some of the closed-door discussions. We encourage all of you to stay engaged. And for now, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Please stay in your seats, because the program will continue right after this session. And the conversation that's going to be happening here is going to be about free media in resilient democracies. Thank you so much, everybody.
You to our debate on free media and resilient democracies. My name is Anja Wehler-Schöck, and I'm the international editor of the German newspaper Tagesspiel, based in Berlin. It will hardly come as a surprise to you that this topic is not only highly relevant politically, but is also of a deep personal connection to my colleagues and me around the world. Because quality journalism is essential for democratic societies. It's an indispensable mechanism to hold decision makers accountable, and it is crucial for social cohesion. And without access to quality journalism, people are easy prey for disinformation and manipulation. Yet the existence of quality journalism is under threat around the globe. In its most recent edition of the World Press Freedom Index, Reporters Without Borders sees the index at its lowest since its inception. For the first time ever, it classifies the global state of press freedom as a difficult situation. So to discuss these current challenges and its possible solutions, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome our 5 excellent panelists to the stage: Nicola Careem, Věra, Jourová, Kasia, Kieli, Ivo Prokopiev, and Zoltán Varga. I will, of course, introduce the speakers more in detail as we delve into our discussion. Please welcome them to the stage. So we will start out with a discussion here on the panel, and then you are, of course, invited to ask your questions as well. Věra Jourová, allow me to start with you. Věra Jourová is the vice rector at the Charles University here in Prague, and until last year, she served as the vice president of the European Commission for Values and Transparency. Věra, you once said that your upbringing in former Czechoslovakia has inspired your work to ensure that journalism remains independent. What developments have been of most concern to you with regard to declining media freedom in Europe, both during your tenure at the Commission and since then?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning. Thank you for coming. There is a competition next door, so happy to have you here. Well, my experience of half of my life lived in communism not only helped me to start working for the media from the position of the vice president of the Commission, but also for the rule of law principle. And we kind of understood the situation of media when it's worsening. It's also worsening of the broader system. So when I started to work on the Media Freedom Act, which was a concrete product, the Freedom Act, Media Freedom Act will come into force this year on the 2nd of August, I had in mind 4 things. First of all, increased political pressure on media. Second, increased pressure from the side of the digital world. Third, worsening of the security situation of journalists. And fourth, and here I have to say with regret, I didn't manage to solve it, financial distress. Lack of finance, which is making media much weaker and also much easier target for all the other kinds of pressures which I mentioned. So I made an analysis of all these things using also the statistics produced by the Journalists Without Borders and also by the University in Florence, which is every year publishing the Media Pluralism Monitor, where we see that the map of Europe is more and more in dark red color, which is high risk. High risk means existential risk for the media, possible media deserts, places which are not covered, places where the young generation only gets information from TikTok. I could continue. So that's why when I saw this obvious worsening of the situation, I proposed the first ever European media law.
Mm. Kasia Kieli, turning to you. Kasia Kieli is the president and managing director of Warner Bros. Discovery in Poland. Kasia, in its most recent edition of the World Press Freedom Index, Reporters Without Borders lists economic pressures as a leading threat to press freedom. Věra also mentioned it in her remarks. Your company, Warner Bros. Discovery, announced on Monday that it planned to divide the company into 2 publicly traded entities, also due to economic pressures. Have traditional media become outdated due to the changing consumption patterns? We've also read in the GLOBSEC Trends 2025 that especially young people are mostly receiving their information through social media these days?
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, welcome everybody. I'm also very happy you're here. Before I answer the question, I just wanted to give a little bit of a context because you might be wondering why Warner Bros. Poland is here. I just wanted to say that Warner Bros. Is an owner and I am a CEO of the biggest broadcaster in Poland, the biggest independent commercial broadcaster called TVN. And we not only provide entertainment channels, but we're the biggest news provider in the country. We have the biggest news channel and the biggest broadcast news, evening broadcast news program on the main channel that on every basically night gets around 20 to 25% audience share. So we are really a kind of news destination for the country. So now moving to answer your question. Well, yes, the company has announced the split, but this really does not relate that directly into our Polish business. The Polish business, we're lucky because we are a broadcaster at scale. We're the biggest broadcaster. We have big enough scale to be able to be completely financially independent and to finance our news organization. And credible news organization that actually checks what is putting on air, cannot be confused with any social media information, which are coming from anonymous sources, very often bots, unchecked, and does not follow a very, very strict process that we have internally in terms of what we put on air, what kind of responsibility we take for the news that we publish. And we always obviously have a face to it. So there are people that are putting their faces and making sure that their reputation rely on the information they provide. So I do believe that it is a real problem. As I said, we are in a better situation. But also I wanted to say that traditional media is not staying in place and it's not kind of just doing the broadcast, okay? I think that there's so much going on, and specifically in our organization, in terms of digital transformation of a broadcast part of the business. So I'm not talking about streaming, but the broadcast, the real broadcast part of the business, including we just launched a new apps and new services, news services, both news services, but also on the entertainment side, and are actually innovating in a broadcast, linear broadcast, also part of the business. So all of that, I think that obviously it's easier for somebody of our size and scale than it is for smaller media outlets.
Thank you. Linking financial and political pressures, Nicola Careem, let me continue with you. Nicola Careem is the Vice President and Editor-in-Chief of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. She has won numerous awards as a journalist and has pretty much reported on any crisis you can think of. Nicola, we've not only seen attempts at limiting press freedom in Europe, but also in the US under the second Trump administration. President Trump has tried to shutter your organization, but the EU has stepped in and with several $1 billion supported Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. Radio Free Europe played a crucial role during the Cold War in countering Soviet propaganda and influence. What does it mean when a US president tries to close it down during times like these when their efforts would be much needed?
Thank you so much for that introduction. Well, yes, I have covered many crises in my career, but none as big as the crisis that we're facing at RFERL right now. We have enjoyed 75 years of funding from the United States, and what's happening now is really quite a severe existential crisis for us as an organization. In March this year, USAGM terminated our monthly grant, but we are still going. We are still reaching millions of our audiences every day, which is quite an achievement. And the support that we have seen from our colleagues and allies across Europe really goes to show just how many people understand the importance of what we do, and in fact, what will happen if we go dark. We know from previous experience in Africa and other parts of the world that when public service media withdraw, it's not our allies that step in. China and Russia, we know, are spending more than $8 billion a year, a complete fraction of our budget on pumping disinformation and propaganda across our broadcast regions. Our cost, in comparison, is about 0.06 cents per audience member per week. I think all public media are facing a crisis of political pressure, as you mentioned, and that is coming in the form of funding. And I think for most democratic nations, they absolutely understand that a free and fair media, people having access to independent information, is directly linked with healthy democracies. And once democracy starts to erode, that's when stability and security also start to erode. So I don't see funding organizations like ours as a burden. I see it as an investment in security and stability of countries across this region.
Why doesn't this seem to be heard in Washington?
Well, I would like to point out that we have very strong bipartisan support across Congress. We were appropriated our funds by Congress, £142 million for this financial year. It is not Congress who has stopped funding us. This was an executive order that was made through USAGM, which we believe was an illegal move, and we are fighting that in the courts.
Thank you. Ivo Prokopiev, over to you. Ivo Prokopiev is the founder and majority owner of Economedia, which publishes Capital and Dnevnik, two leading quality media brands in Bulgaria. Ivo, Bulgaria is a country where independence and pluralism of the media have eroded steadily over the past few years. You yourself have been the target of harassment and prosecution by your own government. Is quality independent journalism doomed in Bulgaria?
I would say not completely, because actually in the last several years situation has improved marginally, but it can deteriorate back any moment now. So we have increased Bulgarian ranking in the Reporters Without Borders table. I would start my comment with trying to defend media, because media is a very broad category and we understand different things. So several types of media were mentioned here. Madame Jourová, when she was commissioner, this legislation was very relevant. It was targeting protection of editorial interference in essentially public media, government sponsor media.
And finance.
And financing of it. So the other type of media which is different is privately owned media, which is public interest media, news media, or traditional quality media. And this is under the biggest financial and business model distress, because it has survived several waves of disruption already. So 20 years ago, when the internet arrived broadly, I mean, this traditional media, it lost its print revenue stream. Then 5-10 years later, after the big financial crisis, all the advertising went to digital platforms and never came back. After that, we sort of believed that the holy grail of the industry is subscription model. So all of the companies invested tremendous efforts and resources into building this capability, essentially converting the business model into digital companies, and with limited success here and there. But now with the AI, actually, what we see is the third generation of disruption, which AI is going to be a big problem for news media and for the traditional media, because it is challenging the two existing revenue streams. What has remained from the advertising based on inventory and volume, and also the subscription model, because if you have a good professional AI tool, you don't need much of subscription in the paid media. So now the industry is evolving for the last time, I would say, into what is called first data audience, and essentially the first party data, the audience that the media organizations has and controls, which is going to be very, very difficult actually to make this work, because it requires enormous financial and also management capabilities of the media companies. So it's all very complicated. But what's the problem? If this public interest media doesn't survive, the very core of media will be challenged. Journalism, news gathering and news origination. You will be surprised how minimal is the number of reporters in Eastern Europe. I would say that no more in the whole region than probably 7, 8, maximum 10,000 reporters are acting at the moment as a proper journalist. If there are no reporters on the ground, there is no one to report the news. And what's happened then? Who is reporting the news? The governments and large corporates start to report the news themselves. Whatever technology then you use for analysis, aggregation, whatever, it's if the core, if the origination of the news is faked, I mean, nothing can be done for the public domain and for the public debate. So this is the biggest problem. And if there is an understanding, and the other big problem in the policies that I see is that there is no understanding, there is no proper analysis for the roots of the problem, then we cannot help these small media companies to survive, because Poland is a very big market. I agree that the large organizations, they have the scale and they have the tools to survive, they have the revenue and the free cash flow to reinvest if the business model changes. But in the smaller market with smaller countries, unique languages, actually not much can be done. Not much can be done. So for the small public interest media, there must be, if they serve the public need, I mean, there must be sort of public funding. For the larger ones that have chances to survive on the market basis, they need access to capital, which is also missing. Nobody wants to invest in media these days. And part of the reason is the second element of our discussion, political harassment and political pressure. Because if the governments can originate the news themselves, I mean, they don't have interest of investors in the media domain and in independent journalism of diversity.
Thank you. Zoltán Varga, allow me to continue with you. Zoltán Varga is the CEO and chairman of the Central Media Group, one of the biggest independent media companies in Hungary. And Zoltán, you're in a similar situation. The legislation passed under Viktor Orbán has severely limited the work of independent media. Numerous journalists have left their jobs in recent years because they said they couldn't do their work properly anymore. How has your work been affected by these efforts of the government?
Thank you very much for the invitation. I have to share very much what Ivo said. My life and my colleagues' life actually harassed already for more than 8 years, actually. And the heat is turning up, and we see existential threat on a daily basis. Unfortunately, Hungary is very good in innovating, actually, how to pressure and kill independent media. And this model is actually exported to many countries. The big problem of what I see, media is not anymore informing the people and making the people's life happier. It's rather used as a political tool. And frankly, as an investor or as someone who is interested in the free and independent media, it's very difficult to be an investor or leading at such an organization. I'm personally harassed already for 8 years. I'm under investigation. I was charged a month ago and threatening me with jail, purely because I'm running an independent and owning an independent media. And my colleagues' life is actually on a daily basis are threatened. The Hungarian government proposed a month ago a so-called sovereignty law, which means that if and when we accept foreign money, Google or subscription from abroad, we are called as a foreign agent and we will be labeled. And you can think what happened 50, 60 years, 70 years ago. And frankly, we have to pay a fine 25 times of the received money. So in our case, 3 million euro Google revenue times, so we are dead. So basically, it will be more than 70 million euro just to pay us a fine. Basically, we are dead. So the threat is, I'm not 100% sure that it will happen, but the threat is above us, and they can use it anytime. So frankly, my biggest concern, who is going to run, who is going to own those entities, And we see that the real threat right now is coming from AI, because we don't need so many journalists, but someone has to gather the real information, and this has to be human. So frankly, we are racing with business models which are beating us, definitely, and we would like to do independent media without financial support, and even without support from any organization, because we are under a national government, and the EU cannot help us, which is absolutely true, because we are under a national government. So I don't see the way how it can be solved. There are good examples like Pluralis and some private investors, like Warner was keeping the light actually open, so they've done a great job, but those are specific cases. And we need a broader spectrum, and we need a broader protection.
Věra, Zoltán said the EU cannot help us, and the picture so far is pretty gloomy. You already alluded to a number of initiatives that the Commission and the Parliament are proposing and starting to secure media freedom in Europe. Can this really turn around this trend?
We will probably see a new budget in the new multi-annual budget for the years 28 plus, some envelope for the media. I cannot say how much. By the way, I am not there anymore, but I am just listening to some unofficial messages. But I was never 100% convinced that it should be taxpayers to pay.
I agree, by the way.
The taxpayers should pay the public service media as a truly public service, and better by fees than by budget, because the national budget is always a pretext for political pressure. But why don't we do more to bring the money back where it disappeared? And it's the digital sphere, it's the AI business now. And I know that under this geopolitical situation and difficult negotiations with the United States in the trade field, maybe it's not the proper moment to start speaking seriously about digital tax. But we keep speaking about it already several years. And nothing is happening, and hereby I swear I really tried hard, and I produced a lot of enemies because of that. Or if not tax, then in case we will collect some sanctions through the Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act, why should this money disappear just in the budget? Which that goes to cement and asphalt, I don't know, these kind of investments. Why don't we have a system when this money goes where the damage has been done by the big digital business? And the damage is the lack of money for media, the lack of preparedness of the society, in other words, gaps in education for the media and digital literacy, security issues, because we have a lot of severe digital crime, which is turning against the people, and the states have to invest more and more in guaranteeing security of people. So it would be my proposal not to just look at the public money. In Czechia, we are starting now an initiative of collecting really rich people who could create the fund to keep Czech media alive. It's at the beginning. And I think that this is the way is to combine these things. Public money for public service media, private money, increase the trust of investors that it's worth investing. And the third, really, I would look at where the money disappeared, and it's the advertisers' money went 70–80% to Google and others. You gave me the floor. It was a big mistake.
I would like to hear others react to what you just said.
I will be short, but look, we are at the GLOBSEC conference, 2,500 participants. We heard from President Pavel and President Zelensky that Europe appears in the war, at least in information war. Europe appears in the situation when Russia is the big donor or investor in this war against Europe, not only in European territory, but also in Africa and Latin America. United States are resigning on the role of the leader of the free democratic world, what Europe should do in this situation. To give the Radio Free Europe 5.5 million euro to survive the next 3 months. Thank you, European Commission, for this money. But it's not systemic, it's not sustainable solution. And if really we want to be winning, which is also the title of this conference, there should be a very responsible and deep discussion about a systemic measure, how to keep alive media in the third world, in the neighboring country, not to spread European Union propaganda.
Yeah, and I think we'll go there. We're only at the beginning of GLOBSEC, so you listed some very interesting suggestions. Kasia, I would like to hear your thoughts. Věra suggested a digital tax, sanctions, and Ivo said media is no longer interesting for investors. What is your take on that?
Well, if I can just refer to what Věra just said, I wanted to say that I do agree that public money should not be going into financing maybe media, but I also think that there's a massive challenge with public money going financing public media. And we face that in Poland. We face that in Poland because the public money has been used for the party propaganda when the public media was taken over by one party. And that was a huge problem, and the amount of money that was being spent on the so-called public media at that time, thankfully we moved away from that time, but from that time has been enormous. Just to give you an idea, it was bigger than commercial budget for both commercial players in Poland. Both programming budgets, more money was being spent on the propaganda channels. So I think that there is a challenge there, and that's my experience when we were under a lot of political pressure as well. In Poland. So I think that there are two pressures here, because we're talking about the political pressure, and we're also talking about big tech, and we're talking about AI, and we're talking about internet, social media, and so on. And I think that both of them are very, very severe. But in terms of, I honestly believe that being here at the Security Forum, independent media really is about security as well. Look, in Poland, when anything happens, and I know that a lot of young people are looking into, whatever, social media information, but if anything happens, people turn to TVN. People turn to watch our channels, and our channels gather 35% of the audience share at those moments, and people turn to watch what's going on. Why? Because we are credible, because they know that they can, we have a very high trust level. They know that they can trust the information, that this information was checked. But we also take a huge responsibility in those moments on us, yes? We take responsibility also of making sure that we are socially responsible to keep certain order. And we're not going to create things that are untrue or will create panics or anything you can think in the situation, like when the war broke in Ukraine and so on and so on. So I think that this is really in the security interest, to make sure that those big outlets that are reliable, that are actually having processes and compliances and fact checking, have enough of the power, financial power to survive. And I honestly believe that it's not going to happen unless we look really seriously at the relationship with the big tech, and it's helped by the governments and it's helped by the European Union through regulation. Because it's not about asking them for charity. It's not charity. They're actually using our information, our journalists, our know-how, and it costs money to produce news like that, okay? It's not cheap. It's not like we can do it with, a phone. Somebody's going to stand with the phone and do a reel. It's not how it works. It really costs money, and if we don't get properly remunerated for that information that they're using, that obviously, I think, causes a security issue.
Ivo, I'd like to have a quick look at the tech question with you, because there is a big discussion about content. OpenAI has been asking to use content produced by quality news outlets and basically threatened, if you don't allow this access, our content will be dominated by China and Russia. Where is the solution in that?
I mean, there is no simple answer to that because we see two models. So Axel Springer, because they have the scale, they did a pretty good deal with ChatGPT. Our policy is to keep the content, to close the content, because we'll try to develop our first-party data business model. But we lose relevance. So we see that the fake news providers are now quoted by ChatGPT if you ask a specific question. So that's back to the discussion for the priorities. I think I checked how much a French milk cow receives in direct and indirect subsidies a year. So it's about €1,000 subsidy for a single French milk cow. And they have more than 3 million in France. So it's a vast amount of money. So I also checked how much money European Union spends on news media, because when we see media headlines, and it's not against Madame Jourová, by the way, she was very helpful.
I am vigilant.
You're on our side. But I mean, just first of all, we can't find which commissioner is in charge for media, right? There is no media mandate among the commissioners. Media is not mentioned. I checked. So for the money, there is different and very broad media definition in the spendings. But if you go deep, the budget for the news media is approximately 50-60 million euro, which is negligible amount. And I would say that using Russian gas and Russian oil is less risky than being unarmed against the Russian troll factories in Northern Macedonia. There are several cities in Northern Macedonia which flourish from these investments. There are thousands of trolls. And this is not the only problem. I mean, every political party now in Eastern Europe has its own troll division. And the number of trolls in the political parties is times bigger than the number of journalists. And this cannot last forever. I mean, there are several survivors which they are now coming to age. They want to retire, 50, 60 years old people. The money is not there, so the pay packages are not attractive for the newcomers, for the youngsters to come. The talent is scarce. So I'm not saying the government or the European government shall sponsor the public interest media. No, I'm also the thinking that it has to be blended structure. And here pluralist experience is good, by the way, because we manage in the capital of single entity to blend private investments with money from foundations, grants. And this actually gives the necessary cushion for making non-attractive investment, because there is no attractive investment in public service media at the moment. But that's probably the way to go.
Zoltán, in this battle for survival, how can journalists, how can media outlets maintain their editorial integrity?
Just one number to the previous conversations. You mentioned China and Russia spending 8 billion yearly. We heard 50 million from the European Union. The Hungarian government alone is spending 1.2 billion euro on propaganda. 1.2 billion. This is 0.6% of the budget. It's a huge number. How can you compete with these numbers? So it's basically impossible. The second, we just discussed Google. So right now, what we face that when someone is typing into Google, he will receive Gemini, he will receive a summary, not links. So the revenue from the links will disappear very quickly. So one pillar from our revenue will totally disappear. But they're using our content, our money, actually. So that's where I totally agree. We have to fight with the big techs, because they are taking our money and our job away. And how can I motivate? So right now we checked, and we are in the process to use more and more AI. With AI to write an article properly, check with the editor, upload it, takes 3 minutes. Normally with the journalist it takes 1.5 hours. So how can we compete? So frankly, this is very, very difficult. And honestly, I believe the solution is brand awareness, and very strong, reliable brands. When the people know this is the news TVN, I'm going to watch it. In our case, 24.hu, I'm going to read it. And then we have to find a business model. It's a kind of crowd subscription and advertisement, so it's a mixed structure. We can survive. We are still very profitable without having any state money, but it has to be very rational, profit-oriented, and using the latest technology in order to fight with the big techs. Otherwise, we will not survive.
Nicola, I'd like to come back to you, and then I'd like to open the floor for your questions. So if you have one, raise your hand. Nicola, you've worked as a reporter around the world for many, many years. Coming back to those who produce quality journalism on the ground, how can we protect journalists on the ground when they face multiple threats, be it security, political, or financial and economic pressures?
Sure. Firstly, if I may, I'd just like to come back to some of the discussion on funding. And I have a slightly different perspective in the importance of taxpayers' money funding public service media, at least in part. And the reason for that is that it offers us many protections, because we are custodians of public service. We work not for any one individual political entity or private investor. We work on behalf of the public, and that means that we produce news that is of interest to all groups and demographics across society. That's very, very important. We're also protected. Most public service media like us, the BBC, Deutsche Welle, our independence is protected in legislation. And what I worry so much about the future of media and the need to diversify income sources is there will be a quid pro quo involved in that somewhere along the line. What we need to do in public service media is start winning the narrative, because people who are attempting to silence us have been very good at pushing a narrative that we are wasteful, inefficient, pushing a globalist agenda. We are enemies of the people. And unfortunately, those narratives have been more successful than our ability to prove our worth to people. We know, for example, that the BBC license fee or the money that goes into Radio Free Europe is a mere fraction of what people are paying for subscriptions with Sky News, for example. So we offer great value to the general public. And I do think that there is still a place for that funding model in the future.
Can I just dive in there? Because we have a question via Slido. You said we need to win the narrative.
Yes.
And the question asks, how can we make sure that we fight misinformation from Russia and while preserving freedom of speech?
I think, again, I would agree with what Ivo said, that trust is everything. And in this fragmented media world that we are faced with right now, people simply do not know where they can get trusted information from. We know that trust in the media is the lowest that it ever has been. So it's incredibly important for us to stick to our very high editorial standards, to make sure that the public understand that we're presenting independent, fact-based information, and they will keep coming to us at the big moments when it matters, even if they go somewhere else first. What we have to be better at, though, is building daily habitual relationships with our audiences and not just relying on them to come to us for the big moments.
Thank you. So if you have a question that you would like to ask one of our panelists, please raise your hands. Yeah, please go ahead and introduce yourself. Is there a microphone? Yes.
Thank you. Anton Chekhov, South Central European University. I have a question on social media. I know that you're not directly linked to social media, but these days I think it has been already accepted as a mistake, the EU's dependence on the US for security and defense. But at the same time, in the social media, the EU is very much dependent on the social media run by American oligarchs. So my question is, although I know, again, that you're not directly linked to this, is this a time for the EU to have its own social media platform that would fit in the guiding principles of the DSA, for example, of the European Union, and not be dependent on the oligarchs which have no interest in the public good and are only interested in profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to answer? Yes, please.
I wouldn't call them oligarchs because maybe one of them is, but generally they are not. They are successful investors,
They are not.
Who's the oligarch?
American.
Yeah.
Come from different parts of the world.
Yeah. I mean, not all of the successful platform owners are oligarchs. I mean, this is my point. And it's the core of the problem is disintermediation. So it's not media. It's just another thing which uses the end product of media, of news origination, and allows different functionalities. So I have two ideas in this respect. It's too late for a European platform, but Europe can tax it. It's very fashionable now. Duties, taxes, so Europe can tax it and redistribute part of this platform tax back to the journalists. I mean, this is my second most. It's not, I mean, the support has to be directly targeting the journalists. I mean, it has to be back prestigious and attractive financially to work as a journalist, because this job description is going to disappear, and then we are in big trouble.
I would
yes, Věra, briefly. Kasia,
I think it's the consumers. It's too late for any platforms because we cannot force this type of regulations. It's in China it's possible, but I guess not in the European perspective. Users are using what they are using, and it's just about what kind of information they get. And this is something that I think needs to be regulated and thought through. How is that being used, and how later on the organizations, sometimes as journalists, sometimes when you provide the news like we do, it's organization. It's a teamwork. Yes, it's not just one journalist writing an article. It's a teamwork. You don't have a news unless you have a cameraman, you have an editor. It's a whole team that is doing that. But it's how this money comes back to the source.
Yeah, I believe this is a good moment for European businesses to start working on some networks. I don't think it's the work for the politicians to help it or to finance it. Again, it's my position. Who would follow such network or such social platform, which would be just the platform for the political opinions of some political party? Or can you imagine that? I have a lot of criticism for social media and social platforms, but it's still free democratic space and space for opinions. So I believe that there will be initiatives coming from the private sector. Sometimes it happens to me that some want to consult with me and understand the European aspect. But there was a question about the freedom of speech, what to do. I think that now it's the moment to say clearly that the AI must not be protected by the right of the freedom of speech. And whenever I say it, people are surprised. But the freedom of speech is a fantastic achievement for human beings. Only. If we give it to the bots, then Russia will not have to invest in thousands of trolls. They will just invest in the machine which will totally devastate our information space and our trust in whatever information.
Zoltán, what could a proper regulation for AI look like, and how can we reestablish the trust that we seem to have lost?
I think this is a question
briefly in a nutshell
for European politicians. Frankly, we cannot avoid AI. We cannot avoid regulating it. How to do it? I totally agree that the freedom of speech is important, but for humans. But everyone in the business will use AI because it's very efficient. So the private enterprises are determined to make money. So if they can use AI, they will. How to keep the journalist actually as a proper job? Currently, being a journalist is not sexy. It's not very well paid. they lost actually the credibility in the society. Somehow we have to prove that those people are very valuable and they are kind of lead models. So we have to make this job, again, very attractive. So that's where I would start, actually, because for us to hire a new journalist or someone is extremely difficult. It's not sexy anymore. So people are joining tech companies or something else, but working in the media, it's not good anymore. So I would rather start from the other side, make it attractive again.
Nicola, a final word on those who make quality journalism, the journalists. How can we make sure that this profession remains and gets even more attractive, and that we make sure that journalists can work in a secure environment?
Sure. Well, there is one major thing that AI can't do that journalists can, and that is bear witness. And being on the ground day in, day out, having access to the world around them, bearing witness on the front lines of conflicts across Europe remains so incredibly important. I also think, just quickly, I would like to point out how AI is feeding into the information, the disinformation and misinformation space. Just recently, Governor Newsom put 2 pictures up on his social media account of US troops lying on the floor in California. Both ChatGPT and Grok examined those pictures and claimed that they came from 2021 in Afghanistan, which was indeed completely wrong. And that disinformation spread far faster than the truth. So again, we need to distinguish ourselves from AI by being on the ground, bearing witness, and having true expertise in the areas that we're reporting on. And we need to understand the importance of trust. Audiences need to know that when they come to us, they're coming to receive journalism that's created by human beings. And that's really important.
Thank you so much, and thank you all so much for joining us for this discussion. I don't think we were able to provide all the answers today, but it is a discussion that we will certainly continue throughout the years. Thank you very much. If you want to support quality journalism, you can do your part by taking out a subscription to your favorite quality news outlet today. And please stay tuned, because we're continuing on this floor with a next discussion right away on the digitalization of European defense. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Alexander Burilkov.
Yeah. So, let me begin by introducing the speakers. We have some very distinguished guests for us today to talk to us a little bit about defense digitalization. And let me start with František Schulz, First Deputy Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic. Please come on up to the stage. Yeah. Then we have General Philippe Levine, former Supreme Allied Commander Transformation NATO, Senior Advisor of the Geotech Center. Thank you. We have with us Noreen MacDonald, President and Founder of Rain Cloud AI. Then we have Jiří Sedivý, former Chief Executive of the European Defence Agency. And finally with us is General Michael Vetter, Director General Cyber Information Technology, Ministry of Defense of Germany. Thank you. So, to get started with this session, what I'd like to do is to ask our speakers a little bit about this key topic of steel to silicon. How do we leverage digitalization? How do we build European readiness for this critical time? We have a few years, as has been predicted by many sources. And I'd like to start with General Vetter. How about you tell us a little bit, how is digitalization proceeding in Germany? What is the state of things? What are capabilities and what are capability gaps that we have?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, good morning to everyone. How shall I start? Well, normally defense CIOs don't have a reputation for selling good messages. However, in my case, I'm really optimistic. You know that after Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, the then Chancellor Olaf Scholz declared the Zeitenwende, the turning point in history. And with this Zeitenwende, he gave us 100 billion extra funding to enhance defense capabilities. Good news one, the 100 billions are all under contract, and industry is now ramping up and delivering capabilities. Good news number two, the new federal government had also agreed to increase our defense spending. So, spoiler, we will meet the 5% target during the NATO summit in The Hague, which means about 3.5% for traditional defense spending and 1.5% for defense-related infrastructure, including digital infrastructure. What was not so renowned in Germany, that out of those 100 billion euros, more than 20 billion euros went into my area of responsibility, so for command and control and digitization. And with this roughly 20 billion euros, we managed to modernize our whole digital backbone, starting with the data centers in Germany, ending at the tactical edge on the field. So this is a huge investment which will increase the capabilities of the Bundeswehr considerable over the next 3 to 5 years, which is important if we want to be combat ready by the end of the decade. Will this be enough? Certainly not. If we want to prevail in conflict, our militaries need to establish escalation dominance, meaning we need to have information dominance, see the enemy before he sees us. We must translate this into dominant command and control, and in the end, we must be able to provide dominant effect in order to successfully deter. And if you want to have this escalation dominance, you need digital tech, because it's all about networking, it's all about connecting. It's not so much about the platforms. However, we are still all platform-centric in our societies. We are talking tanks, we are talking fighter jets, we are talking frigates. But a tank without a digital connect cannot be a tactical node on the digital digitized battlefield, and therefore its operational value degrades over time. So we must beef up. And in Germany, we've labeled this software-defined defense. So how can we enable, with a digital backbone, enable our platforms, future platforms, and especially the legacy platforms to work and be connected on a digitized battlefield? We're doing quite a bit on this. We could elaborate later. What is our largest challenge? Currently not resources, not money. Our largest challenge, to my point, is mindset and culture. Because this means a huge change of mindset within the military, within the industry, And we have to establish new ecosystems, both between military and industry, but also between industry and industry. The time of the good old defense primes dictating us what capability we need are over. Defense primes also must be more agile to work with startups, to work with IT companies, to create ecosystems rather than buying startups and ending up with a startup that operates like the defense prime. Maybe just enough for a start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting to hear the German perspective, which, as you pointed out, is now lavishly funded for the first time in decades, which of course is a welcome development. And I'd like to immediately follow that up by looking at another national perspective, this time of the Czech Republic. So, Deputy Minister, why don't you tell us a little bit about defense digitalization right here?
Good morning, if it's still to you all. Yeah, good morning, and it's thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you. The digitalization is a necessity, I must say, but it's only way how to move forward. We quite often discussing the digitalization in the battlefield, etc., etc. But while the boosting the defense spending is a good news for everyone, we are still, for example, working with the manning, with the number of employees who are taking care of that rising budget on the same level as 2015, as was in 2015. That means how we can boost the effectivity. The digitalization is the only way how to do it. But still, we are rely on the processes which are from analog era, pen and paper, and we have to digitalize them. Terrible word. So the Scottish, help me.
Yes, digitalization.
Digitalization. So so we need to do a lot of changes. We need to fix the processes, and it takes a time. It seems that we don't have that time. So we are struggling with the necessity to digitalize, to do it the right way. We are under the pressure from the labor market, from the boosting the budget, but we have to do it in the same. So it's really, I would say, a complicated approach, but it's a necessity. We have one example, that, if I may just, we, like 2.5 years ago, we started with something we start to call virtual recruitment center. We thought, okay, we will do one hub on the web which will be open, everyone can come there, because the kids are really online all the time, so all the forums will be there, online chat, AI will be part of it. So we start with this beautiful idea, and very shortly we realized that it's just the tip of the icebreaker, because we had to, in the past 2+ years, digitalize all the recruitment processes. You know, use the, so 3 years ago, recruiters usually use the pen and notes. Nowadays, they have an iPad. They can immediately on some events, you know, the people who would like to become military, they can show him what's there, they can put him into the system immediately, etc. But it costs a lot of effort, it costs a lot of money for what we are still beaten, that it's, you bought the web for so much money, and we say, no, we bought not the web. Web is just the tip of the iceberg. We bought recruitment system and digitalized the process. And it's sometimes really hard to explain, because we are still platform-centric, we are still thinking about the tank, we are thinking about the website, and it's hard to explain what's behind, and that's what behind is important.
Thank you very much for that perspective, and I find it interesting you bring up recruitment and personnel, because by some accounts Europe might need up to 50 additional brigades for credible deterrence, and of course recruitment there, as well as on the other side of things, unmanned solutions would be challenges in achieving that mass for deterring Russia. Continuing a little bit with this tour of national capabilities, national perspectives, I'd like to turn to you, General Levine. France has, in some aspects, a unique position and perspective in European defense as a significant maritime power, as a nuclear power as well. What are some of the capability gaps and challenges from the French perspective when it comes to digitalization?
Thank you very much, Alexander. But I will go beyond my borders and go towards the alliance, because I think that alone we are nothing, and we need to play as a team. So as it was said, and this morning Mr. Kubilius there is 3 directions which is, I think, applicable to today. It's about what are the needs, industry and investment. So what are the needs? As you know, the capability targets are on the table for NATO, and it will be agreed during the next summit in Washington. And of course, there is a big part of digitalization to be taken into account. And of course, in military needs, and it was already mentioned, we need to sense, decide, and act faster than our adversaries. But we need to be more agile. We need to adapt the warfare to the way they are doing the war or the competition. And it's not only about to be faster, it's how to play faster as a team, how to synchronize all these ODA loop, this sense, decide and act loop, because we are not talking about only land or maritime, we are talking about cyberspace, but we are also talking about resilience. We are talking about protecting critical infrastructure. I mean that because resilience in military is so linked with civilian resilience. So we need to get this collaboration in order to win together. Now, to do that, it's not through our platform, it's through data, and it's where data centricity is so important. So what do we need? I think first is, because we know what we need, it means that industry, it's not only prime, defense prime, it's about tech. I remember that the first NATO industry forum I organized, it was in Rome in 2021. I put on the stage Amazon, Google, Nokia, Ericsson, and others. And defense prime will say, hey, why are you doing that? I say, yes, but because it's super important to have this new approach from platform-centric to software-centric. So that means that we need to be agile, capability development and acquisition process. We need to be agile, and the way to do it. And I think in Europe we are not at the level, and it was said by also Mr. Kubilius, we are maybe at 50% of the needs we need to be for readiness. And in digital world, we are not at this level yet. So how to do that? Of course, you can have a top-down approach with a lot of recommendation, directives from EU, for example, Digital Act, AI, cyber protection, which is very important, of course. But you need it to do it with a bottom-up approach, learning by doing. It's where experimentation are so important. It's where the first move is super important. And I think I was so delighted to see in NATO, I pushed during 2 years when I was in ACT to move to cloud. And 20 days before my retirement from this position, NATO has moved to cloud. Of course, it is at unclass level, but it's the first step. And it's the way to lead and to show by the leadership that you can do it. And of course, the next step will be restricted and after at the secret level. So, because experimentation will bring trust. And you say at the very beginning, it's a mindset shift that we have to do. And without the trust, you will not be able to do that. Be agile. Be interoperable. Because as I say, it's of course among, of course, the domain. We have to be interoperable between the domain, but we have to be interoperable with the civilian sector of the house. We need to be interoperable with our friends and allies, of course. So it's about norms, and please apply civilian norms. They are already existing. So I think I always be lazy in my, so I just try to pick up what has already exist and try to figure out with that. There is also, if I may, sir, a political part of the job is to be sure that we are going to be able to share the data. Because if you are building the most beautiful digital backbone and you don't put the fuel inside, it will not work. And of course, being interoperable, that means train and talent. Talent has to be trained with this new digital tools and system. And the third part for me, digitalization, defense digitalization, of course, but it's not only for defense, it's for security. Be resilient. Data resilience, cyber, and it's where civil and military coordination is so important. And of course, data security, zero trust way of doing the things.
Thank you very much. Yes, fighting from the cloud, as some have called it, building the clouds. These are truly notable achievements at an alliance level, which is critical. And speaking of the alliance, we also have a bit of a Brussels EU perspective here today. So, Mr. Sedivi, if you could perhaps tell us a little bit, what has the EDA done? And now that there is this real pot of gold almost that is suddenly available, there is a concrete white paper on defense. What are the most critical next steps, and what capability gaps can we close as quickly as possible to be fit for war by 2030?
Yeah. Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak on this panel now. I left the European Defence Agency as of the 30th of April after 5 years. And I arrived actually to the agency in May 2020, deep COVID, no flights, you know, being transported by car, you know, across Europe, checkpoints, etc., etc. What I found was that actually, despite the very dire situation, the business continuity of the organization was assured. And then when we did, after COVID, the analysis of that period, we concluded that more than 80% of activities actually we managed to run, thanks to the fact that the European Defence Agency was the very first EU agency that actually introduced cloud computing. And it was coincidence, just a couple of months before COVID. Is it correct? No, I've got here some former colleagues, so they should correct me if I'm wrong. So this was extremely important, yeah, because of actually being able to continue in work from home offices and having all the access actually to documents, working with documents in sort of a live interactive way, and indeed organizing meetings of the staff of the EDA, but above all with the member states, because EDA is intergovernmental organization serving the member states. Now, so this was a good experience actually, how important it is to follow this part of the path of the wider digitalization. And if we speak about digitalization in defense, indeed it goes across the board. It's transversal imperative, I would say, for enabling actually integration of disruptive technologies into defense, for multiplying the impact of our forces, integrating, including, and it was also mentioned that there is a potential of integrating various generations of platforms or systems. Last but not least, indeed, it's a fundamental critical precondition for any innovation. Now, you ask me where I see the gaps. gaps or shortfalls. First of all, it's about money investment. If you compare the investment of the EU member states governments into research, technology, innovation, 2024 around 12 billion euro. US more than 130 billion euro. If you look at then the corporate investments into innovation, research, technology, including in digitalization. In the US, the three biggest investors into innovation, RTI, those are actually tech companies. In Europe, the three biggest are actually automotive companies. So you can imagine how the transfer and the I would say utility of dual-use innovations could be compared. Automotive on one hand, techs on the other hand. Now there is a non-binding commitment of the EU member states to invest in RTI at least 2% of their defense budgets. Last year, I think we were around 1.3%, but I think that actually it's not enough. Now, it was mentioned that there is a window of opportunity, more money coming, definitely through various EU incentives, but also now we will see a new defense investment commitment at the summit of NATO in The Hague, most probably divided into 3.5% directly to defense, 1.5% to various related or supporting activities, and it was mentioned by General Vetter, resilience, infrastructures, military mobility, cyber, you can name it. So it means great opportunity actually to boost investments in innovation in the context of the growth of defense budgets. Now, we are coping in Europe with fragmentation, and we are always saying it is fragmentation on the part of the supply of the industry, etc. But the fragmentation starts with the fragmentation on the demand side. Means until and unless we are able to get together across borders for big, large projects, and the areas are obvious, air and missile defense. The whole sector of C4ISR means command, control, computing, communication, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, including target acquisition, cyber domain, again, logistics, I mean, digitally enabled logistics and supply chain management, absolutely critical. Data analysis, training, and last but not least, testing and simulation, creating a synthetic environment, digital twins, which immensely actually helps in that respect. And last point I would like to emphasize, and the European Defence Agency actually is or has been very instrumental in that respect. Indeed, it's about tapping the potential of essentially non-military, non-defense companies and being able to transfer dual-use technologies from the civilian world into the world of defense. So here I would stop and thank you very much again for inviting me.
Bravo.
No, thank you very much. And mentioning dual-use technologies is an excellent segue to our final panelist. So Ms. McDonald, as a representative not of a top-down organization, but a bottom-up network that does bring in this innovation ecosystem and these fresh perspectives from industry, from dual-use industry, civilian industry, defense industry. What would be your perspective on capability gaps and the best way to close them?
Thank you, Alexander, and thanks to GLOBSEC for including RainCloud in this very impressive conference. And it's a pleasure to be here with the gentlemen. As we were saying, these are the institutions. RainCloud is a grassroots initiative that indeed is a response to connectivity, to the gaps, to the need to work together. So I was a visiting fellow at National Defense University. I see my former colleague Mike McLeodchuk here. And we were working on adaptation of new technologies in the defense and intelligence sectors, and we realized how are we going to connect all these people? And that was where the idea for RainCloud was born. The RainCloud team is here at the conference today, and we're initiating a collab with GLOBSEC as we go forward. It's a validated platform, invite-only platform for defense and intelligence sector with over 5,000 subject matter experts, active duty U.S. Army, adaptation groups, academics, procurement officials in U.S., Canada, Europe, the Middle East, and India. And as you said, we need to create these new ecosystems, and this is a new ecosystem to bring together all of these initiatives. In Europe, we see the particular moment we're creating to respond to the gaps, a three-legged stool called EuroConnect. One part of which is the institutions, in particular the procurement authorities. Another part of which is the SMEs. So we, as you say, can leave the primes to their own devices, perhaps. The SMEs, and then also the capital, the investment funds who are much more interested now in defense investing, especially in Europe. The new banks that, the rearmament banks that are coming up, et cetera. So RainCloud is a business-to-business platform. It has a 24/7 digital defense show, but we are also using the space to connect that three-legged stool. So the procurement officers can easily see what are the capabilities and platforms that are available. The investors can easily see where are those European gems, and the SMEs themselves can find the procurement officials and the investment. So it's a very practical, as you say, new ecosystem that has responded to the very significant gaps that currently exist in the Rearm Europe plotline. So from that point of view, what we see is a need for each institution and also each individual to do what they can within their background, their networks, their capabilities to fast track all of these and connect all of these various projects. And with GLOBSEC, we're there to support that. I should just say that the general's point is we need to play as a team. It's absolutely true. You know, as a Canadian, we all know everybody's working on their own national landscapes, and that, of course, is a priority. But we hope that RainCloud and our collaboration with GLOBSEC can also assist in the enlargement of the new ecosystem and playing as a team.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Thanks so much for this opening round, which has brought in just at least a dozen threads that we could easily do a panel on. But I see that General Levine has a contribution to make.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. I think it's we don't have to oppose national and the team, because we need to build both of us part of the house. And we can understand that. And of course, when you ask me about France, and everybody thinks about sovereignty and extra. So, but I think it's quite understandable that people from a nation, or nations, want to have some sovereign stuff. And of course, but it's not everything. We have to define what has to be sovereign as a data. And of course, there are so many tools to do that. But then to be able to share them. But it's just a small part of it. And when I'm looking at what European countries like Italy, Germany, France, UK, and others are doing with building their national defense cloud, they are doing that. But we know that in IT and clouds, and thank you so much, there are so many ways, tools already on the markets to build multi-layer clouds agnostic of anything. So that means that we can do it, and we have to do it. And then the second group is an alliance. It could be EU, it could be willing, it could be NATO. And just to say that a group of 22 nations signed a letter of intent to purchase the first alliance-wide cloud capability, including France, even if France is always looked as a sovereign country. So it's you can do, and we have to do both of it.
Thank you very much, General Levine. General Feta.
I just wanted to hang on this point. Digital sovereignty seems to be to become a buzzword, a bit like AI. Problem is, if 5 people talk about digital sovereignty, they mean at least 7 different things. So for us, digital sovereignty means that we can fulfill the mission of the Bundeswehr without being compromised, without being hindered by any third-party influence. And this does not mean digital autarky, which is ridiculous, which we'll never get, not as a military, not as a nation. So we have to work together. The nice thing is we are not starting from scratch. NATO, and even more than NATO, has developed a nice instrument called Federated Mission Networking. And this is a process where nations sit together and decide and agree upon standards, upon APIs, upon certain common code bases, so that different IT systems can work hopefully seamlessly together without any hindrance. So we don't have to employ all the same tech, but we need to make sure that the code base is clear, that the standards are clear, that the APIs are open. And this is where we are working on. So we're not starting from scratch. We have to speed up the whole process. And I think maybe the crucial thing that I see, during the past 20 years, military organizations tend to procure IT services in the same way as they procure tank aircraft and ships. This doesn't sound very agile. This wasn't very agile. So we changed the system 5 years ago in a more standardized way. We clustered all the IT of the Bundeswehr. We want to introduce standardized, scalable, and secure IT services, so that when a customer comes, we will not provide him with a tailor-made solution, but we will look what services do we already have, what additional services do we need to build up the solution, and then the system is far more easier to manage. The system is, with regard to cybersecurity, far more easier to protect, and we can become far more agile with regard to delivering services to the warfighter. The next nice thing about bureaucracy is we only have one document. It's called the cluster program. This is updated annually, and it describes the objective, it describes the projects, and by this it gives us far more agility than in the past to deliver services to the warfighter.
Thank you very much. So for a final lightning round of questions, if you could kindly keep it a couple sentences at the most. The theme of this panel has been from steel to silicon, but I think as all the contributors have made it very clear, it's not steel versus silicon, it is silicon in steel. And so if you could just elaborate before we move to the Q&A in a few words, what is the most essential method by which we turn this extra new funding, this actual wealth of money, into concrete capabilities, concrete readiness, that when calculations are made in Moscow as to the potential success of any further aggression, this weighs on the minds of Russian decision makers? Starting with you, General Feta.
Challenge with 3 sentences. So I start with the first sentence. I'm not talking about enough stocks of ammunition, spare parts or so. This is a given. This must be there, and we need together with industry to ramp up and become more robust than we are currently. Second point is what I mentioned earlier with software-defined defense, which means enable the digital backbone to provide, to deliver, including cloud, including fog edge capabilities, and at the same time enable the platforms to be software-defined by nature. So like with your smartphone, to get additional capabilities on a weapon systems by downloading an app, rather than doing a major repair and overhaul, which costs an indecent amount of money, takes an indecent amount of time, and never delivers to the capability you wish for. So this is, in the essence, my 5 cents that I can contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sedivi?
Looking at your question from the institutional perspective and experience from the EU, I would start with deregulation. And deregulation in terms of actually enabling or shortening the innovation cycle or cycles and shortening them really substantively, because this is one of the big problems that actually the digital transformation simply is suffering from a very long time frames for the development. First. Second, this also would allow a better align the procurement and budgetary conditions in terms of still under-investment to digital capabilities. And indeed, I mentioned already the issue of fragmentation. So, I mean, again, until and unless we do not have large-scale projects that would federate actually as many as actors and member states as possible, we will not see the real impact, which also actually should create. I mean, and this is one of the essence of why we are promoting the multinational cooperation. It's about integration, it's about interoperability, and indeed, in the end, again, providing to the end users, our militaries, best capabilities possible. And last but not least, it was already mentioned by you, General. It's about mentality and the notion of platform-centric mentality was used here several times. I think that looking at both at the defense planning, both in NATO and in the EU, and in the EU, it's a capability development plan where 22 capability priorities are identified. We have this on paper at least, but it's about sort of getting actually this kind of mental approach through all layers of our bureaucracies, both civilian and military, and again openness to strictly non-military startups, SMEs mentioned. Yeah. Here actually we see the sources of real innovation, and it's the combination in the end, it was also mentioned, means bottom-up and top-down approaches.
Bravo.
Thank you very much. Ms. McDonald?
Very quick points. On the correlation of forces calculation with Russia, it's not just a question of strength, but also speed and interoperability. So the risk of failure in the interoperability of European forces is not insignificant, and this is the moment to be sure that this is baked into the Rearm Europe initiatives. I was quoting to you, General May said the other day was saying at an important conference in Berlin, now when the procurement authorities are coming to him and the primes are coming to him saying, well, here's some great drones and we want to talk to you about some contract for these fantastic drones that we have. He's saying, I don't need a contract for drones. These drones are going to be outdated in 6 months, 1 year. What I need is a contract for the production capability for drones. And I think that accurately reflects the new mindset that is necessary for the moment.
Production capability, a new word, but definitely a critical one, especially considering what's going on in Russia's war economy. Yeah. General Levine, your take.
Yeah, thank you very much. So to be brief, first of all, for me, when we are talking about from steel to silicon, I think resilience is my first point, and it's not about only the redundancy, but the chips, the critical rare material. That's super important in IT, and I think that everybody we we were talking about Russia, but we can talk about China. China about the chips, China about the AI, China about all these IT things, which is completely integrated in their strategy. So I think that we need to ramp up our resilience. And you were talking about talents. Defense, we don't have the IT talents, and we will never be able to hire the numbers of talents. But civilian side of the house, you've got talents. So it's always a question of team. We have to team up in order to bring the talents you've got in the civilian sector in order to help us in this IT defense sector, as it was done in Ukraine. So my second point is implement, and implement interoperability. We've got norms, we've got standards, we've got exercises like CWIX, and it's in Poland, in Bydgoszcz, this big interoperability exercise where 22,000 of cases are showcased in order to bring more interoperability. But it's because we are not natively interoperable. So we've got norms, we've got standards in order to be natively interoperable. So we've got this top-down approach and this bottom-up approach we need. Implement interoperability. And of course, in order to do that, and we don't have years, I mean that we have maybe 2 or 3 years, I mean that we need to experiment. And I think that there are already some nations who have already in front. I'm thinking about Estonia. They are in front, so learn from them. When we were talking about resilience, Finland is in front, so learn from them. And of course US, but then of course Ukraine. How about you?
Thank you very much for this perspective, and of course, last but not least, Deputy Minister Schulz.
Yeah, be last. It's not easy. I would put on a first place something I would call like a mental revolution. It's for me. It's the key thing, because we are, for example, living with the sense that defense is something special, and we have to work with it as something special. It is not. It's part of the world, and we are creating the special standards, special procedures, which are delaying the innovation cycles, which are not letting us to innovate. We are creating the autarkian systems, the autonomous systems. Federated Mission Network is a great example of how we can do it, because always where we are thinking, it's about our brains are thinking about the concrete and abstract. It's always much more complicated thinking about the abstract. Digital world is abstract. It's not concrete. So we are still thinking about the platforms, and forgotten sometimes that the integration is key, not the platform as itself. We can discuss, for example, the Leopards 2A8 tank project, which is standardized for all except C4I star. And this is the bottleneck for everyone, which is 10% of the total system, but 90% of all the worries and problems. This is the first thing. So thinking differently about that. And for example, just banal example, how complicated it is to persuade the colleagues to work collaboratively on one document which is on a cloud. I mean, not working each on the document and sending it by the emails. So at the end, you have 1,000 copies or 1,000 variants, and you don't know which one is final one. So this is what I mean by all the mental shift we need. Then I would call it accept the risks, because we are not, and we don't want in the defense sector, won't accept the risk. We want to be 100% certain that it will end up as we want. And that is not truth? No, it's not truth. We know it, but we're trying it. So we have to be able to accept some risk, and that means combine requirements for security, and which are from analog era to standards and approaches, of course, with the risks from the digital era. And last thing, which is very important, we must be effective. And the digitalization is a way how we can be effective, much more effective than our enemies. But back to the first point, we have to do the mental shift to reach that ideal point.
Thank you so much, Minister. This appears to be really one of the key messages of today, of this session. And regrettably, this session must come to an end. I want to thank all the participants, Minister Schulz, General Levine, Ms. MacDonald, Ms. Sedivi, and General Feta for this excellent, very thoughtful discussion. And to those of you in the audience, please stay in your seats because the program continues right away with our next panel, our next session on the Marshall Plan for Ukraine. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Mark McNamee.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good. Audio's working. Thank you for joining us today for this session on Ukraine, a Marshall Plan for Ukraine. So we'll talk about long-term reconstruction efforts and how we get there. Firstly, I'd like to introduce myself. So my name is Mark McNamee. I am the co-founder and co-owner of UBN Network. That's Ukraine Business News Network. I moved to Kyiv from London a year and a half ago to start the company. Our mission is to help Western investors, right? Western multinational corporations continue their investments in the market and help them understand the operational environment in Ukraine. So our mission is to obviously help on the economic front of the war, right? And this is part of the economic front, what we're talking about today. And thanks to our loyal and very supportive sponsor, Piraeus Bank, who has been with us since the beginning and helped facilitate this panel, in fact. So thank you very much to Piraeus Bank, and also thank you to GLOBSEC for including us and having this important panel on Ukraine's long-term reconstruction. So with that, as far as the speakers to delve into these topics, we have the right people to speak. So I'd like to welcome them on stage. So first and foremost, the Deputy Minister of Finance of Ukraine, Oleksandr Kava. Thank you, Oleksandr.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Secondly, we have Tomasz Kopeczny, the governmental envoy for reconstruction of Ukraine of Czechia.
Hey.
Tomasz.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for making the effort, literally. And lastly, we have Charlotte Roux, the Managing Director for Central and Southeastern Europe at the EBRD.
Thank you.
Charlotte, thank you very much for joining us.
Nice to see you.
Yes. It's great to have you here. And Charlotte, a fellow Midwestern American, just like I am. So a little message to Europe and Ukraine that you still have strong supporters in America, despite some of the headlines lately. So thank you very much. We can all have a seat now. So to begin, I'll start with a question that I was asked, Oleksandr, just a couple days ago before coming here. As you know, in Ukraine, we've been getting, particularly the last couple of weeks, getting bombed pretty badly all these nights. And I was asked by a friend, they said, what are you going to talk about in Prague? I said, oh, we have a panel on reconstruction and the new Marshall Plan for Ukraine. And he said, are you kidding me? What reconstruction? I just spent 4 hours last night at the bomb shelter with my wife and kid, and we're talking about reconstruction in the future. So what would be your response to my friend? Why should we be talking about reconstruction today when obviously the war is still going on?
It's a very good discussion, very good question about reconstruction, because the war is in Ukraine still on. And unfortunately, every day the fights are happening in the eastern, in the southern part of Ukraine, and we are losing lives, we have destructions. But on the other hand, we have to finance all situation related with our expenditures. And as of now, half of Ukrainian budget is generated by taxes and any state charges. And other half of expenditures comes from our partners, from European Union, from United States of America, and from other G7 countries from all over the world. And in order to keep Ukrainian economy operational and in order to keep our ability to fight, we need to develop the economic front of Ukraine. We need to develop this basis, and also we need to finance the issues which are related with the people which were relocated inside Ukraine. We have about 8 million of Ukrainians who moved from currently occupied territories or territories which are located close to the front line to more safe western and central parts of Ukraine. And it's also important for us to develop the infrastructure there. The third issue of importance of reconstruction is that territories which were deoccupied after the Russian aggression. We need to rebuild roads there, we need to rebuild bridges in order to have internal connections, and also we need to restore the infrastructure which was available for Ukrainians. So all these three aspects are important for us to do even now, not to wait until the end of the war. Because after the war ends, Ukraine needs to develop its economy and be resilient in all issues which are related. Thanks.
Right, good. Thank you for that. Tomasz, I'll hand it over to you now, get more of a European perspective. In your discussions, not only within the Czech government, but also European partners as well, and given, obviously, what Trump has been vocalizing in the last couple of months of some disengagement, is European engagement sufficient, you think, for Ukraine's long-term reconstruction?
In some aspects, it might be sufficient for the reconstruction itself. For the total recovery, and especially the defense, and therefore the sustainability of the recovery, it will hardly be sufficient by itself. But the biggest hope we see, I see myself personally, is in the interaction with the Ukrainian industries themselves, talking especially about the defense industry. I mean, now the big discussion is, will US leave Ukraine on its own militarily? Yeah, probably. Will US leave Europe on its own? Might be. But the point is, Ukrainians are showing us that gradually they are able to get rid of this dependency on the supplies from the United States, on the technologies from the United States. Still, there are some areas in which it will take a long time. But more than 60% of the production these days...
60, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, more than 60% is Ukrainian-made in terms of the supplies for the Ukrainian military. And that's what we can do, and that's what we are doing also as Czechia. We're transferring the technologies. Now there are 3 lines of production open already in Ukraine itself: large caliber, small caliber ammo, and assault rifles. And that's the way forward, I believe, also in the civilian sectors.
And would you mind specifying some civilian sectors?
Already now we can see that, yes, this is a stage for the, say, fast or small recovery in terms of the attractiveness for private investments. But most importantly, we see that it is already happening. Last autumn, I was opening a new power plant, wind power plant in Lviv region, worth of 60 million euro, done by a Czech entity. It's operating, it's delivering electricity to 125,000 citizens of the region. So you can see that it can be not only a humanitarian or charitable assistance, but more and more. And that's the story, I believe, for the recovery of Ukraine. It's going to be about the business model in which it will operate long-term, like the Marshall Plan was. It was about loans. It was about business efficiency, not so much about charity.
Right. Interesting. We'll come back to a couple of those things. Definitely important points. I think it's worth stressing how much investment is going on currently, as both of you have just mentioned, from the private sector. And we know that in our business. Right? We've gained clients, sponsors, reinvestment in the country. As one of our major client of ours, a German firm, said, headquarters supports the business. This isn't charity. I make an easy business case for further investment in Ukraine. And that's currently during the war, so we can imagine for the future. Great, Charlotte, let's move it to you. So talking more about the financial side of things via EBRD and other international partners. What financial instruments do we have currently, and ideally will we need and try to get to in order to, more or less build back better, as the phrase goes?
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I'd just like to pay tribute to the resilience and strength of the Ukrainian people. Ukraine is incredibly important for EBRD, and since the start of the war, we have invested 7 billion euros in Ukraine. So absolutely, the investment has to happen to keep powering the country, to keep the trains running, to keep the water running, and to enable the private sector to grow and pay taxes and, employ people. And it's happening on a constant basis. Already this year, we've invested 870 million euros in some 26 projects across the country. So our shareholders have given us a capital increase of 4 billion euros to enable us to scale up our investment, already quite substantial, for the reconstruction. Now, what are we doing to enable a smoother and better functioning massive reconstruction project in Ukraine? Working together with the government, working together with EU, we're creating a single project pipeline for the public infrastructure so that all of the donors, the IFIs, the SOEs, the government agencies know who is responsible for what project, who is financing it, who is implementing it. And this is a really important form of coordination. We're also working on preparing sectors, for example, working on a support scheme for renewable energy. Renewable energy is really important because it helps Ukraine clean its energy supply, but also diversify it and its own. You know, nobody can take the sun away. You don't have to rely on that for cross-border shipment. And so things like this will also be important for the reconstruction.
And can I follow up on that? We're talking on the one end about, there are distinct topics. Support coming from abroad and from international partners, not just European, but other partners as well. But then domestically about capacity, right? And I know that's something EBRD is involved in. So can you make a few words on, some comments on that, on building that domestic capacity across the board?
Yes, it's very important. We're working together with the World Bank and the European Investment Bank on public capacity, in the public sector to implement the large infrastructure that is going to be required, or the infrastructure investments. But also, we have, for years, our flagship project or program with the government has been the reform support architecture. And this is a group of experts dispersed around 8 different ministries and agencies, and it's a growing universe, to help with reforms. And this will be so important for Ukraine's EU accession agenda. So I think that having those people in place, working with the ministers to deliver on the reforms is going to set Ukraine in a good position for all the investment that will be required.
Right. I mean, and the pressure, of course, with the massive investment coming in, it's very positive, but that's enormous pressure on the existing institutions and the labor force, public and private labor force. So let's move to labor force. I want to mention this because I know in daily interactions with our business, with our clients, that's the #1 topic for the last about year and a half. Labor, 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 right? There's not enough human capital. So many guys, of course, taken abroad. So many people have left the country. Some words on labor force, looking ahead. Currently, it's an issue. But if we're trying to drive the economy and have not just 3% growth, but 6%, 7% growth for the future with reconstruction, how do we manage the talent management issue?
It's also a very nice question because for Ukraine, when we have about 8 million people working in Europe, living and in some countries working in the European Union, some people are still on the occupied territories. And for us, it's one of primary tasks for the government to set the rules and regulations which will draw people back to Ukraine, because we can get more and more territory, but territory without people is nothing. So the most valuable issue for our country is people, and we will make the special programs by our government to create conditions to empower people to return to Ukraine. But still we understand that some share of our citizens will still live in European Union, especially in Poland, because languages are very similar, and the longer the war continues, the more people are getting used to local languages. People go to schools, to institutes, and it will be harder and harder for us to get people back. But from our side, we design special programs in order to support our citizens who are willing to return to Ukraine. But anyway, it will be the decision of our people, and we are not able to force them. We are working to stimulate, to create conditions in order them to return after the war ends, and to support reconstruction and building of new Ukraine, of new European Ukraine.
And if it's not a secret, what are some examples of these types of programs, some of these incentive programs or the outreach to try to reach Ukrainian labor in European countries and bring them back? Or
it's the programs to support small business of Ukraine. For example, we have program 579, which established the conditions for entrepreneurs to take loans with lower rate than the market rate. The difference is compensated by the government in order to create them conditions to establish new businesses. And actually, we have many examples with people who return from Czech Republic, from Poland, and they have an experience from this Eastern and Western European countries. They try to implement their new skills inside Ukraine. And this program helps much to such issues. Also, we have a program which allows Ukrainians from other countries to enter, for children to enter the universities in Ukraine without any additional problems. So they can return and study not in European countries, but in Ukraine.
Okay, interesting, great. Good. Tomasz, let's turn it back to you. You had mentioned some of the work on the front line in defense sector that you had mentioned earlier, but can you give us some more examples, I suppose, of Czechia, the government's involvement with the front lines? Because so much of the reconstruction is actually already going on there, right? But they're also the most vulnerable, of course.
You know, we're coming from an experience that we've had in this country, and it's still a sensitive, if not painful one. After the Second World War, we basically made 3 million of German people move from our borderlands to Germany. And those regions still remain the least economically viable ones. Now, what we are seeing in Ukraine economically is precisely this happening with the regions close to the front lines. Because there is zero appetite for investment. There is very limited appetite for guaranteeing any sort of involvement on a commercial basis from international partners, from Ukrainian banks, from commercial banks, from the state banks. And it's understandable from the financial logic. That's why we were trying very hard, and in some respect successfully, also to include this element in the Ukraine facility program of the European Commission. So this is the 8 billion, roughly 8 billion euro that are going to be spent in the programs for recovery. Also, 2 of those programs will be done by the Czech National Development Bank after some successful bid for it. And the conditions that we were discussing with other partners in the European Union were so that they would incentivize projects that will be done in the frontline regions by 10–20%. If it's critical infrastructure and frontline region, you get 20% more financing from the grant schemes. So that's already an incentivization. And then there is plenty, and I'm getting to the defense side, there is plenty of financial instruments of commercial banks, but also IFIs, international financial institutions, that were wary of anything related to military material. And they have been so for decades. It's slowly, but still changing. But there is an area which is quintessential for the increase of production, not only in Ukraine, but frankly also in Europe. That's dual-use material. If we look at the production of large caliber ammunition, for instance, the CNC machine that are cutting the plates, this is a dual-use technology. The nitrocelluloses, that's a dual-use technology par excellence. The nitroglycerin, everything. You can basically finance this from financial instruments, from financial tools that are available on the market, but yet unused to the full potential. And this is also crucial for the, say, bigger picture of incentivization and using the labor force there, but also the capacity. Because the capacity building is also, in our experience, and that's shared across the board of all European partners, the absorption capacity is the single most pertinent issue these days, because you have the needs for the reconstruction numbered in the hundreds of billions. Yet you have programs in single-digit billions of euro, and out of those programs, how big a percentage is actually spent? I mean, we don't even have to look only at EBRD, EIB, or World Bank, but also at Japan or South Korea, and their programs are not spent in majority. Why? The answer is absorption capacity, and that's where we're getting to this chicken and egg problem. Like, of course, the bank will not increase the budget if it's not spent fully, and you know, it will not be moving in such numbers. But this is the third structural thing we're looking at. So yes, it's frontline regions, it's dual-use material, but it's also it's the absorption capacity to work with those who will be writing the projects with the application, be it a commercial bank in Ukraine, be it a municipal company that will be asking for guarantees for a loan for whatever, water treatment plants or combined heat and power tools. So.
And I mean, just quickly, Charlotte, this might be for you, or Tomasz, a follow-up. How do you see that developing? I mean, this will be absolutely vital to see some of the things you just mentioned developing further, or openness, for example, EBRD into investing in defense.
Well, rather than talk about defense, I would come back to the human capital and some of the other elements, because one of the other things that will be a big area of civilian investment is housing. Because the housing stock was old in many cities in any case, not energy efficient, etc. But now people will be coming back. You will want to have quality housing stock. And in the places, of course, that have suffered a lot of war damage, you'll have to build entirely new. And so for EBRD, we're making this a real priority, and our real estate team and our infrastructure team will prioritize that investment. And then the other thing I thought worth mentioning on the topic of human capital is reintegration of veterans into the workforce. So EBRD is working with government, with civil society, and with many of the local banks in Ukraine to put in place programs to help enterprises that are going to employ the veterans, as well as some of the big companies that have a large share of veterans in their workforce who are coming back into employment in the factories to facilitate that. I mean, these people have given so much, so we need to make sure that they're looked after well.
Yeah, and that is such an important issue. I want to stress that, getting the veterans reintegrated. There's such a massive labor problem in the country, yet you have so many companies hesitant to hire veterans and bring them back. Sorry, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, well, I can't agree more. You know, we're working on this with several governmental institutions in Ukraine already for some time now, with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, with the Ministry of Health, with the Ministry of Interior. The common topic I mean, the underlying topic, and yet the least financed, the most underfinanced and the least understood, is mental health. I mean, yes, we're talking about 8 million people that are gone in Europe mostly, that out of which at least 4 million need to come back for the economy to function properly, according to the data I got. Now, even if all these people come back, the calculation is taking them as people who could be immediately employed in the labor market. And that's not the case. That's not the case, because there is 1.5 million of war veterans as we speak, and the war is not over. And all those people need to get some programs, and hundreds of thousands of people actually do have severe PTSD. I mean, that's a treatment for months, if not years. And then you have millions who need other treatment. And yet you don't have an infrastructure of such a scale, I mean, anywhere in the world. And you don't have it in Ukraine. So focusing on that, doing small projects, and for me, the key word is low threshold accessibility to mental health. It could be also done through CSR activities. You know, you have an investor. So, for instance, you can say that programs within EBRD, EIB could also include a clause that whatever investment will be supported by the programs, it should also include some care for the mental health of, say, the relevant partners in the area. Instead of a gym card, you would get a coupon for a therapist, for instance. But, you know, it can be really on a rather decentralized level with some coordination at the top, but it needs to be everywhere. Every community, every small town needs to have somebody who knows how to talk to these people.
Absolutely. No, it's a good point. And I can say the Western companies, one of their incentives in order to retain staff and attract staff are these benefits that address mental health issues, and not just for them, but for their extended families, right, for children and things like this. Alexander, let me turn to you. Let's just stay, last question on labor market, if we haven't driven the point home enough. But to your point, to have a reconstruction, we need far more labor than, frankly, is likely to come back from Europe. But as this panel's even titled, A New Marshall Plan, the Marshall Plan itself, though, Germany, when I think about Germany's reconstruction, they relied on a lot of imported labor, right? Spanish, Italian, especially Turks coming in, and for decades. How do you see this developing when you think about how do we replace all this talent? Yes, you get some Ukrainian refugees coming back. Yes, you get some veterans from the war coming back, retraining of people within the economy. But realistically, it seems pretty clear that Ukraine, we're going to have to import some labor, right?
Yeah, you are fully right about this problem, because we will need more people, and we see much interest from the foreign companies which want to participate in the process of reconstruction of Ukraine. They are not able to invest their funds, but they want to get contracts for reconstruction, and they will draw their labor force as well as a part of this process of rebuilding Ukraine. Of course, as of now, we do not have precise volume of funds which will be spent on reconstruction, because we have estimations, and now it's more than $700 billion which should be spent on reconstruction. But which amount we will have, we don't know. The position of Ukrainian government and the president is that all Russian assets, frozen assets, should be returned to Ukraine, but unfortunately the decision is not achieved, and we are still in the process of negotiations. And some European countries, unfortunately, they are not ready to go on such step. Now we use the funds which are generated from interests from Russian frozen assets, but not of Russian frozen assets at all.
Not the assets themselves.
Yes.
Okay, and that's where I wanted to go, so I'm glad you opened up that topic. Happy to hear from anybody on the panel on Russia's FX reserves, right? I guess firstly, what do you anticipate in the future? Do you believe that Europe and, well, the Western world will seize Russia's frozen assets and then hand them to Ukraine at some point? And secondly, can we have a reconstruction without it? Tomasz, please.
I think it will not happen. And basically, the discussion in Europe is about what kind of a place it should be. And the one discussion is about attractiveness for investment, for getting the money here in the banks. So, and this is the winning side of the argument. So this side is saying, you know, if we seize this money because of this agenda, because of the Russian aggression, nobody else will want from some troubled regions to get their money into European banks. And that's the discussion as it is. On the other side is, yes, our understanding of the injustice, that it's needed as an incentivization, if not, say, covering a major part of the reconstruction. But despite this, I believe it is possible to do it without it. I think that say, public financing, be it Ukraine facility, different programs from different countries, it will and should serve as seed money, as something that will be stimulating the private attractiveness, the private investments. And that's, I mean, that's my hope, of course. But that's also what I believe is the takeaway lesson from the Marshall Plan. That, you know, even now you have the German Marshall Fund operating money that was sent to it in the late 40s from the United States. Yeah. Because it keeps coming back. Because, you know, it's the principle of the loan. So I don't believe that there will be a change in the attitude of European leadership, of European banks and of European governments in this regard. But still, regardless, I believe that it will happen. And by the way, just to say something controversial, I think that this will not even change after an EU member is attacked by Russia, which is a question of when, not if.
Interesting. Okay. Alexander, can I get your view on that? Do you agree with Tomasz that we will not take the reserves? And secondly, can we do a reconstruction without?
We, as a member of government and president and parliament, we insist that Russian assets frozen should be given for Ukraine for reconstruction, because we need to reconstruct much public assets which will not generate short-term profit. Because when we talk about private capital, we should be confident that private capital comes there where they see the profit. Private capital will not invest in the projects which will not generate profit in 10 years, like highways, for example, or railroads, which are essential for private capital to come. So we need to create this public infrastructure using the funds from Russian frozen assets, as well as paid for our citizens who suffered from the Russian aggression.
Great, thank you. And just a reminder, happy to take questions from the audience, or you can go on Slido and type your questions in, so happy to ask questions you have. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, Mr. Jock Wilson. And please introduce yourself, Jock, if you don't mind.
Hello, Jock Mendoza Wilson. I work with System Capital Management Group, which is Ukraine's largest private sector business. We invested $2 billion last year in Ukraine. I'm based in Kiev. My question is based on Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan is talked about it's given here as a template for success. It took 2 years after the Second World War for the first dollar to be disbursed from the Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of Europe. It proved to be a success. But my point is, what happens in the first 2 years after the war? And it's to the panel, how can we encourage that fast economic bounce back that's going to be necessary to both encourage Ukrainian citizens to return, to private sector to come in, for international capital to deploy? How can we reach those first responders of the economy who are likely to be large Ukrainian businesses like ours, or international investors who are already in Ukraine? What are the facilities and mechanisms in place that will make sure that happens so we can create that positive early economic dynamic that will encourage private sector investors to come back into Ukraine?
So speed matters. I think I agree.
Exactly. You're fully right that speed matters, and Ukraine welcomes both domestic investors to invest in development of their businesses, as well as international players to come to Ukrainian market, because we expect that our domestic market will be growing. Ukraine has significant competitive advantages in the sector of agriculture, in iron and ore, in IT sector, and we hope that these benefits will be used also by foreign private investors, which will come and spend their money inside Ukraine to create the new strong Ukrainian economy.
Great. Yes. I think we should use the instruments that we currently have, but just upload them to a systemic level first, and then just spend so much more on the incentivization within. To give an example, the Ukraine facility. So yeah, it's about guarantees mostly. It's about guarantees for investments. I mentioned the Czech example, the 60 million euro investment into the wind power plant. I mean, it was done completely without any such program. It was done purely on a commercial basis with the Ukrainian banks, and still paying off. So just imagine, should we multiply the 8 billion by 5, 4, and then just add more of those billions into Ukraine facility, and therefore just the short answer is making the money cheaper. I mean, you have an interest rate, 18%, if you go to the market in Ukraine these days. That's quite hard, and still you have projects running. I mean, lowering this either after the ceasefire or even during, lowering this to some 8–10% could be a game changer, in my opinion. At least that's what I hear from some of the investors from Czechia and other European countries. So just use the instruments, maximize the volume of finances in it, and multiply them, this public money with the commercial banks.
Would you add anything?
Well, yes, of course, I already mentioned about the single project pipeline, which is really important for the public sector. But for the private sector, I agree that it's the domestic investors who will be on the ground. They'll already have their plans, and they will go full steam ahead, and we'll be behind them. We'll be supporting the banks who are financing in the first instance. Obviously, lower interest rates will make it easier for everybody, and I think that one could anticipate lower interest rates. And then I think the international investors will quickly be following. I mean, there's all kinds of investors sort of circling around, trying to get to know the landscape, understanding the opportunities. I do believe that Ukraine will be very well situated for that kind of big bang of investment early on in the reconstruction period.
Let's hope so. And I agree. In particularly the last 6 months, even amid the war, we've seen more people, like you said, milling around, considering some small-time investment just to get on the ground, get their foot in the door, and start moving. So it's actually encouraging. I have one particular question, then a couple final questions, and then we do have one on Slido here. But we have not talked about the United States too much, which is refreshing, actually, and the U.S.-Ukraine minerals rights deal. How, from the European perspective, from Ukrainian perspective, looking at that, what is the, I guess, Charlotte, is probably more for you or for Tomasz, whoever would like to answer it. What is the European response to that? How is this seen by European governments in terms of investing in Ukraine amid this deal?
Well, you know, I don't see it, and I have never seen it as any competition for European programs. I mean, yeah, I keep repeating Ukraine facility, but you know, you can definitely use these instruments that are very similar in nature, or in some respects, to also do mineral stuff. But why is it not being done by European companies? Because there are almost none European companies who are big enough to do mineral stuff, you know, all around the world. You go to Africa, you go to Southeast Asia, Latin America, do you meet like companies from Europe bidding for these things? No. I mean, you meet guys from Canada, from South Africa, from Russia, China, and the United States, and that's it, you know? So it's not a problem. The mineral deal is not a problem. Structurally, I don't also see it as neo-colonial stuff, you know? No. You know, DFC, the institution in the United States responsible for these loans and programs, so I have been meeting with them ever since the full-scale invasion, and they were always contemplating, oh, what should we do? And we have pledged $1 billion for this and that. At the end of the day, they have barely used 1%. Mm-hmm. Why? Because they didn't have the programs through which they would be running it. Now, I'm not saying that this is a silver bullet, this deal that is being ratified now and was signed. But it's at least something. At least it gives some role to the FC to be finally useful, you know?
Be finally useful. Well put. I'm glad you said it publicly. Okay, let's, the question here on Slido, how can we manage geopolitical dependency after the reconstruction?
Well, frankly speaking, I don't like the word dependency, I would call it partnership. But Ukraine is keen to join European Union, so the quicker Ukraine becomes the member of European Union, we, from our side, we do everything possible and impossible to make it as quick as possible. It will be the best geopolitical partnership for European Union to make Ukraine member of.
Exactly. Then enjoy actual partnership. Agreed. Great. Let's finish up. Just 2 quick questions. This is for all 3 of you to sort of finalize things, summarize things here. First one's a bit negative. Second one more positive. But the first question, let's say I have a crystal ball and we're looking 10 years ahead. It's 2035. The war ended in June 2026. Reconstruction begins. We're at 2035 looking back, and Ukraine hasn't grown. Reconstruction is a failure. We didn't see infrastructure development. We didn't see private sector capital coming into the country. The country stagnated for the next decade. If that happens, holding aside black swan events, aliens invading, anything else, holding that all aside, what do we know today that would have caused that? Why would that have happened? Why would reconstruction fail? What are the primary topics, please?
Actually, I think why could such happen if we do not have enough support from our partners to finance reconstruction in the volume which are needed? Because the volume needed is very, very big, significant, but it's the only variant how to create the strong economy of Ukraine, which will create Ukraine as a serious global player in the region and will be sufficient to make strong economy and keep the strong army and be the strong wall against Russia for European Union.
So inadequate capital. Okay, Tomasz.
I would say the never-ending imperial ambitions of Russia to undermine the stability in Ukraine through diverse means. So if you give us the comfort of putting anything within those 10 years, it could be a full range of activities, hostile activities from Russia, undermining the democratic process, increasing the feeling of corruption and corruption itself, doing sabotages, from time to time sending a couple of hundred drones somewhere, destroying some facilities. So it could be all that. I mean, that would be. I mean, so if I would just wake up in 2035 and read that the war ended officially in 26, that's what I would be thinking. Oh, just give me the summary of everything, of all the offensive activities that Russia has been doing over the 10 years. And I would then be checking the European borders, like if they have moved.
Right, okay. And half of what you said Russia was doing before 2014, by the way. So it would just be continued behavior. Okay, good point. Charlotte, I turn to you.
Well, I guess, you know, if you had a security situation that wasn't that, then I would say what would be the problem would be lack of reform and, you know, dealing with corruption, which has been an improving situation, but that would be my answer. If the security and sort of Russian situation was not.
So assuming Western money is there,
Yes.
assuming security is guaranteed, right? And this gets to the point of we need credible security guarantees out of Europe specifically for reconstruction, which we haven't even discussed here. Important. Great. Let's finish on a more positive note, though. So why are you, each of you, just 30 seconds each, why are you optimistic about Ukraine's reconstruction?
I'll be happy to go first.
Please, please.
I am so impressed. So my responsibility is Central and Southeastern Europe, but of course a close observer of Ukraine. And I am so impressed with the creativity and ingenuity and tenacity of the Ukrainian people. And I think that they are the reason that Ukraine reconstruction is going to be successful.
People. Great. Agreed. I see it every day as well.
Well, generally, I would say that it's because of the chemistry in my brain, because I'm always optimistic. But maybe to put some rationale behind it, it's definitely the inspiration from the people. I mean, I just remember when I started going to Ukraine. I mean, I was going there already before, but after the full scale, it started in July 22, and ever since I've been there like 15, 16 times in different towns and villages and and cities. So almost everywhere, it was such a genuine and energizing appetite, like thirst for doing something concrete for their country. By the way, the same applies for all the Ukrainian refugees here in Czechia that I meet with. Like this constant willingness and passion to do something and to think in a new way, you know, just to throw the past, the Soviet past, as the Ukrainians call it, back. So this is what's making me very optimistic.
I'm also empowered by millions of Ukrainians who every day prove on front in economy as well in other sectors that they want to have strong, resilient Ukraine which will be prospering. And I really hope that what Mr. President of Czech Republic, Petr Pavel, today said, that Ukraine shall become the country of opportunities, not country of risk. And I think that together we will do Ukraine the state of opportunities.
That's great, yeah. And it's the people. I can say as well, as I was having dinner last night with a friend who said, a Ukrainian, who said, I'm so proud of my people and I love my country. And deep down, I was thinking as an American, I wish I could say that, honestly, about my own country. But to be honest, this is also why I moved to Ukraine, so I could be a part of this and the resilience and optimism of the people amid everything. So thank you very much to the panelists for your time. Very happy with that. Thank you, the audience, for the questions and your attention. Please, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Alberic Mongrenier.
Hi. Afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a nice lunch and that you also took the opportunity to have some coffee so you're not energized. Looking at the room, it looks like some people are still having lunch, but we'll get started anyways. So I'm Alberic Mongoni. I'm the Executive Director of the European Initiative for Energy Security. And today I'll be moderating this panel on global momentum for nuclear energy. This is not what's written here, but I think the name speaks for itself. So without further ado, I'll introduce our speakers, starting with Saud Al-Harti, who's Vice President for Executive Affairs and Communications at the Emirates Nuclear Energy Company. Please welcome Saud.
Okay.
The company is responsible for the deployment and ownership of nuclear energy plants in the UAE, and its Baraka nuclear energy plant produces about 25% of the UAE's electricity needs. Next, we have Tomáš Eller, who's Director General for Nuclear Energy at the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. Tomáš, please.
Good afternoon.
Czech Republic has 6 nuclear reactors, generating about 1/3 of its electricity, and recently signed contracts to build 2 new reactors with South Korea's KHNP. And finally, Tamara Laguravishvili, who's the Director for Central and Eastern Europe at the Clean Air Task Force. Tamara, please. CATF co-leads the Nuclear Scaling Initiative, which aims to create the required ecosystem to fast-track and scale 50+ gigawatts of nuclear energy globally per year by the 2030s. So to get us started, just quickly setting the stage. From a European perspective, the European Union spends more than 1 billion euros per day on oil and gas imports to meet its energy demands. That means 2/3 of the energy we consume in Europe are actually imports. So it's clear from an energy security perspective that Europe must boost domestic production. Among other options, nuclear power offers a sovereign, low-carbon solution. The past couple of years have seen global momentum to harness the potential of nuclear energy, but also a lot of regional, European-level momentum and energy. EU energy policy seems to be becoming a bit more nuclear-friendly than it used to be a year ago. Nuclear remains in Europe a contentious topic in some countries. It still faces challenges, cost overruns, construction delays, regulatory uncertainty, and financing hurdles. But recent successes in South Korea and the UAE, for instance, show that such projects can actually be delivered on time and within budget. So the question is, what's the path forward for Europe and the world to make nuclear energy a viable pillar of a resilient energy and industrial base? So I'll get it started with Saud, if I may start with you, looking at the UAE example. So your country's got a strong track record in delivering nuclear plants. You brought 4 reactors online over the past 4 years at Baraka, working with a Korea-led consortium, and you self-acquiring the expertise. What were the key factors that contributed to the success, and can this be replicated here?
Thank you, Alberic. This is, by the way, my first participation in GLOBSEC, and maybe an opportunity to thank the organizing team. A beautiful gathering, different opportunities to collaborate for business. Before answering your question, Alberic, very quickly I want to go back in time to 2008, when we launched and published our nuclear policy, the civilian nuclear policy at that time. The aim was clear. We were facing this energy demand in 2008, and it was the same year we launched our Masdar, our sister company that looks after the renewable. So we knew there is a need to diversify energy mix in the UAE at that time, and I think the decisions were good. So to answer your question, start with a clear policy when it comes to the vision. Having a very focused vision with clear objectives was really important. And if you think about it, we started from scratch. So we didn't claim that we know how to do it. We had to engage with international partners, with international stakeholders who have done this decades ago before us. So fast forward to today, we have 4 nuclear power plants in Baraka, in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates, generating 40 terawatt annually, and covering 25% of the UAE energy demand. You're talking from 0 to 25 in 8 to 9 years. There were challenges throughout the way, but I think we have today a successful model with the support from everyone. And you need policy, you need human capacity development, and you need a clear vision down the road to achieve this.
Thank you very much, Saud. And that's a good segue into asking my next question to Tomasz. But in the meantime, I would first like to remind that you can also, the audience can drop questions in Slido. Or if you'd rather raise your hand, we can do that towards the end of the panel. We keep 10 minutes for Q&A. So Tomasz, from a Czech Republic perspective, so your country recently signed, you recently signed a contract with the Korean contractor, also KHNP, for the Dukovany project. It's a significant step forward for the Czech Republic and for the region. Do you think the current EU policy environment is conducive to this type of project? What is needed to scale nuclear in not just in the Czech Republic, but also in the broader region? What are the conditions that are needed to make it happen?
Thank you very much for inviting and looking forward to discussion. Yeah, the nuclear in the EU, I begin with the second part of the question, has not easy position. We know it's kind of ideology politics. And if we look on the power generation today, that nuclear brings over 1/3 of low carbon energy. So it's really a pillar, major source, important for energy security, 24/7 dispatchability and low carbon. But the reality, if I may help with some comparison, for a long time, the nuclear in the EU was taken rather as a Cinderella, hardworking but disregarded. It has improved in recent years, acknowledging the role, EU taxonomy and other, on the conceptual basis, but still I would perhaps switch from Cinderella to Sleeping Beauty. It's still not activated, and the conditions are not on the level playing field with other low carbon energy sources. So this debate stands in front of us. When we look at the new program of the new Commission, the nuclear is not there, but there is a technology neutrality principle. So let's take it precisely. Last week there was a Nuclear Europe, the Confederation of Nuclear Industry meeting. The mood was half positive, half negative. I think we should be focused. To give you an example, next week there is a nuclear alliance meeting, 16 member states. That means more than half. So there's a critical mass pushing for what is needed. Perhaps I switch to that. We need, in the financing, really similar conditions for renewables, nuclear, and other low carbon sources. And that's not only about new build, it's about related investment skills, human resources, supply chains, etc. So this is important. Then we need a proper regulatory framework on the electricity market, a lot of focus on short-term markets, a less focus on energy security, stability, and future markets. This is a new priority, so that's important to improve. And yeah, we need also, in general, swifter, more effective licensing and permitting processes, including state aid. We have an internal market. We have quite detailed and robust state aid competition framework. So we need to have a swifter processes. I mean, we see broad support there. And come back to your question, it's primarily about the homeworks at the national level. So I mean, if you look around, Czechia goes for 2+2 large units, more small and modular reactors perspectively. All countries around us, Poles 3+3 plus SMRs. Slovaks want to ramp up both large and small medium. Hungarians, Slovenes, and others. So yeah, for Czechia, a good role, a bit pivotal. Also looking on the schedule, we are first on track, which brings potential advantage for the opportunities, also for the supply chain. Of course, for us, not easy. We have to pave the way, for example, at the EU level, state aid with our Dukovany decision, which is now being deepened and in other cases. So, yeah, I think we should be optimistic, but we should, continue in our very intensive efforts at the domestic and EU level.
And I guess in many ways, Czechia is now pioneering and opening the way for other countries in the region, taking the risk for others. Talking about risks and de-risking, and when I come to you, Tamara, to talk a bit about the financing of all this, right? So financial de-risking mechanisms are obviously crucial for this type of large projects. So the Nuclear Scaling Initiative, of which CATF is part 2, envisions the creation of regional buyers club to aggregate demand and secure multi-unit orders for specific reactor designs. So how would that function in practice? What's the idea behind it? What are the challenges and what are the potential benefits of such an approach?
Thank you, Ulrich, and thanks to GLOBSEC team, and a big congratulations on the 20th anniversary of this very important event, which I think in this new geopolitical fragmentation gained even more momentum. A few words probably about the Nuclear Scaling Initiative that was born out of the idea that nuclear industry has to reform itself because internal fragmentation, sometimes quite a bit of litigious relationship within the industry has really stinted the reputation. So if there is a nuclear renaissance to be really seen now in Europe but also beyond, it has to start from reforming within itself. And we are working at Clinia Task Force with 2 other organizations, Nuclear Threat Initiative and Energy Future Initiative, to really go in the footsteps of some of the pledges that we see made at the international conferences, some of them quite realistic, others probably needs a reality check, but really understanding what are the structural bottlenecks for scaling up the nuclear energy. So in this first phase, we are focusing on the US and in Central and Eastern Europe. And of course, in Central and Eastern Europe, the physical security and energy security threats are completely intertwined. And I think that is the reason why the shrewdness, I think, of the countries have been ringing the alarm already well beyond the Western Europe, seeing that Russia was weaponizing, obviously, the energy sources. When you look at, obviously, at nuclear, it was already generating and producing a lot of electricity in the region. The neighboring Slovakia gets some 54% of the electricity from nuclear and is arguably one of the cleanest grids in all of the EU. So there is a lot of momentum and lots needs to be done. Of course, the issue is that not only in CE, but in all of Europe, most of the nuclear projects are government-led projects. And especially in CE, the governments neither have the willingness nor the financial capacity to be the sole responsible party. So understanding how the public-private partnership can be forged through the order books is something that we have been looking at. We have undertaken extensive interviews beginning of this year with more than 30 stakeholders across 10 stakeholder groups in all of Central and Eastern Europe to understand what would be the appetite for putting the order books together. But let's start with what is an order book, what we mean by that. A nuclear order book is basically a collection of the firm commitments from various buyers to buckle down and really participate in a certain reactor design, which will be very helpful for sending positive signals to the market price, but also for the supply chains. Nobody will buckle down and doing extraordinary things for supply if there is going to be only one or another 2 demands, right? It requires really a bulk order book in this regard. And this is maybe a new phenomenon for the nuclear industry, but it has been already done in the shipbuilding, in the aircraft, with the Boeing. So we already see how the learning curve is working across the cost reduction. And I think Varga is a very good example how the order book is working with the cost reduction, like the first unit compared to the 4th unit, so incredible cost reduction for the kilowatt per hour. So what we are currently trying to figure out is what is the appetite of the industrial players in Central and Eastern Europe to come together and form the buyers club and aggregate the demand. We will most likely start it as Poland as the industrial powerhouse of the Central and Eastern Europe, and we'll be trying to coalesce some of the biggest industrial players like aluminum and steel, chemicals, your soda and ash, pulp and paper, and everybody else. Basically, at the first stage to understand what are the pain points, what are they needing in terms of heat and electricity, whether or not SMRs collocated with the industrial clusters could help elevate some of those demands they have now and also in 10 to 20 years, but also reverse engineering, understanding how we can bridge the gap with some of the recommendations to the European Commission. Because speaking with the European Commission, they have expressed huge interest in understanding how SMRs could be collocated with the industrial clusters. So I think one of our work going forward in 2025 and 2026 would be understanding pain points of the key industrial players, especially in light of Clean Industrial Deal, Action Plan for Affordable Energy, and understanding how the blending finance, especially CFD with PPA, could be also used as part of this process. So a lot to be seen, but the techno-economic analysis and the mathematics beyond the order books, based on other industries, once again, shipbuilding and aircraft, is showing that there is a substantial learning curve and the cost decline when you are build multiple units of the same design. So we are only hoping that that could be at some point replicable to the nuclear dimension as well.
Right. I mean, definitely. I mean, if we can start building these at scale, that will make a difference. I'd like to remind that countries such as China, for instance, I think are building at the moment 27 or 28, I think, nuclear reactors currently under construction in China. Tomasz, I'll come back to you actually because Tamara touched upon regional cooperation and what can be done. Looking again at the Dukovany project, what does the project offer in terms of opportunities across the region for regional cooperation? And from the development of strong governance, you mentioned that earlier as something that's important, but also the supporting supply chains across the region. I mean, not just this one project, but other projects across the region can obviously help build that supply chain, train the workforce, and build the governance.
Not easy question. I think, as I've mentioned, the homeworks are primarily on the national level. And we have, on the EU level, this nuclear alliance to be more than 4 or 5 regional countries. Our Czech industry is historically active in Slovakia, Hungary, and others. So we have a bit different situation than our colleagues in the region. So I think the highest value added, as for the region, take it Visegrad or Visegrad Plus, definitely education, R&D, exchange of experiences. But I think let's not overestimate the regional for the nuclear new build project per se. For the let's say broader framework, definitely for us it means a lot of opportunities for our industry. It means also perhaps higher competition capacities to support licensing and others. I look especially at Slovak colleagues with very good capacities. And yeah, as for us, our companies are now active at Mochovce, 4th unit, new build, and gaining a lot of experience for the processes. Sorry to running out of the question, but let's take it really. It's primarily on the national basis, and it's about exchange of experience and attracting power. Special issue is, of course, our relationships with Poland. That shows a lot of activities at the university level, at the vocational training. For us, as a bit more experienced country, with at this moment higher value added on the business level, I think both sides see a lot of opportunities and synergies on the both sides of the border. Yeah, it's no secret that high probably the Westinghouse will be also part of the Czech project, which means another opportunity for Czech to Poland and to Westinghouse projects all over the world, and vice versa.
Thank you so much. Saud, staying on the topic of international cooperation. So you mentioned it earlier. So ENEC, your company, got technology and expertise transfers from Korean contractors, and now ENEC is in a position to actually do the same thing and transfer its own expertise to the region, to the world. Global cooperation is going to be important to meet the projected increase in global power demand. So how can the UAE contribute? How can ENEC contribute? What are your plans?
Yeah. That's a really good question, Alberek. I think if you go back in time to COP28, which was in Dubai at the end of 2023, we led an initiative, and I'll come back to the nuclear scaling initiative Tamara mentioned. We worked with international partners to work on the declaration of tripling nuclear. And that was the first time in a COP meeting to have a nuclear industry all join forces together. So to answer your question, I think this model requires collaboration by everyone. And if you ask about the UAE successful story, if it will be exported to other nations, the short answer is yes. But there is but. There is always but when it comes to mega projects. There is no one size fits all when it comes to the policies, political stability, human capacity development. Talking about human capacity development, we have in Varga more than 50 nationalities working there, be it engineers, admin, policy people, strategy people, which is very unique. We thought it is challenging at the beginning, but in reality, it is adding a lot of value to this project. So in last year, before we operate Unit 4, we had a similar question, Alberek, and we were saying, like, what's next for us? Our operating subsidiary will focus on the fleet management and operating the 4 power plants. But as a mother company, as ENEC, we started thinking on our next steps, be it business development, growth, investment, merger and acquisition. And we saw a real demand for such kind of support. Mentioning the nuclear scaling initiative, first board meeting, by the way, was like 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago. Our CEO and managing director sits on the board. And this is maybe one of the very first times that I hear really great feedback about such new initiatives. So well done, Tamara, and you and the team. I believe when it comes to nuclear and mega projects, again, be it in nuclear or another industry, there is a real need for collaboration over competition, especially now, because we have a window. If we miss it, we'll be late. And if we think that the demand on energy is coming only from the AI and data centers, I think we will be underestimating the real demand. The companies decarbonizing their operations from the heavy industry and the big scalers require clean sources of baseload. And we believe nuclear is a solution for this.
Thank you very much. So, Tamara, I'm going to give you the opportunity also to react to that on the topic of global, regional and global cooperation. Anything else that you'd like to bring up? That.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you, Thomas, about that a lot of this needs to be done at the national level while still leaving a lot of room for the regional collaboration. I think there are a couple of things where we see that more cooperation is needed. One is that I mentioned in the beginning that in this part of Europe, physical and energy security threats are intertwined. And especially right now, with a lot of questions about US retreating from some of the commitments and the NATO's eastern flank. Basically, Europe is becoming now all of NATO's eastern flank. I think Macron or somebody else said last days. We need to be very clear and crystal clear about decoupling from Russia. I think that the statement and the document about phasing out Russian fossil fuels was very much a welcoming step from the European Commission. I was very pleased that apart from the natural gas with clear timelines, it also mentioned nuclear fuels. Of course, nuclear has been a little bit of the leeway in all of the sanctions because it's just not so easy to replace it, unlike other commodities. But when you look at, for instance, about the Russian fuels, right now I think 19 out of 101 operational reactors in the EU still are sourced with the Russian fuels, and most of it, of course, are in Central and Eastern Europe. I think it's only Finland outside of the sea region which still has some of the uranium from Russia. However, we have to also mention that CEE countries have done a remarkable job in diversifying. There have been some contracts with Framatome in France, Westinghouse in the US to diversify those supplies. So it has to be really clear and very important that diversifying not only with the gas and oil, but also the nuclear has to be a priority. And I think this is definitely one part where cross-regional collaboration is incredibly important. The second piece of it is important projects of common European interest. We see that as one potential avenue for pulling together some of the CEE countries, especially for the SMR R&D and understanding how the cross-border projects, for those of you who might not be familiar, IPCEI basically brings together 4 or more member states in the European Union for some big cross-border clean energy projects, and it's the way to forego some of the complexities, so to say, of the state aid. And we already seen actually this May, the first nuclear IPCEI initiated by France, supported by Romania and others, so the precedent is there, and I'm really hoping that other Central and East European countries will do more of those joint projects. And the region is not really unfamiliar to that, right? There is already Kudzko power plant, which is in Slovenia, but is also producing electricity for both Slovenia and Croatia, so there is good examples already from the country, from the region. Another one is maybe sounding too ambitious, but pan-European alignment of technology selection. And we don't really mean endorsing any particular technology vendor, but right now there are more than 100 designs worldwide, and some of them are the so-called paper designs, right? So they literally only remain at the paper. And I think in Central and Eastern Europe, with the fiscal capacities that the governments are operating, especially with some embarking countries like Poland, I think it is very important to go with the tested designs in order not to face even more construction risk overruns. We are going to publish a very comprehensive technology down selection tool in autumn, where we have taken more than 20 different designs worldwide and have seen how they are performing across a variety of criteria, and we are hoping that it will help governments inform their decisions. So that could be another way where the countries in the region could collaborate. And of course, there is always the regulatory framework cooperation. Once again, when we interviewed a lot of regulators in the CEE, we have we have received a pushback about the word harmonization, because I think the national regulators are seeing that as a very sovereign thing, so taking this away from them is kind of a little bit frightening. But what we are now trying to advocate for is more of a collaboration. And a collaboration in a very simplistic terms is that if a country A, let's say Poland is right now looking at BWRX 300 from GE Hitachi, is getting the license, and if Slovakia tries to get the same design in 2 years instead of starting from the scratch, it can use the pages out of the playbook from Poland, so that there could be a collaboration to this extent. So there are, I think, some couple of examples where collaboration is definitely more desirable.
Very briefly, Tamara, on SMRs, you mentioned paper designs. We've seen SMRs on on leaflets for many years now. I think a couple of decades, and they've changed in size, in design many times. I think now the first SMR at scale is under construction in Canada. Our construction began or will begin. How far are we from deploying SMRs at scale? I mean, what's your perspective on this? But other panelists also, Saud and Tomáš, feel free also to jump in on this.
Thank you. I think it's everybody's guess. However, there are very positive signals, obviously, from Darlington. I think 2 days ago or yesterday, we had a kind of a nuclear day from the UK as well, the Sizewell C, good major funding, and the Rolls-Royce SMR as the endorsed partner in this project. We also see actually not only in Canada and the UK, but also in Europe as well. For instance, Fermi Energy, Estonian company, is quite bullish on the order book style of SMR in the Nordics and the Baltics. OSGE OSGE Syntos in Poland is also quite bullish on that. So they are actually have the shovel in the ground. This is all not the paper related things. So I think there are some very positive signals coming from beyond, but also within the CE as well on SMRs.
Yeah, if I may add to that, I think if your question was 5 years ago, I would say we're still not yet there, and we're still on this kind of planning phase and leaflet designs. But today, in addition to the samples or examples Tamara mentioned, you're talking about TerraPower and some US NewScale, GE Hitachi Vernova. If we zoom out a bit as well, China is an example of some of the SMR kind of categorized kind of projects. And I believe there is really good progress, but still there is a hesitation from the big key players in the market to go first and doing it from a viable financial perspective in the right way. That's the real challenge now when it comes to SMR progress, in my opinion.
Thank you. So, Tomasz, want to chip in?
Almost everything has been said. We see some sobering as for the cost and economics, which the closer we are getting to first of kinds, it seems that some risks and cost increases has been underestimated. Let's see. We have to have really experience with licensing, construction, commissioning, operation, which we do not still have. The CGN 100 is let's say the first SMR of the first kind, still now 7-8 years under construction, so it's not 5 years, definitely for the first kind. That shows that even in China, it's not going in 4 or 5 years, and we have to see. But yeah, we have to also to diversify. We have in Czechia 3 interested investors, strongest Chess, who is now shareholder of Rolls-Royce SMR. So this could be, this is not small one, this is a medium. Let's see. In the internal EU market, the cost of generation will play very significant role, not only on the business level, but also commercial, but also from the point of view of state aid, budgets, and let's say burdens for taxpayers or for consumers. So not easy, but still we have also to go this way to explore and to have diversification. Let's see.
Yeah, lots of pressure on SMRs, huh? Everyone's watching. But at the same time, many opportunities, because many countries who have, opposed also, conventional nuclear for many years or decades, actually are more supportive of SMRs and other solutions. Fusion is still, quite far away, but hopefully SMRs are a lot closer. I don't have any questions on Slido, so I'll take questions from the audience. Don't be shy. Please just raise your hand, and whenever we'll see a hand up, the microphone will be handed over to you. There has to be some questions.
I can fill the gap until we get some questions. if you want, Alberic. Yeah, please.
On the first row. Wait a sec.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, are we going to import other technology from the US and other countries in the EU, or are we looking at indigenous EU designs? And are we considering, their role in the part of our, energy security and our technological advancement? Otherwise, we're going to end up importing, like we've done, solar panels from China, 96%. We will not create our own European technology. So I think that's an aspect which hasn't been discussed in this forum at all.
And to your point, I mean, there's the technology and the expertise in Europe, but it's only with one company, right? That's also one of the issues right now. How do you get it? How do you spread that? Maybe Tamara, you wanna?
Yeah, just quickly on that. I think that Europe is, in energy-wise, not only on the nuclear, is never going to be self-sufficient with the constrained resources and the land and so on that we have. So investing in the reliable partners is going to be very important. So I think there is not going to be a situation where we will be able to, and I think EDF is doing a good job, but I think there is not even enough workforce, or the supply chain is not fully developed to provide for all the needs that that might be in sea. On the US perspective, I think right now there's a lot of uncertainty, obviously. We had 4 executive orders issued, I think 2 weeks ago, about the nuclear, which I think on the one hand, yes, has been very positively taken, because it obviously puts a lot of emphasis of nuclear being the backbone of US decarbonization and the energy dominance, as now they like to say. But unfortunately, these executive orders really don't come with any clear policy signals how they should be done. We have also seen the overhaul of the regulatory department there. So there is a lot of question marks there. That being said, US has been a very important player, I think, in Central and Eastern Europe. Project FIRST, Project Phoenix, from coal to nuclear, has been substantial movers of the needle in the region. So we only hope that there will be some remnants of this in the new transatlantic partnership, but I will not write US off in this new, even in this new geopolitical dimension.
Thanks, Tamara. Tomáš.
Very shortly, Czech experience, and I would say consistent approach. The competition can bring us further. It's important. On one hand. So on the other hand, nuclear, it's really very close to national security, essential interest. So for us, that means not Russian or Chinese technology, or more precise, we should be open the competition for our ally and partners, such as US, Korea, Japan, and it brings results. You can choose, you can have different models. As Poles or Hungarian friends direct IGA to select partner, or to have a national champion as France, or to go for competitive approach such as Czechs or Dutch or Swedes. And yeah, it's more challenging, demanding, but at the end, if you look on our case, through the competition, at this stage, we can reach quite very competitive prices, which lower the costs and the needed state aid. So I think, from the competitive commercial, but I think also for the innovations and development, it's good to have the competition with our allies.
You need to find the right balance between competition and collaboration in nuclear if you want to make it work and make it cost efficient. Saud, your perspective on this?
The balance point is exactly what I was going to talk about. Very good point, very critical. However, the way I see it, especially going through the experience back home in the UAE, we needed to collaborate with everyone. So the way I see it, and talking about the balance, there is a very thin line between pushing harder to be a self-efficient and self-provider when it comes to that technology, or being a bit open with other nations and other technology providers, while at the same time maintaining the political aspect, as was mentioned from the very early day today. So if you think about it only from a technology perspective and from an energy security, as Tomáš said, we gotta be open with everyone, and otherwise it will be very challenging to be self-dependent.
If I may weigh in on this, I mean, there's only so many companies in the world that actually have the technology. It's not like we're talking about manufacturing solar panels or windmills or turbines. It's a bit of a different business, so it's a bit more concentrated. But I mean, there is a very large, to be frank, across being a French national myself. I'm not a nuclear expert, but well versed. I mean, I like nuclear, but there's not just expertise in France. There's expertise all across across several countries in Europe, including Germany, where you still have many control contractors involved in European nuclear supply chains. So I mean, there's definitely something to build on there. So we've got about 3 minutes left. So I'll just give everyone, all the panelists, the opportunity, 1 minute each, to just highlight anything that you didn't get the opportunity to bring up yet, but that that you'd like to conclude with. What's most important in your eyes to make nuclear power a success, and how can we best collaborate to scale this? And maybe Saud, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I'll summarize it in one word: serious collaboration between all of those key players, be it policymakers, developers, technology providers, think tankers, anything that could really push towards the same direction should really support us to achieve that goal. And as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to a common challenge we face, all of us today, it is the energy demand. And we need more collaboration, I would say, and less competition with other providers.
Thank you very much, Saud. Tomasz?
Yeah, I don't want to repeat myself too much. I think it's important at the national level to have all stakeholders and ideally all political parties in favor of nuclear, to have a stable environment. We have this comfort and we are thankful for that. In the region, as I have, there are some value added. I have perhaps forgotten the nuclear safety regulators, which also at the regional level have perhaps closer ties. Then, in our case, EU, especially the investment conditions, regulatory framework, and for us, not least important, good collaborative relations with US, Korea, Japan, UAE, and to exchange experiences, look at the opportunities in supply chains, and in generally support and advocate the advantages of nuclear. Last word, of course, the energy systems cannot be based only on nuclear. We need also diversification. That's clear, and that's part of our national energy policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomasz. And Tamara, take it away.
I would say three things. One is the governance. I think in many countries in this region, the government structures, the cross-ministerial coordination is not necessarily always conducive to carrying out the long-term projects. I think we need to overcome the political short-termism when it comes to the nuclear and understand how the optimal governance structure should be set up in order to implement on those projects. The second is the innovation. With the scale and the scope of the ambition that we have for the nuclear, just doing things that we used to do will not deliver. That's why we are trying all different ways of seeing whether or not any of them will come through. And if any of them will come through, this going to be a huge win for all of us. And the third one, I think, is overcoming the hypocrisy sometimes from the European Union. It's very good that we have now technology agnostic approach, which is a good win and a shift of the narrative, but I think it has to be enabled by a better policy and the financial incentives.
Thank you. And with that, we'll wrap up. Thank you for a great discussion, and please give our panelists a round of applause and stay in your seats. The program will continue with our next session, which will be on shielding the...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Martin L.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to next session in Schwarzenberg Hall of GLOBSEC. We will now go to discuss some numbers which will be introduced by GLOBSEC turns ladies, to say so, Dominika Hajdu, Director for Policy and Programming from GLOBSEC, and Katarina Klingová, Senior Fellow from GLOBSEC. Before we then go to discuss the topic Shielding Democracy and Strategic Priority for Europe's Future. So first, ladies will introduce us some interesting numbers, and then we will discuss them and develop some shield questions for the future. Thank you very much. And Dominika and Katarina, please.
Thank you very much, Martin, and good afternoon. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Hope you're enjoying the first day of the 20th edition of GLOBSEC Trends.
We are here to kick off this discussion with a short presentation from one of our flagship reports, which is called GLOBSEC Trends.
And it is a report which showcases public attitudes in Central Eastern Europe. Through the trends, we are able to assess the risk, the vulnerabilities, but also long-term trends in this region.
And it also celebrates a special anniversary.
Yes, this is the 10th edition of the GLOBSEC Trends.
And you can find the rest of the trends near the Albright stage at the mezzanine floor. And we actually co-authored 9 of them.
Yes, so virtual high five. Those who have already been at the GLOBSEC Forum know that it has become a tradition for us to do a short presentation and present some of its key findings at the main stage.
And to make this more interesting, we have a short quiz for you. So if you could all please take out your phones and go to Slido, which means that you would either scan this QR code or you go to slido.com and select a hashtag, which is GLOBSEC Forum SCH. Like the Schwarzenberg, the first 3 letters of Schwarzenberg.
Yes, and while you're doing that, let me tell you more about this edition. So we analyzed the region's readiness to build resilience and looked at its willingness to increase defense spending. We also tested people's understanding of hybrid threats.
And with this goal in mind, we found out that the perception of Russia as a security threat remains widespread. On average, 64% of respondents across the region perceive Russia as a threat, which is for us a good sign. But the understanding of specific hybrid influence tactics varies.
And that leads us to the first question. Which hybrid influence tactic was perceived as a threat by most respondents?
Was it paying to local journalists and politicians to secure influence? Was it establishing own media channels, espionage or increasing number of spies, or creating energy dependencies?
So let's have a look at the results of the poll. And, you voted incorrectly.
Yes, the correct answer was espionage.
Indeed. As you can see on this graph, yes, we have the graph, increasing number of Russian spies is seen as problematic by the majority of respondents. On the other hand, the region is the least concerned about Europe's energy dependency on Russia. So this is definitely a gap in understanding of strategic understanding of threats.
Now, let's move to a different question on China.
Only 33% of only 33% of respondents perceive China as a threat to their country's security. However, attitudes towards China vary across the region. While 53% of respondents in Czechia perceive it as a threat, in Bulgaria, it is only 15%.
But the threat perception is higher in case of China when it comes to specific hybrid influence tactics. And so our question to you is, how many respondents across the region consider having Chinese companies buying newspapers in Europe, which happens in some countries in Europe, a threat? Is it 36%, 46%, 56%, or 66%?
So let's see how you voted. And you voted incorrectly. The correct answer is 56%.
It looks like you should be also able to read the GLOBSEC trends. They are everywhere across the hotel. You are able to find them. And as the graph shows, the strategic infrastructure ownership, such as ports, railways, or bridges, was perceived as the riskiest by the region, whereas having Chinese tech in communications infrastructure was perceived as a threat by 46%.
But as you can see on the next slide, the understanding of hybrid tactics of Russia and China differs across the region. The most aware to the threats of the Chinese influence are respondents in Lithuania and Czechia.
And in case of Russia, you can see that Lithuania leads as well, with Poland, Latvia, and Czechia sharing the same level of threat awareness.
But now let's turn to the last question.
So in the report, we have also covered the questions around democracy, as we cover every year. And across the region, 84% of respondents believe that democracy as a system based on equality, human rights and freedoms, and the rule of law is good for their country.
This is an overwhelming majority, which has not changed in years.
But we also identified a paradox. Many people who believe that democracy is good for their country also believe that it doesn't exist.
Therefore, our last question for you is, how many respondents across the region believe in a conspiracy theory that the democracy does not exist, but in reality, hidden elites rule the world? Was it 27, 37, 47, or 57%?
And let's look at the results. The correct answer was 47%, so actually quite a lot. And as we can see on the slide here, yes, no, that's the next slide, sorry. We're back. Most people believe this narrative in Bulgaria, and the least in Estonia and Czechia. So good job to our host country, we are proud of you.
Our data shows that there are various factors influencing people's belief in conspiracy theories. One of them is media literacy. The higher the media literacy, the less people believe in conspiracy theories.
And another is a consumption of traditional news outlets. In countries where people chose quality traditional news outlets as one of their top sources of information, the trust in conspiracy theories was lower.
So I hope we gave you some food for thought and pointers for the discussion. Dominika, please take your place on the stage, and I'll pass the floor to the moderator of the next session, Martin L.
Thank you very much. I have a theory, maybe conspiracy, that my microphone is struggling with my glass. So I will be, if I do this, so it's nothing else than the technical problem. So let me invite Natalie Lozau, member of European Parliament, to our stage. Nicola, Deputy Director General for Communications, Networks, Content and Technology from European Commission, and Slavomir Širakovský, President of Program Board of Impact CEE. To make the introduction shorter and short enough for us to start a discussion, I summed up very long, about 3 paragraphs of what organizers prepared for this panel, that we are going to talk about democratic resilience in digital world. And the question I'm adding to that, and I will be teasing you all the time, is: are we doing our homeworks? Because we already seen on these numbers that we have let's call them enemies, because our friends in the East are already in the war mood, and I think we in Europe, we are supposed to get into the war mindset as well, at least into the war mindset, if not into the war economy. So there is a lot of talk about resilience, and I would like to, in the first round, ask you, as a citizens of your respective countries, what do you consider as the weakest point of your home country, home nation resilience, and what can be done on the national and possibly on European level to strengthen or improve this 1 point? 1 point, let's say 3 sentences each. Dominika?
So my home country is Slovakia, so I have a little difficulty to choose at the moment. But I would say it's a systematic lack of investment in education. That's the first sentence, which then leads to susceptibility to information manipulation. It drives voter behavior. It drives the lack of understanding of geopolitical changes, the tech advancements, and also it drives lack of situational awareness across different sectors.
Natalie?
My home country is France. I would say a lack of social cohesion. We are very easily divided, which opens vulnerabilities to adversaries to fuel our divides and tend to make us believe that democracy might not be the best option. What we should do more is working, of course, on media literacy and make sure that the approach is a whole of society approach, not a top-down one, but empowering civil society to participate in the effort.
Renat?
I'm German, and I would say also talking from the last elections, where I was quite involved in our election integrity work. Germany is not different from many other member states in really lacking the situational awareness of the ever-evolving threat landscape that we are seeing. When we had a year ago European Parliament elections, there was quite an important moment in the German debate when the doppelganger campaign was discovered, when a first attribution in the German debate was kind of made to Russia. But since then, the threat landscape has evolved. Also in the kind of hybrid threat landscape where you have cyber combined with online manipulation, and there Germany is not prepared, and many other member states neither.
Slavomir?
I'm Polish. 2 weeks ago, I would represent the victory over populism. Now I represent the loss to populism. I'm talking about presidential elections. I would say that polarization, but not political, because it's too easy answer, but social. So province is the weakest point, especially in Eastern Europe. In province, the tradition of political liberalism is the weakest, and the trust to social institutions, including state, media, is also the weakest. So either we will do kind of a social change, not invest economically, because it's not under-invested in Poland, but really invest in social, serious cultural, social change to make cohesion. Otherwise, we will have two Polands, two Frances, two Americas.
So after this round, we have a food for thought for next 2 days. So we will sit on the tables here and talk for next 2 days. Well, ladies already introduced you the Slido. So please, if you feel you have a question to the panel, put it on the Slido. I would now go a little bit farther on the EU level. My opinion, and you can challenge me, is that the biggest problem I see in our topic is the disconnection between European elites and citizens and between the national states. So basically, people in Brussels or in capitals are talking differently, and we saw it in Poland just recently about topics of everyday life than people in the provinces and in the small cities. They live these problems. My question to you is how to bridge that to strengthen the democracy, or if you consider that the biggest or common European problem, or if you would add to that, or if you would disagree with me? Domenica?
I do disagree with you because I've just recently moved to Brussels, and I lived there also 10 years ago, and I do think that sort of the Brussels bubbleization is weaker than it was 10 years ago. That there is a much stronger connection with the member states. But I also believe that the EU is representative enough to have the common problems and common issues of the citizens to be represented through the members of the European Parliament who represent the states, through the Committee of the Regions, through different institutions. So I do believe that there is a representation at the EU level. Yeah, I'll stop there.
We have a similar problem in Czech Republic. Do we know how to use this representation in Brussels? Do you in Slovakia, or do we Czechs?
I do think we are able to use the representation in Brussels, but we do not communicate about how we are using the representation in Brussels to foster our interests at the EU level.
Is France agreeing with me?
I'm afraid I'm not totally agreeing with you. There are parts of what you're saying which are true. That is to say, the technocratic language that use the European institutions, and I'm including the European Parliament in it, makes it absolutely impossible for average European citizen to have the slightest idea of what we are doing. All the acronyms, all this entre-soi, we would say in French, trying to impress each other with our technicity is exactly what people don't like. But at the same time, if you look at Eurobarometers, I wouldn't say there is strong support for the European Union. There are very strong expectations towards the European Union from European citizens. And it started with COVID, because even if conspiracy theorists and extremists disputed what the European Union was able to do, actually the European Union was able to protect citizens. And then the war in Ukraine, even if we are not doing enough, even if we should be faster and bolder, people realize that we are strong together facing a common threat. So expectations are high. Visibility is higher than what it used to be. But when you have high expectation, you must make sure you don't disappoint your voters. That is to say that when we take decisions, when we adopt legislations, we should implement them, we should enforce them. Renata, you know the conversation we just had, because otherwise this would be a gap in democracy.
But is expectation management, to say so, good on the side of politicians? I would slightly doubt about your president, for example, who raises a lot of expectations, like in GLOBSEC a couple of years ago about his relations with Central Europe. And then execution, I don't see.
Well, maybe you don't see, but maybe some people see, and at least you're right to mention that the speech in Bratislava was sort of a game changer in the position of France and a number of, I would say, founding members of the European Union towards the Russian threat and the war in Ukraine. But, you know, French citizens are also very tough as regards politics. They are very avid and critical consumers of politics.
So Renata is the representative of the Brussels bubble, sorry to say so. So how do you see this gap between EU elites and citizens? How would you explain that in Görlitz, for example?
Mm-hmm. I think the Brussels bubble can always learn to kind of get better at explaining what we do. And I think there has been, when you look at the transition from the previous commission to this commission, there has been, I think, an important learning exercise. And in terms of listening to a lot of the kind of the feelings out there that Brussels is distant, Brussels is seen as over-regulating, Brussels is seen as not really talking to the needs of the citizens and businesses. And if you look at the political focus and the guidelines of this commission, you see a very, very strong focus on three aspects, and that's competitiveness and security and democracy. And honestly, I think this speaks to a lot of kind of citizens across the European Union. And whether I'm in Görlitz or whether I'm in Porto or whether I'm in Bratislava, I could make that speech and explain in terms of examples why that matters for the ordinary citizen there. I also would kind of, you know, add and echo what Natalie has said, that, you know, Europe very often is forged in crisis. And I think the geopolitical context around us show that there is a different conversation in European councils when you compare with the conversations that we had a couple of years ago, that there are different conversations and solutions found about addressing kind of, you know, imminent risks around us. When we also look for, you know, a geometry variations, you know, the group of the allies who kind of work together ad hoc, even kind of stretching beyond the EU borders. If you take the UK in that perspective, when you look, for instance, at Ukraine, I think there's actually a lot of, interesting new attempts to kind of make Europe better understandable for everybody and impactful. And I think that's what we need to show. And the context around us, I think, gives me hope that if we get our act together, we can actually show that Europe offers solution instead of, presenting problems.
I will not tease you, and I will ask the sociologist, the sociologist's view, because I would have a little bit like more critical view on that, because to explain certain things to people in Görlitz or in northern Bohemia, which is that forgotten region, you would have a little bit troubles, to speak about Europe being forged through crisis.
Wouldn't use that.
We will have an election campaign, or we already have. So we will see how it will go, with these European topics. Because so far, no party in Czech Republic has picked up the Europe as a positive topic to win with. Slavomir, how do you see that from your perspective?
So Görlitz is a border town, right? So
I picked the town deliberately.
Good. So what is the truth in Görlitz? Maybe not the truth, or the opposite in Zgorzelec, which is like Teshin, similar situation. So I'm afraid that when I remember the last elections, the relation to Brussels in Polish society is the function of local politics or local polarization, not even the politics. And it's very, I would say, very paradoxical situation, because Brussels was extremely friendly to Poland in last year and a half. When there was a flood in the southern Poland, Brussels immediately found like 5 billion euros. Like this was like really huge support. Then recovery fund, then the border on the east, and in like fortresses, in like really huge effort and financial effort. Donald Tusk immediately organized money from Brussels. Same with weapon, defense policy, etc., etc. Like actually, if you would like to find a like really good and spectacular example what Brussels can really do for local people, like the really grassroots people. Take 1 year, take Poland, okay? And what was an impact on elections? Nothing. I'm not saying that then don't care about Brussels or so on, but the problem is that, and now I'm going to be the sociologist, Brussels has to start making politics in a way as it is being made in the States. So be a little bit sometimes smart, sometimes populist, like enlightened populism, like Macron or Tusk or Zelensky are like enlightened populists, I would say. So using some tools, but to fight real populists. What I mean is that, and as a sociologist, I can tell you that usually we perceive populist or nationalist parties as a group of fanatics, because we see conspiracy theories, because we see social media, etc., etc. But what you really have when you do the empirical research, not only surveys, but like qualitative research, is that there are usually two electorates. One is fanatic, but another one is cynical. And another one can really disagree with everything, what Kaczynski says. He's unelectable in Poland. For the last 3 decades, he's the most hated politician, like 60%, 70%. And then you see 40% in elections. So this 10 to 15% are fully cynical about it. And I'm talking about the cynicism in sociological terms. So rather like Peter Sloterdijk defines it. So it's not that like bad guys. These are guys who have paradoxical attitudes. So on one hand, they can disagree with everything what populism is known for. And on the other hand, when you see social transfers well targeted, then they choose this when they live in province, first of all. Because in province, mainstream media or judiciary or all these liberal institutions are not really even visible. But what is visible are these, smart moves sometimes used by populists. So, I would say that Brussels to be a little bit more populist, but be a little bit more political in this sense. If you don't want me to give a ritual answer that it's technocratic, etc., etc.
We have a couple of questions already in Slido, and one of them is connected with what we are talking about. Do you think that the whole of society approach is a viable solution for strengthening the democracy of all EU countries? Who would like to pick up this one?
I would be quite happy to pick it up, because I definitely think that's even the only way. And some territories do it well. If you go to Taiwan, for instance, there is this whole of society approach, which makes Taiwan quite resilient, despite the depth and breadth of Chinese interferences. That is to say that it's not the government which debunks disinformation. It comes from civil society, which has been empowered to do so. And considering the distrust towards politicians and even towards mainstream media, which is quite widespread in our societies, empowering people to have their say and to build their own resilience, their own democratic resilience, is certainly much more effective than having a top-down approach. And look at what's taking place in Ukraine as well. Of course, we are all listening to President Zelensky's speeches, and he's an excellent communicator, and we should all learn from him. But you see from all around the Ukrainian society initiatives, websites, blogs, influencers, who carry the message with a lot of efficiency, a lot more efficiency than what we are doing as politicians. So yes, I do think so.
I have, and we have also one question connected to the United States, because we have seen on the tables here the relation toward Russia as a threat, toward China as a threat, but somehow we don't still kind of not familiarized the possibility US as a threat. I would say, is this defense of democracy in Europe complicated by what's going on in the United States? Or, as somebody is asking, will they remain an ally of liberal democracy or promoter of illiberalism in Europe? So basically, how to deal with that, relatively new situation?
Well, for now they are promoting liberalism in Australia, Canada, and etc. So I'm not sure whether we should stop them. But, well, I remember from Munich Security Conference after Van's speech that, like, Western Europe was pretty much crying, Eastern Europe was motivated. Well, look, of course you could interpret that Nawrocki victory in Poland was because he was supported by Trump. He was not really supported more than just a selfie with Trump in Washington. This was actually quite pathetic or embarrassing. I'm not sure whether it had any impact in Poland, because it immediately disappeared with so many scandals that are in biography of Nawrocki. So many scandals, actually, that when liberal media were revealing one after another 3 times a day, the perception was that this candidate, no matter how bad he is so attacked that we have to identify with him, no matter whether he was a pimp, or the guy stole a flat from an older person, etc., etc. This is another tragedy. Like I said something about the tragedy of Brussels. Now we can say that in a tragic situations are sometimes liberal media. They have to make their work, they have their efforts, but sometimes they are very counterproductive. This is another thing that we have to discuss and solve, by the way. But when it comes to America, Poland is in a very specific situation because we are not a trade problem for America. We pay more money for NATO by percentage than Americans. We are more American than Americans, I would say, sometimes. So they don't talk much about Poland. Even if Sikorski is a Minister of Foreign Affairs, and you know who is his wife, and also Donald Tusk, who is not also the poster hero for Trump, etc. So Poland is in a very specific situation to it. We're going to see what will be the consequence. But for now, nobody says anything about Poland, at least nothing critical, even if they would love to. Or even if they are completely perceived as completely crazy guys in Polish political elites.
Anybody else wants to
I would like to comment on that. I really think that I would look at the Trump administration challenge from a European perspective. Europe is learning it the hard way to deal with its dependencies. You know, there was a moment where we had to deal with the dependency on energy from Russia. There was a moment where we are still in the process of dealing with, you know, our dependency on export markets in China. And I think at the moment we are looking at a dependency in terms of a lot of the structures around us, whether that's security, whether that's the kind of, you know, value structures where the transatlanticism that very much described our approach to politics since the end of the Second World War, whether that can stay as it is. I believe in the strong institutions in the US, so I don't think that I think it's too early to say this is already, you know, the end of democracy somewhere. But of course, when we are looking, for instance, at our tech sovereignty in the future, this is very much a debate where we have to look at dependency from, in particular, US firms. So I wouldn't put it all in the same kind of basket. We are dealing, you know, with partners that differ. I certainly also hope that once we are kind of finding, hopefully, an approach, a negotiated approach on the tariff context at the moment, that we can identify similarities again, also with this administration. But I think the broader exercise that is necessary for Europe to really define against the geopolitics of today, there, you know, the US will also have to be factored in.
You brought me to my own question. We have a lot of questions in Slido, but I couldn't resist to ask this one. And maybe all of you, please tell me, what do you think about it? Because I heard it from one Czech politician that one of the solutions for this dependency on US tech would be to create Europe-owned social network.
Sure.
Would that work? As a way to decrease dependency on the US?
Well,
we can start from Slavomir.
I don't want to steal too much time, but well, I'm not going to talk particularly about social network, but I understand that you're talking about having European Soros, having European agencies, etc., which is not a bad idea. So like having kind of a civil society that plays as a global partner, and also including America. But for sure, what happened because of Trump is that 3 countries that usually had a huge problem to find a consensus switched to be very convergent. Poland cannot be that transatlantic anymore. Germany cannot be that pacifistic anymore. And France cannot be that Gaullist anymore. So we have much bigger common interest, and you can see it now also not only in talks, but we just signed a treaty of security with France. The new treaty of security will be signed with UK soon. Like elections between Merz, who is new, and Tusk, who is not new, can be very, very good. So I think we are going into, we're getting a good lesson, and I think we are really learning pretty well and finding solutions much, much deeper and stronger and faster than before. EU was well known for hating making decisions. Now it learned how to make decisions, and it is doing it.
Dominika, would that help in case of Slovakia, which is really in deep 3 points in terms of information environment?
It's difficult to say. I mean, I'm not sure what is Slovakia specifically, but I do believe that increasing competition within any products is a step towards positive direction. So I would say that having alternative platforms of information consumption that would be based on sort of different kinds of rules with different methods of advertisement could be positive. The question is then how, when we're talking about social media platforms specifically, is how do you persuade the people to change their media consumption and information consumption behaviors, right? People are already very much dependent on certain set of platforms, and I am strongly against banning any kind of platforms because this is a very thin line and very dangerous. So it's difficult, but I would say that there are new opportunities, of course, as Europe is trying to get more and more autonomous in various spheres, and with the rise of AI, there are new opportunities to create new platforms that would be working on different mechanisms.
I would look at it mainly from the perspective of the common market. We don't have a functioning digital market where in Europe, so nobody can compete on that, on like as a European company. Any specific comment on that?
I would be happy to comment on that, because my answer to the first question, should we have European platforms or social networks? Definitely yes, 100% yes. Let's enter the game. China was nowhere to be seen 2 decades ago. And now TikTok is #1 platform for young people to get their news on. So they didn't say, well, we are not good at it, it's only American. They created it. And why don't we do it in Europe? Of course, it should not be a public initiative. But we should create the conditions, a real digital single market, a real capital market union, so that investment money can support startups becoming bigger companies and providing with what we are missing. Of course, we complain with American or Chinese platforms for not promoting the same sort of values that we would like to see naturally. And why wouldn't we be able to have something palatable, trendy? Very often in this market, if you're the youngest, the newest, you are more trendy than the older ones. Look at Facebook now. Facebook has become the network for boomers.
But then you stay in front of the question how to make something European popular with European, and I'm a little bit skeptical about European approach to PR, in terms of how to make something.
Well, don't give it to the EU, give it to European citizens, but don't give it to institutions. There's no doubt about it. Yeah.
We have 2 popular questions on Slido. First one is connected not with Europe itself, like European Union, but with the neighborhood. Is there anything Brussels can do to help democratic society in Georgia, where the populist government is drifting away from the West and moving to Russia? Can we do something about it? If we are not, I would add, able to do that in Moldova or Ukraine?
Well, I think if you take these 3 countries, then they are very different at the moment, because in Moldova and Ukraine there is a very, very strong cooperation now also in Moldova ahead of the parliamentary elections at the end of September. In Ukraine, for obvious reasons, Georgia had a democratic election.
A non-democratic election.
With a result that we have to kind of deal with, but we deal with it in our kind of context of our neighborhood policy, where we can also ask questions, But it's, of course, in the end, we can certainly influence. We can be a partner with, a very interesting offer. But, in the end, it is the kind of the decision of people in Georgia that we can facilitate. But, where, I think in the end, we have to kind of convince with our policy that we are showing in the neighboring countries, Moldova and Ukraine, so that, hopefully we will see different developments in the future. That would be my approach to that.
We have a couple of other panels about the neighborhood, so I would move to another question, maybe to Dominika. You mentioned trust in institutions in the US, but talk about democratic resilience in Central and Eastern Europe. It is mostly about civil society. What about independent institutions? Are there some numbers from GLOBSEC trends about that?
And the trust towards independent institutions?
Yeah.
Well, in some countries, you cannot really ask about trust in independent institutions if there are no independent institutions.
You are not mentioning Hungary.
But I mean, the trust in institutions in across Central and Eastern Europe sort of copies the trust towards institutions or the average trust in institutions in the EU. It is lower in countries which have had political turmoil or which have a strong capture of the institutions and the media. For example, in Bulgaria, there is a really low trust in the institutions because they've had so many elections in the past 2 years. There is a lack of continuity in those. But I would say that the sort of crisis of trust is not unique to Central and Eastern Europe. It is definitely stronger in some countries due to, as I said, political reasons, but it is a broader challenge that we must deal with across Europe, of course.
There is a specific question to Renat. How should Germany better deal with hybrid threats, especially cyber and disinformation? It's again for half-day seminar, I would say.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of debate going on, and I think the work that we are doing at the moment in the context of the Democracy Shield will hopefully also kind of, lead to a more informed debate across the institutions in Europe on how we can get better on the whole situational awareness. There are very good examples in some member states. For instance, in France, there's Viginum as an interesting kind of agency, interministerial agency that really is monitoring and detecting quite well hybrid threats and always top-notch on technology and science. There is in Sweden a very interesting center on the psychological preparedness of the society. These are very good examples, and I know that there's a lot of interaction already happening, and I know from my contacts with Germany that they are looking at what they could kind of, maybe create within their structure. That has to be a national kind of, decision, but certainly inspired by examples in other member states, so that we are all lifting up our kind of respective monitoring capacity, because I think that will be key for Europe to be better kind of, cooperating in the future, to have a better, information exchange on the monitoring of the integrity of the information space.
There is also a specific question about Hungary. How can the message get through that the threat against Hungarian free media and the rule of law is the first tilt of a domino that endangers Europe as a whole? So Hungary as a first domino. Has anybody opinion about that?
Well, Hungary is not an easy issue, but I can say that connecting this question to your first question, if I wouldn't choose province, I would choose Eastern Europe. What's the problem for the EU or post-communist Europe? If you don't believe that Eastern Europe still shares some certain features that makes it Eastern, not Western. If you look at Eastern Europe and even simple political history, let alone social history or religious history, how would you expect to have trust to institution when Poland was not on the map for 123 years? Or when it was on the map, it was a satellite of somebody, Russia. For 300 years, for 75–80% of this modern history, we were either a part of Russia or a satellite of Russia, or part of Germany. And this is same for Slovakia, that was not on the map for 1,000 years, right? Ukraine, same, etc., etc. So, people usually perceive institutions beginning with the state, right? And then, of course, universities, trade unions, etc., etc. But if you will create a span or a spectrum from the Western Europe to Russia, in Russia there was never one single institution that was independent from the state for entire history, right? Not noble class was independent, not any institution. So this trust to institutions is kind of a pre-assumption to it. So if you want to do something with this, do something with this. As Brussels, as Western Europe, we cannot just pretend that we are in a similar social or mental, cultural situation. It's not only about finance, because, Poles and Hungarians are not Euro enthusiasts, Euro fanatics. EU gets North Korean results in rankings when it comes to support, 88%, 90%, 82%, 70%. No, even if, by the way, in Georgia, this Georgian dream that's supposed to be called Russian dream has in logotype the EU symbol. Half of the logotype is, stars, EU stars. So everybody's pro-EU. But then when you break it down to concrete acts, then it dismantles immediately. So financial support, formal support, legal support, all of it makes sense in Western Europe. But if you want to have not only formal integration with the EU, you have to make it informal in a sense that you have to make it also mental, cultural. And it won't happen just like this. Somebody mentioned education, right? The only way you can stop reproducing social attitudes is the school. Right, so I'm waiting for the government in Eastern Europe where the most important minister will be not financial minister or even foreign policy minister, but education minister. Usually when it comes to education, NGOs comes, media comes, mainstream media comes. So, but the problem is that we still fight for independence in Eastern Europe. Like now, independence from Kaczynski. So whenever there was a discussion during the process of fighting for independence, there was always people that were talking about educational liberal media were like saying, like shut up, because first we have to win with Kaczynski, win with Russia, win with somebody. Okay, so I'm like pushing Polish elites to play on both pianos. Like, well, let's fight with Kaczynski, like in media, but let's do with the second hand, like cultural change, including Hungary, of course.
We lost a couple of minutes, I was just told. I had one last question. So it's in one word, what would make now Europe more popular as a safe haven of democracy? Let's do it as a quick PR lesson, starting from Dominika.
Liberal market.
Really strong support for Ukraine.
Renat?
Predictability and standing for values.
Slavomir?
I don't remember the question, but I remember answers. I will answer supporting Ukraine.
Thank you very much. We are at the end of our session. Thank you very much for the discussion. Dominika. Dominika,
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Kim Dozier.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We are here to talk about Afghanistan and the fate of the 35 million people who were essentially, as they see it, abandoned by the US and many Western nations when they pulled out in August of 2021. And these some 18 million women in particular who have seen their rights systematically stripped by the Taliban in the months since. I would like to invite our speaker onto the stage. This is Fawzia Koofi, founder and president of Women for Afghanistan. She's former vice president of the Afghan parliament and a former negotiator who worked to negotiate peace for Afghanistan with the Taliban. Fawzia. Fawzia, you and I both were working on the Afghan negotiations, though I wasn't talking to you at the time. And back in Washington, D.C., I remember going to the Afghan embassy and the Afghan ambassador, a woman, and I kept talking about, could this be real? Will there be peace? And I also remember seeing Congressman Mike Waltz there, who was regularly on the phone with President Donald Trump in his first term, talking Trump out of doing the same kind of pullout that we saw Biden do. I want to dig into your history, but before we do that, can you just take us through what it's like for any woman in Afghanistan today? How have their rights changed since August 2021?
Thank you, Kim. I think August 2021 collapse of Afghanistan to the Taliban and the return of Taliban to power is not just, the change of another regime, silencing the people, with that millions of dreams and hope shattered. But I think it's also, it marks the fact that the collapse of the international order, or the change of the global order when it comes to the global North leadership. I think a lot of fates that were connected to how the global North will fulfill the commitments were challenged by the way that the withdrawal happened in Afghanistan and the way the negotiations were handled with the Taliban and eventually led to the Taliban return to power.
I want to give the audience a chance to participate. I see some of you have already gotten out your Slido, but I'd like to invite everybody now to vote, because I don't know how many votes that represents. My question to the audience is, was leaving Afghanistan on August 30th, 2021 the right thing to do? Because I know how I feel about it. We've just heard a bit how you feel about it, but I want to see what the audience thinks. So 86% say no, 25% say yes. And that's shrinking a bit. We're going back and forth. So what is it like for women in Afghanistan today?
Just to go to this poll, I don't think any country wants a foreign troop to be in their country forever.
Yeah.
So the people of Afghanistan never expected the foreign troops, NATO, international allies to be in Afghanistan forever. But I think the way the withdrawal happened, in the form that it happened, because millions of people were affected by war. We were in the full front of protecting democracy, freedom for the rest of the world. You came to Afghanistan because your own soils were attacked by the 11th September, events. You did not come just because you wanted to save people of Afghanistan or provide liberty to the women. You came because your own security was at risk, not only in the US, in Europe, and in the rest of the world. So we believed for a while that this is now going to bring a real change in Afghanistan. I remember I was then, promoting the Back to School campaign, working on girls' education, etc. How happy the people in Kabul streets were, and I'm sure you have visited Afghanistan then. The fact that they could breathe normally. They didn't know who is now invading Afghanistan. NATO, US, Europe. That was not the main concern. The main thing that made people feel hopeful and happy was that they are now breathing normally. Because freedom.
Because after the Taliban left, they were allowed to listen to music, read whatever they wanted, do art of things that represented people, etc., things that were banned under the strict Taliban rule, which has a very, very strict, and some would say, interpretation of Islam from when Islam was first founded thousands of years ago.
In many occasions, actually, what the Taliban do contradicts Islamic principles, especially when it comes to women's rights to education and work, because the foundation of Islam is about education and enlightenment. They are using the self-defined interpretation of Islam as a means of power, to stay in power. So now, going back to your question, now I think after 15th of August, you can imagine how dramatically life changed for millions.
But I can imagine it, but I've been to Afghanistan. I mean, I remember after the fall of the Taliban in 2001, 2002, what people were telling me on the streets is that for the first time they can, women can go to school, women can wear what they want, even going without veils. Women could get jobs. Everyone could start businesses. And then the U.S. mission changed again and again and again, depending on which general was in power, depending on which president was in power. It morphed from a security mission to the roots of this problem are that this country needs better education, it needs better infrastructure, it needs a better military, and we need to build all of that. And that is what we saw going on for 20 years. And then you'd have someone come in like a President Obama saying, okay, we want to shrink because it just needs to be security. And back and forth we went. And the last proposal I knew that General Scotty Miller had made was to keep about 2,000 forces in Afghanistan and the contractors that were the backbone of the Afghan army. And between the 2,000 forces, which would essentially also protect the existing Afghan government just by being there, that the democratic system could continue. But instead, both Trump and Biden were leaning towards a plan that we saw in the end that just pulled everybody out. And we went from a place where you could be the vice president of parliament to a place where, as I understand the latest restrictions, women's voices are not allowed to be heard outside of their own home?
Absolutely. So when today or recently when I hear about some of the terms that resemble so much to what happened in Afghanistan about the peace process in Ukraine, it reminds me of how similar these processes are handled. I think in the case of Afghanistan, in most cases, the United States decided unilaterally without including its partners, including the EU, Europe, and other partners in the region.
I did hear that complaint from European diplomats.
And I think that was the time that the Europe should have started thinking about, how they could invest independently more on a foreign policy centered around security. Now they have come to this understanding. I think that was the time. I remember when the collapse happened on the 15th, many of the European allies went to the airport and they were not allowed to enter the airport by the US Marines because the Europeans did not have their own footprint on the ground after the collapse. So now in Afghanistan, of course, the Taliban interpretation of Islam and the way they do it, which again contradicts Islam, suppress women to the extent that you cannot even imagine. To the extent that you cannot even imagine.
Tell us some of the details, because I don't.
All of
you and I are covering it.
But I want to, for a while, put everybody. I want to request the audience to put their feet in the shoes of women of Afghanistan for a while. You're a woman. For over a matter of a few hours, you're not allowed to go to school, university, work. Recently, they have said that women even cannot speak loudly in the public because their voice is regarded as intimacy. You're not allowed to go to leave your house and go like for shopping without a male companion. For instance, if you are a former military or whatever, your husband was killed in the war, because we paid huge cost to this war. If your child is sick and you want to take it to the hospital, you're stopped at several checkposts. This is what happened to me when I was in first round of Taliban. When they took my husband to prison, I wanted to follow him, and they stopped me in several checkpoints. I had to go through so many checkpoints when the taxi driver was introducing me as his sister, so that he became my mahram, which is like blood companion, and that way Taliban would allow me to follow my husband and know where he is being taken, which was taken to Intelligence Department number 3, which is the notorious intelligence department. So now if women resist, which they do in small numbers, they protest on the streets, they write, they go to the offices, they create underground schools, they even establish overground schools, knowing that there is risk involved in this. They go to offices knowing that it's banned by the Taliban. They write, they react, they go to the streets, they protest, taking enormous risks to their lives. Indicate that Afghanistan has transformed, that Taliban need to adopt to this transformation. But on the contrary, Taliban have issued 120 plus edicts only to suppress women. Means that they are in a full-fledged war against women. They think that they will gain their power by suppressing women, because the whole Taliban existence is about suppression. It's not only the women, religious minorities, ethnic groups, former military forces. They are being, targeted, killing against them, arbitrary detention. The sad part of all of this is that the rest of the world, especially the countries in the region, have an approach, and even the global north, have an approach that things are normal. We need to keep the stability of Afghanistan.
I understand that they have, since the takeover of the Taliban most recently, they've pledged something like $7 billion in aid to the Taliban government, and more than half of that has been delivered?
Actually, yes, the Taliban have a very good division of labor. They want the international community to feed the people of Afghanistan, so they have no obligation to feed the people. They claim that they have increased the domestic revenue by collecting the taxes, etc. They spend all of the money on their security. So the whole spirit, the foundation of the deal between United States and the Taliban was that the Taliban will protect the soils of Afghanistan from being used to attack the U.S. or the NATO member states' security.
This is what you were working on as a negotiator. One of the things that the Taliban was supposed to deliver was, if we take over, they promised that they would suppress any terrorist activity.
Exactly.
So what are you hearing?
Yes, exactly. That was the whole idea, that the United States actually, tasked the Taliban to fight other military extremist groups. In this case, like for instance, ISIS, which is Daesh, Al-Qaeda, TTP, other military. There are 25 military extremist groups working between Afghanistan and Central Asia. So the United States wanted Taliban to fight these groups for them. On the contrary, we know that in July 2022, Ayman al-Zawahiri, which is the Al-Qaeda leader, was killed just 2 kilometers away from the palace in Afghanistan, right?
In Kabul, yeah.
In 2 kilometers. TTP is operating freely. TTP is like Tariq Taliban Pakistan, freely in Afghanistan. Other, military radicalized groups that are a threat to Central Asian countries operate between Afghanistan and Central Asia. So I think it's very naive for the world to believe that one military extremist group will be able to fight another military extremist group. I believe it's only the people's power. It's only democracy. When you give freedom to the people, they are able to exercise their rights. They have access to economic resources. They have access to education and opportunities that will be able to dismantle military extremism.
So now that we've thoroughly depressed the audience, is there anything that people here who are representatives of or live in the global north, what can they do to help Afghanistan now?
Well, I think the audience should know, that because we, as a global citizens, we have responsibility. The case of Afghanistan should not happen to any other country. And still, it's not late. Before Afghanistan becomes yet another, hub for attacking Europe or US or any other parts of the world, we need to act collectively as a citizens. First of all, we need to hold Taliban accountable for what they do in contradiction, not only to Islamic principles, but to any principles. International law.
Would you like to see them cut out aid, even if it would affect how the Afghan people are able to survive day to day?
Too late now, because the Taliban have gone past that survival mode. There are many other things that we could do. First of all, it's an absolute apartheid. What's happening in Afghanistan. If you exclude a gender or group of religion or face or race or anybody based on what they look like or their physical appearance, that's apartheid. So we need to recognize gender apartheid in the case of Afghanistan.
What can the international community do to change those norms on how can they influence the Taliban to change its policies?
I think accountability. We need to hold them accountable. So apartheid is one thing. Using ICC, ICJ for crimes against humanity is the other thing. Changing the political ecosystem. I believe there should be a political process. I think the world should not look Afghanistan as only as a failed scenario, but rather as a scenario that we can still fix. I'm not inviting the NATO military presence in Afghanistan. What I'm inviting is that out of the busy schedule of the global leaders, which there are many competing agendas, we need to give some time for thinking about Afghanistan beyond humanitarian aid and think how we can fix politics there. And again, I'm not asking you to help us elect leaders. I'm asking you to give us the space as political opposition, women leading the political opposition, because we are leading that narrative. Give us the space so that we come together and draft our own narrative for what is good for our country. For now, Kim, even to have that space for us is impossible.
So how about the people who say, we gave you 20 years of that?
But there were a lot of mistakes, because what happened in 20 years? You supported elections, we choose leaders. You did not agree with the leader. In 2014, we choose, for instance, elected Dr. Abdullah as a president, right? But John Kerry at that time came and said, oh, you need to create a national unity government. So Dr. Abdullah is not the winner, Ashraf Ghani is the winner.
Got it. So right now, people in this audience, should they be asking their governments to restrict aid or to...
Few things, very concrete. First of all, accountability. Please make sure that your governments, if they are member of UN in New York, Geneva, wherever they are, that they are active on case of Afghanistan referring to ICC, International Criminal Court, and ICJ. This is the first thing. Second, gender apartheid. If there is gender apartheid in the Rome status recognized, then governments will think twice before they engage. Second, engagement with the Taliban should be based on principles. The major principle should be how do they deliver on human rights and women's rights. And lastly, we need to work for a political process. We have started a dialogue where we are bringing all non-Taliban constituents together, led by women, to think about genuinely what is good for our country. This time we don't want the laws to be translated from English or French or German to our languages. This time we want to do it ourselves.
So that's a great place to end it. So support the political dialogue to create a genuine new Afghan government.
Before it becomes too late. Kim, I think Afghanistan collapse was not only a testimony for the world in terms of how they failed in war, but also in principles. You need to fix it, because I think if Afghanistan did not collapse, the global North leadership did not collapse to the extent that the Ukraine war happened. So there is an interconnectivity, because what happened in Afghanistan empowered many authoritarian leaders, regimes, that they can do it.
So fair warning to the future. And we will end with that. Thank you very much, Fauzia, and we salute your continuing fight.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Andrew Muller.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Andrew Muller. I'm a contributing editor at Monocle magazine and the host of Monocle Radio's program, The Foreign Desk, on which I usually do speak more coherently than I just did then. There will be special episodes from GLOBSEC coming up, not this Saturday, but probably the following couple of Saturdays after that, so do tune in. The topic today, of course, is the security stakes in the Arctic, and obviously, who better to chair such a discussion than an Australian? Helpfully, however, I do actually have three very good answers to that question, and they are Ivan Vad-Petersen, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Norway, Nicole Giles, Senior Assistant Deputy Minister and Deputy Director of Policy and Strategic Partnerships at the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, and Anna Wieslander, Director for Northern Europe at the Atlantic Council. Please make them welcome. Well, I think a place to start, and I'll start with you over on the end there, Anna, is just about the most recent threat to the equilibrium of Arctic security, and I think it comes from a source that few people would have guessed or predicted about a year or so ago, which is the United States. How seriously should we be taking Donald Trump's designs on Greenland?
Well, I think we did not really see that one coming to the extent that it has evolved. I mean, let me back a little bit. I think I've been following Arctic issues for quite some time, and it was evident that Russia and China were much more present and active in the Arctic than the US was for quite some time. So the first incident with President Trump was in 2019 when he was supposed to visit Denmark for a state visit and suddenly kind of discovered Greenland and its possibilities and said that, you know, why don't we buy Greenland? And then this was, of course, an incident of severe nature to Denmark, but still it vanished. So what we have now, I think, is a situation where Russia is still very present. It's correct analysis that Russia and China are very active in the Arctic and that the US needs to be engaged. So that far, I think the US interest is valid. But the way he has expressed himself, I think that's, well, unhelpful is an understatement. Because what we have at this time is also actually a potential advantage for allies in the Arctic. Sweden and Finland have joined recently NATO. And if you have a situation where NATO is facing both Russia and China in the Arctic, this is, of course, a situation where we should work together as allies. And this makes it quite severe, not only for reasons of sovereignty for both Denmark and, in a way, Canada is also kind of dragged into this, even though Greenland belongs to the kingdom of, or is part of the kingdom of Denmark. But also because there are opportunities to strengthen NATO's geopolitical position in the Arctic, which the US is working completely against by having this policy. So my recommendation would be to abandon this immediately, basically, and just, you know, try to see how we can work together as allies up in the Arctic.
And Nicole, a related question. How seriously do we need to take Donald Trump's designs on Canada?
Well, I think that our Prime Minister has been very clear that Canada will never become a 51st state of the United States. I think our perspective on it is that the continental defense perspective is a really important one to consider when we're talking about the roles of different countries and different NATO members in the alliance. And so our perspective is that by strengthening continental defense, which does require a more engaged United States in the Arctic, certainly requires a more engaged Canada in the Arctic, then that will actually make NATO stronger and that will make the alliance stronger. So we're choosing to see the engagement in the Arctic and the increased interest in the Arctic as a positive thing and an opportunity for us to be able to deepen and strengthen the alliances that we maybe perhaps haven't paid as much attention to as we should have in the last couple of decades.
So we're at least glad that the United States is paying attention.
Yeah. Yes. It's always Canada's desire as middle power to be paid attention to.
Just before I bring Ivan in, I will remind everybody here and everybody who may be watching elsewhere that there will be an opportunity towards the end to put questions to this distinguished panel. Obviously, here I can take questions from the floor in due course. For people watching elsewhere, they will apparently turn up either on this screen or this one here in my lap. So do feel free to join in if you're watching remotely as soon as you've figured out how that works. But Ivan, to bring you in on this, because obviously Norway has the situation of sharing a land border with a potential antagonist in the Arctic, or at least one that has been thought of as a potential antagonist longer than the United States. Is there, do you think, a serious threat of borders in the Arctic actually shifting, i.e. of attempts being made to seize territory, or are the security concerns in the Arctic a bit more nebulous than that?
Well, first of all, I think the terms you use for Russia were maybe a bit too soft. At least Russia views itself as at war with us in the West. We're not as such at war with Russia, but the line of my government is that our country now finds ourselves in the most serious security situation since the end of the Second World War. So these are serious times. We are very much an Arctic country. 1/10 of our population live above the Arctic Circle. I spent my childhood growing up there, 6 kilometers away from the border that we do have with Russia in the far high north. And among my worries for the Arctic, contested borders are not really one of them, because it's unfortunately a misunderstanding about the Arctic that there's contest or empty legal space. It's actually rather organized and settled. We managed to agree on our maritime border with Russia 15 years ago. The Canadians and the Danes managed to agree on an island between Canada and Greenland. The Arctic is an ocean. We have the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas. This actually works. It's not a contest of control over land. It's actually rather settled and organized, which many people do not realize.
But Anna, to bring you back in, do you have any fear that that will change? Because I think part of what Ivan is describing there is this idea of Arctic exceptionalism, it was called, that the countries that border the Arctic, whatever else they may or may not disagree on, they could usually all get together, Russia included, on issues pertaining to the Arctic. But I was struck when visiting the Arctic Circle Assembly in Reykjavik, not last year but the year before, that everybody I spoke to just said that appears to be over, that all their professional and even personal contacts they had with Russians, and these were people who used to work in fairly benign fields like geology and other sciences, just said it's all gone cold. No one's talking to us anymore. So is that idea of Arctic exceptionalism, the idea that we can cooperate here if we cooperate nowhere else, is that over?
I think that's over, yes, definitely. I mean, you have to see the Arctic exceptionalism era in the period where it was developed, which was after the Cold War, and Arctic cooperation, Arctic governance took place. We formed the Arctic Council, where Russia is included, and then the 7 NATO allies now in the Nordics, Canada, the US. But it's actually, even the Arctic Council is has as military security, hard security, as an exception. I think it was Canada who proposed this. And that was the working mood and cooperative spirit for Arctic cooperation for a long time. But I've been writing about this since 2018, 2019. I think that it was still a low-tension area. Perhaps it still is in the way that Eamon described, that there are no border conflicts or no actual conflicts up there, but definitely more tensions. And what we have are here the great powers of the world, so to say, with various interests in the Arctic, but very different great powers. I mean, Russia is the largest Arctic country, largest territory, the largest coastline. It dominates the Northern Sea route. It has the most amount of its second strike capability hosted in the Kola base up in the Kola Peninsula for power projection globally. That's just a place where they're hosted. It's not where it's supposed to be a battle, right? So this is, they have a major part of their natural resources up in the Arctic, and it's a substantial part of their GDP export and so on. So for Russia, the Arctic is extremely important, and they have a dominant position in the Arctic. China describes itself as a near-Arctic country, but it's a non-Arctic country from our perspective. It has no territory in the Arctic. It has no claim more than any other countries that are not part of the Arctic countries, but it wants to. It wants to. It has identified economic interests in the Arctic, natural resources. It has identified the melting ice opening up the polar route, which would substantially decrease the time it would take for them to have sea trade. And it would also decrease their dependency on the other sea routes where the US perhaps dominates the security situation. So they have established not only a lot of pitches or attempts to increase their economic footprint in the Arctic by investing or buying infrastructure. They've not been that successful, but they have attempted it. They have a vision of a polar Belt and Road Initiative. And they have also invested a lot in dual-use resources, such as satellites, sensors, and icebreakers. So they have more icebreakers going on than the United States, actually. But the power kind of relationship between Russia and China here is very interesting, because in the Arctic, Russia is kind of the dominating part, and China is more, it has to find win-win propositions and solutions in order to kind of extend its sphere of influence in the Arctic. Coercion doesn't really work there.
Nicole, further on the subject of Arctic exceptionalism, we were on another matter talking just backstage before we came out here about the peculiar draining power of wishful thinking at moments of crisis. Do we have to get past, do you think, any idea that this abrogation of Arctic exceptionalism is a glitch, that the Arctic countries are not, in fact, likely to be all good friends again anytime soon, and that this is no more or less now a contested space between the West and Russia than the Baltic Sea or indeed the frontiers of Ukraine?
I think that time is long gone, and that we're already in that headspace. And certainly the overlap very closely now between Arctic Council and NATO membership speaks to that. But I think part of it as well is the way that the threat and the competition in the Arctic is manifesting. And it's very different for different powers. So Russia, very much the military focus. But what we're seeing with China is all the threat vectors are being explored. Sabotage, espionage, economic coercion. There is a military aspect there as well. And so what that means is that there's a series of different vectors that are being pulled in different directions. And it also means that the targets are different. So the targets are no longer simply national governments, or in Canadian language, the federal government. It's all levels of government, states, provinces, municipalities, indigenous governments and organizations, private sector, NGOs. And so what that means is that the threat landscape has shifted quite significantly because the threat targets have shifted quite significantly as well. So I think that also brings a different tone to the competition that we're seeing in that space, and also opens up some solutions when we talk about resiliency and how we protect against them and how we address those threats.
Ivan, what Nicola is describing there is an extraordinary and doubtless extremely expensive program of espionage and other forms of endeavor trying to further the influence of Russia and China in the Arctic. Is it clear to you that there are specific things they actually want from the Arctic, or are they, perhaps China most especially, just proceeding on the assumption of like, well, there must be something good there, and whatever it is, we want some of it?
Well, first of all, we should not treat Russia and China as twins in the Arctic. Russia is and will always be an Arctic country. Yes, they are still part of the Arctic Council. The way things are now, it's not possible to do anything resembling business as usual with the Russians. One thing is that they have deliberately chosen the war of aggression against another neighboring country. Domestically, the country has taken a totalitarian turn. Nonetheless, Russia has changed before and will change again. But for the time being, this is what we have to deal with. China in the Arctic is actually looking at the facts and the realities on the ground rather limited. Yes, there's talk and there's interest and there's this somewhat silly concept of a near-Arctic state. Nonetheless, in reality, it's rather limited. Greenland has been brought up. I saw an interesting map the other day on Chinese interests in various mines and etc. on Greenland, with the color code underway or planned or abandoned. And every single dot along the coast of Greenland had abandoned, in the sense that, yes, there has been interest, but there are ways of dealing with that interest. My government, we have now an explicit policy when it comes to Chinese activity in our Arctic, in our high north. We have a restrictive approach. Yes.
How does that manifest practically?
Knowing full well that, for example, on the Norwegian archipelago of Svalbard, some people say there's a Chinese research station. There is no Chinese research station. There's a Norwegian research station with a Chinese tenant. And that's actually a difference. It has to do, because most of what we see in our immediate neighborhood is Chinese research activity. And we must not be naive about these things. There's research and there's research.
What would be the differences there between research and research?
It's an old story that the opportunity to pursue legitimate activity can be abused for activities that we do not like.
I mean, Anna, you were the one who made the point earlier in this discussion that it is, I mean, it does seem somewhat risible for China to describe itself as a near-Arctic state. I mean, as anybody who's ever seen a globe will understand, it doesn't make much more or less sense than Mexico or Brazil describing themselves as near-Arctic states. But if China is taking an interest in the Arctic, is it hopelessly naive to think that they might actually be a partner of sorts to actual Arctic countries? Is there possibly a new Arctic exceptionalism that includes China, or would they be always, by definition, a rival?
Well, I think China has been an observer to the Arctic Council. It is still, and it is an observer to the Arctic Council, as a range of other countries. But the way I think about it, I mean, Russia and China, they do have a partnership with no borders, or something like that is the description. And that goes, of course, also the Arctic is not an exception from that. On the contrary, there was quite a lot of the Arctic in the document that kind of was released in conjunction with our announcement of this limitless partnership. So from that perspective, I think the natural way of looking at it, since there is a lot of military interest up in the Arctic for NATO allies. I do see how the overall global game kind of is reflected up in the Arctic, and it's not possible to distance it. It is the same Russia that is fighting in Ukraine, and which hosts its capabilities up in the Kola Peninsula, and that would force itself out to the North Atlantic in case of anything, and try to distract as much as possible of our sea lines of communications or reinforcements across the North Atlantic. It is the same country, so of course, in that sense, the Arctic is very much part of a bigger picture, and I don't really see how you could, if you start playing with wedging between Russia and China in the Arctic, it couldn't be isolated. It would have to be a strategy that encompassed that country overall. There is no exception for the Arctic as I see it.
Well, Nicole, that brings us, I think, to one of the big questions here, and it is a question articulated by one of our remote viewers who asks, what role will an increased military presence in the Arctic play in regional tensions? Is it going to be defensive or offensive? Because there does not appear to be any real solution to any of this other than a significant militarizing of the Arctic, and if that is the case, well, is it going to be defensive, or does it potentially have an offensive capability or aspect as well?
I think that's maybe where the optimism comes in terms of hoping that it's not going to have a significant or high-intensity offensive capability. But I think that when we talk about the military presence in the Arctic, the securitization of the Arctic, depending on your perspective, can actually be a helpful thing. So from our perspective, certainly, Canada is going to be stepping up more. We've announced, the Prime Minister announced recently the major investments that we're going to be making in terms of having armed forces present, land, sea, air on a perpetual basis, increasing our over-the-horizon radar capabilities, other functions which could potentially be described as military presence and securitization, but that's actually what's bringing stability and security and prosperity to the Arctic, is our ability to be more engaged and to have more of a military presence in the Arctic. So I think, as with so many things in our field, it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, the threat that's being faced. But I also think that the larger threat in some ways is actually the strategic competition game that's being played by China. So the economic coercion, the sabotage, the trying to corner the market in certain critical minerals, or to purchase the critical mineral rights to prevent other countries from developing critical mineral mines to be able to have that extraction. I think when we look at the broader strategic competition on the global scale and how the Arctic fits into that with China's strategy, that's where I think we see a lot of the threats manifesting and starting to stitch together in a way that is really challenging potentially the world order. And what we're seeing is that China's trying to pull every single string they can to try to manipulate that. And so, for example, one of the things that we've seen is a couple of years ago, there was an airplane hangar that located in Inuvik, so close to a NORAD site. It had been leased out. The owner was looking to divest themselves of it, and a Chinese state-owned enterprise was very close to purchasing it until the federal government was alerted to that purchase by local powers, and we had to come in and make that purchase and apply some of the similar rules and approach that Norway is applying. That could have been potentially devastating for us if that purchase had gone ahead and had been unnoticed. So I think we're seeing those incidents that might look like a small individual play, but when you put it in the context of China's broader strategic competition, it certainly adds a different, darker flavor to the activities that they're trying to participate in the Arctic.
Anna.
Yeah, just a two-finger on that because it's increasing. It's interesting to connect the dots. It was just recently a very similar story in northern Finland, where China wanted to purchase a facility close to where Finland and Sweden actually are building up the forward land forces for NATO. So, and a few years ago, I think it was in 2018, they wanted to purchase an airport. But it was rejected by the Finnish government because it was too close to military facilities. So China is watching this closely, and they are looking for these opportunities as they see it, and they are pursuing it. But on the other hand, as Eivind pointed out, we are also have our eyes on it and have been able to deal with most of it.
On that thought, Eivind, because I'm curious, are you aware of any from China of what we might think of as positive outreach to the Arctic countries, i.e. China offering, let's be a productive partner, let's work together on this? Because surely China can't hope to just go to the Arctic and take whatever it is that China wants without any cooperation at all from the actual Arctic countries. Or do I underestimate them?
No, certainly a lot of delegations and traffic and visitors, interest for various infrastructure in our region, maybe for investing and taking over ownership and control. And then the Chinese are able to think long term as well. And what's happening in the Arctic is that the ice is literally melting. This is the part of the world where global warming is happening 2, 3, 4 times faster than the global average, meaning that it is, on current trends, just a matter of time and until it will be possible to sail from Europe just straight across the Arctic Ocean and to East Asia, reducing transport times manifold. And that will be a bit of a revolution to global logistics infrastructure with security ramifications as well. And this is something the Chinese are positioning for as well.
Well, on that one, a question that has come in on Slido, Anna, and I do remind people watching at home that you can send questions in and they will pop up on that screen or on this one. And also reminded to our audience that a couple more questions and I'm going to start asking you to do my job for me, so do start thinking of some things to put to the panel. The top question there, Anna, about how climate change affects the security threats that do prevail in the Arctic, and is there a way in which the Arctic countries can collaborate to, I guess, protect the Arctic citizens from it?
Yes, I think that's very much on the agenda already, actually, because the consequences are already there, erosion, and it affects the ecosystem, which affects the way you make a living and the way you feed yourself and so on for a lot of the indigenous people living there, but also others, for us up in the north, already on the agenda. So definitely it's part of it. I mean, you can't, again, it's a global phenomena with particular consequences for the Arctic, which means that the human security aspects of Arctic security is also very prevailing and on top of the agenda all the time, as I say it. Well, it also has military consequences. For instance, again, for Russia, with its hosting a lot of military assets, not only the Kola Peninsula, also other military installations, but part of that is for it to be covered by the ice. And when the ice is melting, that also, from the Russian point of view, makes them more vulnerable, which also increases their interest in guarding their bastion defense up in the north, which in turn then can, become a spiral of incidents or mishappenings that we do not intend. So from this perspective, it would be a situation where we would need actually more transparency, more cooperation on the military side, because also the conditions for military proceedings, operations and storage up in the north, they're all changing. But unfortunately, that's not where we are politically, but it's a vulnerability for us, I would argue.
Part of it as well is the collaboration to be able to build the resiliency. So trying to move into that pre-threat space before the threats are manifesting. And what that requires is not just the military to military and the intelligence to intelligence collaboration, but it also requires us to think differently about what sustainable development looks like in the Arctic and how we can use that to also build the resiliency to threats. So for example, the threat to critical infrastructure can equally come from a military perspective or from a climate change perspective. And how do we work with the communities? How do we work with the different governments who are located in the high north or the Arctic to ensure that they have duplication, that they're able to build the resiliency, they're able to identify the threats as it emerges. And I think that's where there's a lot of opportunities for additional collaboration in a space where we maybe haven't had to think that way previously.
I'll start taking questions from the floor shortly, so do start thinking about things that you would like to put to the panel. Before we do that, Ivan, there's one that has arrived on the screen, I think, following up on your point about Svalbard and asking, do you see any real threat from Russia against Svalbard? They're particularly asking about whether there are still Russian coal miners on Svalbard. And obviously this has been a nightmare scenario potential that has been raised, because you can see how it would pan out. Russia would send a ship ashore, possibly containing people who may or may not be Russian naval personnel, or Russia may say we have taken action to protect the rights of Russians being trampled underfoot by the brutal Norwegian jackboot on Svalbard. Is this a prospect that keeps you awake at night?
Not really. The basics, Svalbard has for exactly 100 years in August been part of the Kingdom of Norway. Norwegian sovereignty is actually undisputed. And when I say undisputed, I mean from everywhere, including from the Russians acknowledged that Svalbard is an
Russia acknowledged Ukraine's borders at one point as well.
Well, we have a century of them doing exactly this. There's an interesting Ukrainian connection here as well, because currently there are 297 Russians living on Svalbard. 297 as of last week. They're coal miners, most of them. Historically, they've come from the Donbas region, so which is now part Russian-occupied Ukraine. We've had some issues with passports of new republics, new constituent parts of the Russian Federation. Nonetheless, there are almost 300. We've had a century of experience in dealing with the Russians on Svalbard. During the Cold War, there were a lot more Soviet citizens there than there were Norwegians. Now it's 10 times more Norwegians than there are Russians on Svalbard. Svalbard is part of NATO as much as it's part of Norway. The archipelago is not demilitarized. Yeah, we are by treaty committed not to build fortifications, bases, but that does not mean that it's demilitarized. Meaning that yes, there are plans for how to defend every single square inch of our territory, and that of course includes Svalbard as well.
Okay, well, on that, I will now take some questions from the floor, should anybody have one. If you would sort of like to raise your hand so that even I can see it without my glasses on, or I will put my glasses on. Now that you've got nowhere to hide. Does anybody have a question they would like to put to the floor? Come on, we can't have covered everything. We have a hand over there. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Greetings from an American from Alaska, and if I can offer Alaska to Canada as a general apology, I would. There's been a lot of talk, I think rightly, about stepping up militarization, but the Arctic's kind of Russia's backyard, right? It's got a lot of capability. What's the danger of escalation there, where we're pushing them and maybe cornering them into an area that they've kind of considered at least maybe they're on an equal footing with some of the other great powers?
Nicole, before you take delivery of Alaska on behalf of the Commonwealth of Canada, would you like to address that?
Well, I think that it's actually not in Russia's interest to have the Arctic become a high-impact conflict zone. Russia is so incredibly dependent on their ability to extract oil and gas and to be able to ship oil and gas. Their entire development, their entire economy, their war effort depends upon that and being able to fund it. And if the Arctic did move into an active conflict space, and it would be, let's be frank, Russia that would have to initiate that, it's actually going to undermine their other military objectives and their economic development. And the Russian government's ability to keep its population supportive of their policies depends on having a base level of economic development, and that would all be threatened. So I think there's actually a shared interest in a bizarre type of way to not be moving into a high conflict space in the Arctic. But that being said, I think we're going to continue to see that low-level intensity, and I think in various places perhaps increasing low-level intensity, including foreign interference, so not just in our economy but also in our democratic processes. And I think that's one of the things that we remain very concerned about, is the ability of Russia and also People's Republic of China to try to interfere in our democratic processes, which really goes to the heart of what our alliances are based on.
Ivan.
When I was making the point that the Chinese activity, the facts on the ground, do not really live up to the hype, I was referring to the North Atlantic Arctic. The question from Alaska, let me just be very clear that as for the North Pacific Arctic, the situation is somewhat different. This is, of course, literally closer to home for China, and to the extent that there's been Russian-Chinese military cooperation, Coast Guard cooperation, joint operation, that has taken place in the North Pacific Arctic, very, very close to Alaska. But Russia, to say the obvious, is a major Arctic state. But Russia's self-image is somewhat paranoid. They see threats everywhere. And then historians would point out, in terms of threats coming from across the European mainland, that they might have a point looking back in centuries. But then, looking north, they have been that has not been traditionally the flank that they'd worried about, because it was ice covered, it was huge. Now that the ice is somewhat melting, and they feel the need to partly build, partly to rebuild military installations in the high north. But I wanted also to come back to Chinese-Russian cooperation. Our clear impression is that there is still Russian reluctance to have the Chinese, or to roll out all the red carpets for the Chinese in the high north. They have their own national sensitivities and reluctance, also when it comes to China. That is the picture as of today. This is an asymmetric relationship, and the asymmetry is just growing by the day, so this might change. But for the time being, at least in the our immediate neighborhood, where we keep very close eyes on what's going on, that's our clear impression, that there's still Russian sensitivities.
Does anyone else have a question? The last question we took reduced the USA to 49 states, so you see the impact we can have. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I have a mic already, if I may, just over here.
Yes, you have a mic. And yeah. You're in the dark. Sorry.
Sorry. Aaron Gashburnett, Democratic Strategy Initiative. I'd like to tie up a couple of points here that were mentioned. I'm originally from Canada myself. And I remember when I was in university, around that time, Russia actually planted the titanium flag at the North Pole. And I remember that at that time, whenever, the point about escalation was made earlier. So let me just say that if anyone's responsible for escalation in the Arctic, it is Russia, and it's been doing it for a long time. I remember even 20 years ago in university, every single time, or not every time, but quite often, when the Russians would buzz our airspace in Canada with planes, which they did very regularly, this would make the news quite a bit more often than it does now. And I compare that to the joint Russian-Chinese bomber squad that went up and also buzzed joint NORAD airspace not last year, and this is the first sort of exercise of its type that's been done. That did not get nearly as much play as I remember, it getting 20 years ago, and so that concerns me tremendously, because we are not necessarily perhaps as aware as a public as we should be about that kind of threat. Russia is our neighbor in Canada, but when we discuss Ukraine, it's over there. So how do we improve this in our societies, including our own, about that this is actually a theater and has been for quite some time?
Anna, I'll put that to you because Sweden is a country that has taken this stuff extremely seriously, especially in recent years, to the extent of sending brochures and booklets out to households saying, here's what to do if things go hideously wrong. Are, I guess, countries further away from the Arctic, further away from Russia, perhaps not doing as robust a job as they might of explaining where we are to their publics?
Yeah, well, I think that might be natural now. I think the point is here that Canada is not that far away from Russia anyway, so I leave that up to you to elaborate upon. But I think, yes, of course, in Sweden we have done, I don't know if everyone knows about the booklet we have sent out. We did it for many years, and now we're doing it again on how to prepare each individual if the war would come, or if a conflict or war would come. And that's quite serious, of course, reading. But at the same time, and I think people are aware in Sweden at a certain level, but at the same time, I mean, what you said about escalation risks, for instance, I was thinking about the Swedish. We are an Arctic country, but more on the land side, not the ocean side. So. And for us, I still think we have work to do in explaining what the risks are up there. And it is, for us, mainly about the risk of a land grab up in the north. Because the Russian logic would be, as Eivind said, they feel squeezed and they want to extend their defensive bubble, as they call it, for their Kola base and for their military assets up in the north by grabbing land, Finnish or Swedish and possibly Norwegian land. And that would, of course, be a major provocation or escalation. But from the Russian point of view, just something you need to do in order to secure your assets. So, and I don't think we have explained that to a large extent to people because we do a lot of, I mean, we plan for more land forces up north, securing more, strengthening more infrastructure, and it has not only to do with Sweden being a transit country from Norway, Sweden, and then down to the Baltics. It also has its own logic up in the north. So there is always a story to tell. There's always an explanation to project to the people for them to understand what's going on. That's my major point, and I'm not sure that we are doing it, as total role models either, actually.
Nicole, you had something you wanted to add?
I think from the Canadian perspective, we are talking about national security more than we ever have, I think, since the Second World War. And I can't remember a federal election campaign where both major parties had aspects of their platform about the Arctic. And I think that speaks to the attention and the purpose that we're now approaching how we ensure our security in the Arctic. But I also think that the velocity and the volume of threats that we're facing is also very substantially different than it was 10 years ago. So I think the public's ability to pay attention to 100 specific threats that are emerging in a month versus 1 or 2 is also part of the math here, just in terms of what is capturing the public attention. But from our perspective, we have a prime minister that is laser focused on the Arctic, and we're going to see some very major investments in our ability to operate up there and to be able to also participate in how we ensure the security of the Arctic through increased integration with NATO and our European partners as well. So I think we're taking it more seriously than we've ever taken it before.
We are hurtling towards the point at which I'm going to have to ask you for some closing thoughts. Ivan, I'll ask you first of all as the member of this panel who I think is from furthest north. Fundamentally, what does the Arctic need? What is it going to need in the next 5 or 10 years to preserve the peace and ideally to preserve its resources for the nations of the Arctic? Does this just mean that there's going to be a lot of very cold soldiers?
Summers are nice and hot. I just got a photo from my parents that are now in this border town in the far north of Norway. The good news was that they don't have to cut their grass anymore because the reindeer walking around in a garden taking care of that. So that's one plus that you don't get everywhere else. This is an integral part of Norway. Speaking from as a representative of my national government, 10% of our population, they live normal lives, although with reindeer in the garden. Still, we have demographic challenges as well. And it's not a matter of having jobs, interesting jobs. It's just a matter of getting people to stay. And it's a slogan: without people, no security, but without security, no people. So it's a role of governments to make sure that we do what we can to live up to what was once a bit of a slogan from the Norwegian side: high north, low tension. It's unfortunately not a precise description of realities, but it remains a policy aim. And that includes, of course, investing a lot more in our defense. For Norway, the high north Arctic has always been the #1 priority. It's the proximity to Russia that's been the defining factor. And there's a massive amount of opportunities still in the Arctic in terms of green industries, jobs, opportunities for the future, including what is not now, at least in our part of the Arctic, by far the largest growing sector, and that's tourism. People want to come and see as well.
Well, on that, I think, optimistic note of high north, low tension, that is about where we're going to have to leave it, I think. Please stay where you are, because the programme will be continuing straight after we are done here with the next session, looking at a multipolar world as opposed to the merely polar world we have been discussing. But I'd ask you to please thank our panel, Ivan Vad-Petersen, State Secretary of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Norway, Nicole Giles, Senior Assistant Deputy Minister and Deputy Director of Policy and Strategic Partnerships, Canadian Security Intelligence Service, and owner, presumably, of one of the world's biggest business cards, and Anna Wieslander, a Director for Northern Europe at the Atlantic Council. Thanks all for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Anja Mermishvili.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much. This is the second time somebody announced my last name, and both times I've been very impressed because they say it precisely the way it should be said. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. My name is Anja Mermishvili. I'm an international broadcaster based in Washington, D.C., and based on my name, you probably can guess that I'm originally from Georgia. And today we have a very interesting panel with incredible speakers. And I would call Madam President Laura Chinchilla as the first guest of the panel. She's a former president of Costa Rica. We have Rastislav Káčer, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and European Affairs of Slovakia. Sally Painter, co-founder and chief operating officer of Blue Star Strategies, and a dear friend, and as well Michael Tene, who is the former deputy secretary of ASEAN. So thank you very much. And the topic of, as you may have already seen, the topic of our discussion is what kind of world are we living in? Is it multipolar, bipolar? Are there any poles at all? So we'll dive right into it. And I will come to you, Madam President, first. And since we have Latin America, Europe, America, Asia, I thought it would be interesting to go into different perspectives of how the regions are viewing this world that we're living in. So, Madam President, what kind of world do you think we're living in? Is it multipolar, bipolar, no poles at all? What's the perspective from Latin America?
Well, first of all, thank you very much and congratulations on this amazing conference. It is the first time for me here, but this has been really a great opportunity to hear and to see firsthand many of the most important developments that are taking place, certainly in Europe, but that are impacting the rest of the world. Look, I will inspire my first words on the title of these conferences, which is the way that I see the global order is in a very chaotic way. Is it going to be a multilateral kind of order, the one who awaits for us in the future or not? I think probably it is still early to be very conclusive about this, but at least I will say that from the perspective of the Global South, and especially from Latin America, I think there is a shift that is characterized by the rise of China, coupled with the decline of the United States of America, and the vanishing of Europe, which basically means that Europe is there, but not necessarily moving in any kind of direction. And there are three ways that I can give you to explain what I'm saying. In terms, for example, of trade, which is one way to measure, we can see how, although the United States still remains as the most important trade partner for the Latin American and the Caribbean nations, this percentage of participation is declining. It moves from around 40% at the beginning of this century to about 30% by those years. But it is not only in terms of regional or in aggregated terms, but when you disaggregate those percentages, what you see is that the trade influence of the United States is basically in northern Latin America, which basically means Mexico and the Central American countries. When you go down to South America, the main partner is China. For the main economies, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, and the rest of those countries. The second thing has to do with technology. And I have to say that a tech company as Huawei has become the most important provider of technology for the communication sectors.
And that's throughout Latin America. It's not just
well, right now with the 4G. With the 4G, they probably, they are probably the providers for 70% of the telecommunication systems in Latin America. So they are connecting more than 600 million people every second in Latin America. The question here is what is going to happen with the 5G. And the final, because with the 5G, there are more tensions now. But for example, Brazil and Chile, they are moving forward with Huawei in implementing the 5G technology. And finally, this is my last words, also that declining in the influence of the United States has to do with the soft values, with diplomacy, with the foreign policy. What we are experiencing in Latin America is quite similar to what you are experiencing here. A lack of trust, many contradictions in Washington, no consensus at all around those policy issues that are important for Latin America, like, for example, migration, security, and, of course, trade. So I will say that, again, according to those three kind of indicators, I will say that, yes, we are experiencing in Latin America a shifting in terms of the world order.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. So the jury's still out, I guess, on Latin America, what kind of world we're looking at from there. But let me come to you, Michael. Yes. What is... in your view, you told me that you don't represent Asia, which is understandable, but what from the Asian perspective is a multipolar world? How do you view it?
Well, my personal view is that we are in a multipolar world, but a multipolar world characterized by a dynamic equilibrium, a state of dynamic equilibrium among the actors. What I mean by dynamic equilibrium, it's the alignment is dynamic based on issues. Alignment of countries can change from one issue to another. It's no longer, the Warsaw Pact, the NATO, or U.S. allies and others. But more and more, it's defined by the issues, and the configuration of the alignment will change depend on the issues. The second thing is, of course, when we talk about powers, it's about military powers and economic powers. And the one factor that underlines these economic powers and military powers is, like Madam President mentioned, is about technology. The rapid advancement of technology can change the relative power of military as well as economic. And so it is... we are in a state of equilibrium, but it is an equilibrium that are very dynamic. And what are the consequences of this? I think most of the players, most of countries in this kind of environment will seek a strategic autonomy, to be able to navigate it more nimbly and more effectively. And to do that, of course, they have to develop their own national leverage, national resilience to reduce their dependency. So it's about finding a balance between efficiency as characterized by the global supply chains and your national security, finding the right balance between these two factors. And to complement that national capacity is a growing importance of regional cooperations. More and more regional cooperation become important, especially for small and medium countries, where they cannot, by their own, become important player in the dynamic setting of the multipolar world. What they are doing is by banding together, working together with their neighbors through the regional organization. But we are also seeing, for instance, in the Indo-Pacific region, emergence of mini multilateralism, right? Based on very specific area of cooperation. For instance, like the AUKUS, comprising only 3 countries, the Quad, and their area of cooperation are very, very narrow. Depends on the particular issues that are of interest for them. I think this is the kind of world we are in right now.
Yes. Please, I would like to remind everyone that if you have any questions, you can both, towards the end of the session, I'll open up the floor for the questions and raise your hand, or you can also submit your questions via Slido, which you can do on your phones, and I will get them on the iPad. So please think about the questions before I go to Sally, or now I come to you, Sally. From the American viewpoint, what is the world that we're in now? What does multilateralism or multipolarity, I should say, mean? From South America, I understand, or Latin America, it's still not fully decided. From the Asian perspective, it seems like it's more sort of equal distribution of multilateral cooperation. How does it look from America?
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on this panel and distinguished guests as well. I'd like to begin by saying that I don't agree, I think, on the sense that it's multipolar. I think it's still very bipolar. And the most important thing I want to make sure people understand is we do not want to overestimate or overreact to what people are calling a global shift under Trumpism. First, so I'd like to talk a little, as an American, this is a tough one. But I think it's important that we look at the president and his administration, and while he's protectionist, our economy is completely and inextricably tied to the global economy. And in the short term, he can do a lot, but there's only so much in the short term, and the medium and long term implications, I think, are the ones that we should be thinking about. I've been doing transatlantic relations for 30 years. And, it's amazing to me how quickly things can change. The minister and I were talking about when we were working for NATO enlargement and EU enlargement, and it just seemed, like it was a tough time. Well, that looks like the rosy days, right? So I think the most important thing here is that when the transatlantic community and Western community of values work together with the United States, we can solve anything. And I still think that's true. But we can't overreact to the daily barrage of changes or accusations or whatever with Trump right now, because it'll change tomorrow. And so the most important thing, I think, is for each country and each leader to make decisions based on what's best for their country. And then we will work through this process. But you can't rely on Trump, and you can't be bullied. Capitulation here is a failed policy. You have to be tough.
You have to be tough. So what would be the European outlook?
Well, first, it's very good to be here at 20 years of GLOBSEC. And I got 2 children of my own and 1 adopted. And this is GLOBSEC, which I adopted in 2008 as I came back from Washington. And it's very good to know that all of those 3 kids are doing very well. This is good. The only troublesome is that one of them moved to Prague, but, well, another one moved to Scotland and another one in Germany. That's life. That's perfectly okay. On the point, many things changed, and Europe, as a part of political West, was used to certain rules which worked in the world for the last decades. And these change. I don't want to label it as a, multipolar or what. I don't like these adjectives. Truth is that world is probably the most dynamic place and the most dynamic time now. Not in my lifetime, but probably in the time humanity can remember as a part of modern history. What we see happening, it's the loss of dominance of what used to be the political West. That is true. And world is shifting. It's part of globalization, it's part of technological evolution. World is more liquid, it's more open, it's more dynamic than ever before. And the potential for growth, it's now open to countries which were not growing ever. And that brings some dynamics. Losing your dominant power, it's probably part of the emotional problem. But truth is that we cannot stop this evolution. And what we fail is to understand the nature of these dynamics and be ahead of it. Globalization started about 500,000 years ago, where Homo sapiens thought it would be good to start walking up north and get around the world. But it was pretty slow, but now it's very fast. Mm-hmm. And it's got pros and cons, it's got curse and blessing, as in everything. So the source of power, which was here, and this was the education, technological knowledge, but also the way how you organize your society, made the political West the dominant player. In this bipolar world, the USSR, the Soviet Union, was only power because of its nukes, but otherwise it was not a true power. And we got to the position where probably we need to think how this change is going to affect globally the world. And I would point here in one crucial thing. The last decades after World War II brought certain arrangement, certain set of rules, and we called it the rule-based world. All the system of UN and multilateral organizations and all the rules were here to keep the delicate and fragile balance. So one of the players of polarity cannot dominate others by force, and if that is an intention, others can gang and can prevent it. And it feels like at this point we got into substantial disbalance on that. But we should come back to that notion that the rule-based world is good for us, that the global opening, which is giving opportunities to those who haven't been able to grow, is in principle good, but we should understand it and not to be afraid of that. And I think this is a changing nature of the world. How we set the new rules that we will keep the balance, which we see Vladimir Putin is breaking, and some others, they don't know what to do with this. Some try to profit on that, and they don't understand that if you are on side of broken rules, it may reach you, and it may come to you anytime soon.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I'm conflicted about how to ask the next question. Sally, you talked about outlook on the U.S., short-term, long-term. When we talk about multipolarity or bipolarity of the globe or of the world, in some countries we're looking at the Trump presidency and maybe using that as a guide to define what our world looks like now. So what's the Latin American perspective on Trump presidency? To what extent is this defining the outlook on the larger world from Latin American perspective, especially as we look at some of the immigration policies now, the planes full of people sent to El Salvador, for example. How is this resonating with people's outlook on what kind of world we live in? And maybe you could talk about some of the crime issues.
Sure. Well, number one, there is the issue of uncertainty, because you never know what is going to happen next. And from the perspective of the medium and the small economies in the world, not only Latin America, certainty has become a very critical issue. I use the example of my country. My country is only 50,000 square kilometers, 5 million people. And we decided just to design a development model based on the rules that were accepted by the international order. We believe very strongly in that order, to the point that we decided to abolish the army and to use the resources for human development. And we decided to commit ourselves to become one of the first carbon neutral economies. Although, you know, we have many needs. We decided to ban, to be consequent, to ban 100% all the extractive industries in our country. So we behave as a global citizen, but based on those rules. So for example, every time that President Trump adopts some policies, says some things, we are really concerned what is going to happen, for example, in terms of impacting the global order, or in terms also of influencing, because that is something also important. We were talking about, at the beginning, I was mentioning the soft power. Soft power has to do also with the way that the leaders in the United States behave. So they become kind of example to be followed. And in Latin America now, I cannot say that we don't have populist leaders in the past. It seems like Latin America invented the populism. But right now, there are more incentives for the kind of populist leaders to follow the same kind of screenplay. Well, when we come, for example, to the migration issue, to Venezuela, to the drug policy, it's very hard to know what the rules are going to be in order to take our decisions.
Yeah. Very interesting. That's the second response now, where it's not decided which way it's going to go, right? Michael, one question, Trump-related question, or Trump presidency-related question to you. President Trump has been, related to China. He seems that he's changing his positions at times. It was initially very tough. Then there was an agreement on tariffs. He's very ambivalent about Taiwan's security. But on the other hand, for example, Defense Secretary Hegseth went to a Shangri-La dialogue and was very optimistic, or at least the Asian partners and allies were very optimistic about that, about his statement. So what do you think, how is Asia looking at the Trump administration, especially if we keep in mind the relations with China?
Before we talk about Trump, of course, we have to talk about the US. Yeah, because when foreign policy, defense policy, it's a long-term policy. Yeah. Although, of course, certain administration can make significant changes, but basically, in a significant period of time, it's usually consistent. And the U.S. has been always an important partner for many countries in Asia. It is play important role for the development of the economies of countries in Asia, including China, Japan, and others. It provides the security umbrella that allows countries in Asia, many countries in Asia to focus on their economic development and prevent conflict happenings in Asia. So, U.S. have a very important role to play. Have been playing a very important role in Asia in terms of its economy, in terms of its security. I think what is happening now is that there are greater uncertainty now compared to previously. Whether this uncertainty ends up with a significant shift of U.S. policy in terms of security in Asia or economic policy and the economic structure in Asia, that still remains to be seen. I think it's too early. Of course, but what this signifies is, of course, that if in the past, when we see a U.S. policy, of course, there's the domestic element, but also there is the international element of the U.S. policy, in which the soft policy is also very important. I think what we see now is more of the importance of the domestic policy driven the international policy of US. But I think it is too early to see whether the policy that are being undertaken by Trump administration will end up with a very significant changes in terms of the security outlook and economic outlook of the US for Asian countries. Yeah. We are still looking at this. It's still a very uncertain situation.
Yes. Yeah, and I have a feeling that Sal is going to say something similar to that. It's very uncertain. But you alluded to some parts of this question in your earlier response, but to what the Europeans have distrust, at least what I can feel talking to European friends, the trust issue with the US, which has not come up to this extent in the past, is coming up. We don't know whether it's short-term or long-term. We'll have to wait and see. Are Europeans trusting us or not? But my question to you is it justified to be distrustful of the US?
So, I mean, clearly we're in a world of hurt on a variety of ways, but presidents come and go. And we have a 100-year history or 80 years history of NATO enlargement and EU enlargement and people working together. I kind of think that this is sort of like when trouble comes, the hangman's noose focuses the mind. I actually believe the Europeans are going to rise to the occasion, but most of the Europeans here are pretty hard on themselves that they can't rise to the occasion. And I think they can. And I give an example when Putin invaded Ukraine. He invaded Ukraine because he thought that the Europeans would never stick together, that the sanctions wouldn't hold, and on and on and on. And they have. And so we have to look at that as a real-life example that the Europeans will come together. But I'd also like to go back to the point of Trump. He is a president for a number of years, but finally we're seeing some pushback. Let's take the tariffs as an example. Sorry? Yeah, he's been putting tariffs on without congressional authority and been challenged in the international trade courts. So he's getting challenged there. Members of Congress are starting to challenge him. Yesterday we had the former head senator from the Republican Party and Lindsey Graham challenge the Secretary of Defense on his view of whether Ukraine and what Putin was going to do. And they were very, very clear about it. So, you know, President Trump is as unpopular a new president has ever been. And I just want to give you some poll numbers. By a margin of 64%, Americans don't support or trust him. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is the good news of where we're going here. At the latest announcement, we have 2.4% inflation. That's only going to continue to decrease his power. His other poll numbers are weak. His overall approval ratings are 38%. His disapproval is 54% and growing. His big, beautiful spending bill that he talks about, 53% of the American population is opposed to it. Only 27% support it. Handling of immigration, 54% disapprove and 43% approve. Sure, they voted to have their country safe, but we're in the streets now, unprecedented levels. And so I think you have to, you know, view where the American people are and Trump. And frankly, they're not getting what they thought they were buying. But I do believe that, again, other leaders have got to recalibrate for today. You can't be Pollyanna-ish. But the recalibration can't be about the mid and long term. It has to be for today, knowing what the long-term goals of each country is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That makes you smile. Yes. And now I would like to ask you a question that came from the audience, and it's very popular. It seems like there's a lot of interest in this. What can ordinary people do to stop the discourse on changing the country's orientation from being misused by populist politicians? And maybe it's a nice continuation of what we talked about thus far.
Let me have a little lead into this just to respond, also to catch up on what Sally was saying to the end. Well, the way how Trump handles US politics, it's hugely damaging. It's damaging not only the image of the United States, it will damage the United States as such. And it's damaging what used to be very dear to a large number of people sitting in this room, what we call the transatlantic relationship. Some of them were extremely critical of President Bush administration, where I served as a Slovak ambassador to the United States. And this reminds me, and I thought this was over-critical at the time, but it reminds me, like, some people are nervous how they look at the pictures at they're 40, they come to midlife crisis. And I was in a situation like that when a much older husband of my friend said, well, he said, look, wait, look at those pictures when you're 60. They would look absolutely great. And here, when you say that 54% dissatisfaction rate, to me it's too little. Because when I look at Mr. Trump, he makes me so furious that I say, what the, well, how so it's only 54%? If it was to me, that would be 85% dissatisfaction. But a good news, you know, look, what kind of cufflinks do I wear today? It's a presidential cufflink, which I got from Bush. And this is a sign of confidence that we can overcome. So, you know, on an optimistic note here. On the question, what ordinary people say, you know, Slovakia is on the shift for authoritarian pro-Russian course. And I think we are true first victim of the hybrid war which Russians were waging on Europe and transatlantic world, on the political West. And there are people in the room who were warning, don't take it lightly, all of the disinformation, all of the political corruption which is happening. But it's a part of larger happening in the world, and we see Slovakia was more vulnerable, more fragile, but also the pressure or the Russian intelligence was able to identify what are the weak spots on the eastern rim and eastern flank of NATO, and where to drive the wedge, and Slovakia is there. What ordinary people can do, and I'm ordinary man now, and if I was not ordinary man, I was often frustrated how little I can do to change things. That's the paradox of the things. It's just to understand what kind of society, and this is a general lesson for all of us on the topic what we are talking, what kind of society and what kind of arrangement brings the most satisfaction in the community and in the state, and to the community as such, to humanity as such. And I checked a lot of various kinds of GDP per capita, many other things, human development index, satisfaction, human satisfaction rate, world happiness index. And when you would look at the globe by all of those, you look, it's a strong, strong correlation with a world of values, freedom, rule of law, a rule-based society and democracy and the freedom. Yes. That correlates with the satisfaction and success of the society. Our Prime Minister Fico, now from Uzbekistan, 2 days ago said, you know, in Europe we need to open up a debate that this more fragile parliamentary democracy where 4 parties create a coalition, it's not stable. We need to look at those which got strong leaders and they don't have to bother with elections and it gives good results. And as an example, he gave Uzbekistan, Vietnam, China, and a couple of others, Russia. And I say, well, look at all of those indexes of happiness and satisfaction. Well, up there, what do you find? Nordic countries, Norway, Sweden, Finland, yes. Denmark, you know, in the top 30 countries will be 95% of those will be countries of the political West. Yeah. If you would look at those who were exampled by that, you would need to go from the other side of the scale, and they'll be probably somewhere in top 20. So, first thing, we need to be very honest to ourselves and come back to say these values brings a good society and happiness and success. And second, what ordinary people can do, I always say, active citizenship. Be an active citizen. Don't get scared. Don't be scared to speak up. Speak to your community. Speak to everybody. Go for rallies. Be very open. Don't be shy. Don't pull up in a hole. Well, I see many American friends doing that now. You talk to them, they lower the voice. This is what I was used to in 70s and 80s in Czechoslovakia. You need to be an active citizen. And I'm trying to do that, you know, and don't forget that what are the values you stand for, which brings success to your society. That is a key, and be vocal about that. Yeah.
Despite uncertainty, chaos, democracy matters everywhere.
And all of those values which are related to that, predictability, rule of law, keeping the rules. Well, you know, we live weird life, and we look at the United States. We got those who speak of traditional values, who speak of Christian values, who try to create a new wave of conservatism, but well, it more equals with a new wave of neo-fascism, which is now spreading around the globe. And these are the values which are defended, you know, and we got similar people like Donald Trump. They speak of traditional values, and I say, what is the traditional values in your life? What kind of family you talk about? Also what kind of a Christianity you talk about? What of non-corruption or anything which is a fundamental? Look at the 10 commandments or 7 sins. Which of those don't apply to you?
But it goes back to the public sentiments. In some cases, leaders misusing and abusing the popular sentiments that is there, which is not paid attention previously. So there is obviously some sort of support. Whether it's misdirected or abused or misused, that's a different, and the manifestation of that is different in different countries. But I think you're absolutely right in that we're seeing this rise of populism that takes different shapes.
It's more than populism. I think what we see is a rise of neo-fascism, because what we see in Russia, it's a neo-fascism. In some of extreme right parties in Europe, it's neo-fascism. And in some element of Trumpist politics, it's also elements, strong elements of neo-fascism. And we need to be sure that this doesn't inflame a global disorder.
That's what next topic I wanted to move to is that we also have a question about this. Do you think everything that Michael, this question is for you, everything that we talked about, whether it's uncertainty coming from Washington or different dynamics that are undecided at this point, we have this overall uncertainty is the best word to describe it. Do you think that's going to lead us to some sort of larger conflict down the road, our generation maybe next, or maybe next 2-3 years?
Well, conflicts of course always possible. I mean, but look. The international community have devised many ways to avoid conflicts or to try to address conflict in peaceful ways. And here we talk about the international law, rule-based order. It's there precisely to prevent conflict because the interests of countries always differs. Some of them are very much different from one another, but if the one way to avoid conflict is to uphold the international rule-based orders which have been negotiated and accepted by the international community. Not the one that are being imposed, but the one that have been negotiated through multilateral forum and taking into account the various plus and minus. Nobody wins, but nobody loses as well. Now, if we this is where the importance of strengthening the international rule-based order and strengthening the multilateralism to ensure that we have ways to deal with preventing issues of differences into becoming a conflict. The tools is there. It's up to us whether we would like to use it or not. Of course, there are some powers that can go by their own. And they can undermine the international orders. But over the long term, there's a price to pay for that kind of behavior.
We do have questions on the board here, but I just wanted to make sure that if anybody wants to ask a question in person, we can come to you with a mic. But if not, you do have a question in the back? Yes, please, I cannot see you, but please identify yourself and be as brief as possible with your question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shimon. I'm student, so internshipping here. My question was, you mentioned numbers about unpopularity of Donald Trump, but those numbers aren't going to Democrats. So what's the alternative? Because as we see in Europe, people who people can radicalize, and what might then happen?
So the polling numbers are across the country by various polling firms. So it's not Democrats or Republicans, it's independents, it's all. The trend for the Trump administration and their unpopularity is increasing on a weekly basis. It takes time, right? But he is the most unpopular elected president in his first 120 days or something like that. And if I thought he was going to change his policies and start looking at the polling in the short term, he might be able to turn it around, but he's not. We're going to have a parade, I think, in 2 days that looks like it's Tiananmen Square or something. He is not backing down on a lot of the rhetoric, but you know his nickname now is Taco. Have you heard of this, what Taco stands for?
Chickens out.
Trump always chickens out. Because there is no policy that has stuck other than change. So my belief is that the American people are continue to be dissatisfied, and the real proof in the pudding will be in the midterms. Because I believe in the midterms that we're going to take back the House, and we're either going to be very close in the Senate or maybe even take it. Because he's changing policies. Like the IRA was putting billions of dollars in red states. He's trying to cancel it. You can't continue to operate this way and have the support of the people. So you're going to see those numbers go up, and I think you're going to see more people in the streets, sadly, or good, whatever. But the American people are starting to wake up to this behavior.
Yeah. Well, midterms would be something.
Always chicken. It's inspirational. Sorry.
Something to watch for sure. Midterms would be a very good indicator where the country is going. And there was a gentleman in the front row as well.
Yeah, Sally, I agree with you that Donald Trump is...
Please say who you are.
Dino Jala from Indonesia. I agree with you Donald Trump is unpopular. He may... the midterm elections would represent a pushback, and then there's a lot of popular, uprising against him, and the Republican Party also are turning against him. But doesn't that prove the point made by President of Costa Rica that in the next 4 years, the U.S. will be dysfunctional, and the U.S. is going to be even more in decline? And don't forget, 4 years of dysfunctional Indonesian foreign policy may be meaningless, but 4 years of American foreign policy, the most consequential country in the world, would be really damaging to the world order.
So I think that's true, but we have a judiciary, the Congress, and the executive branch. And the reason that it hasn't been functioning as well as it should is because the Republican-controlled Congress was not operating around what it had control of. And so he did have free will. We're seeing cracks in that. I mean, the idea that the Secretary of Defense was excoriated yesterday is important to note. So you're seeing the Republicans start to wake up. But the third part, the judiciary, has always been active. And Donald Trump, I think, is in like 150 lawsuits in his administration. And he's losing those cases. And that's going to be helpful, too. So the system is starting to wake up and work again on behalf of rule of law.
Would you like to address that, Madam President? In a way, 4 years of uncertainty from America, how is it going to impact the world?
I will say that it is more than 4 years by now, because Trump was in government some years ago. But also it has to do, Carol, with something creates also concern, at least to those countries that are too close to the United States. We have been called the backyard of the United States, el patio trasero de los Estados Unidos. So we tend to feel very strong all what happens in the United States and specifically in Washington. But when you go to Washington and you discuss with many different people from both parties, it is very hard to find consensus now in many issues. At least in that traditional agenda that was launched 30 years ago, I remember in the first Summit of the Americas, where all the region, the 33 Latin Americans and Caribbean countries, plus the United States and Canada, were supporting free trade as a tool to bring prosperity. We emphasized the importance of democracy. All of them were democracies, with the exception of Cuba. And of course, many other important or more specific issues. So now it is my impression that you don't have that kind of consensus, and that is impacting the rest of the world, because also on the global agenda, we no longer have consensus. It is very hard to know, for example, if we will continue with the SDGs in the way we decided, we agree, if we are going to get the financing for the environmental commitments, if we will continue behaving according to the WTO, if those relying on international law will continue, having the international court as a resource. So for me, that is probably the most negative impact of what is happening, not only with the Trump administration right now, but more broadly with the policy decision-making in Washington.
In Washington overall. And if you promise me that you'll do it in a minute.
Within 1 minute.
Okay.
Sometimes in history, things which we're living through and they appear tragic may lead to good consequences. Not always, but sometimes. I'll give you an example of Mongolian hordes attacking Carpathian Basin in the 13th century. They killed about 2/3 of the population. As a result, the king invited German settlers into the region to revive the region. And they did. They brought metallurgy. They provided the base for future evolution of industry in the region. So at the end, when we look back, what was tragically looking has got a positive consequences. Here, well, but not always, but here, for Europe, the lesson. If the double pressure by Trump, who is acting sometimes like completely crazy and out of a rational mind, and Mr. Putin, if Europe will become, by this lesson, stronger, more united and more important player, that to me would be a good consequence for that.
That would be a good consequence, yes. So to summarize, they will never invite me to moderate anything. If I seriously, you should. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but we need to wrap this up. The next session starts in 20 minutes, so please be back by 17:50, and it will be a discussion on post-Putin Russia, so it should be very interesting. I would like to thank my panelists, and one sort of summary statement I can make about this is that listening to everybody, we can despair today. We're not in a good place today, but nothing's ever over. So let's keep working on everything that we've worked thus far, and we're going to have a better future, I hope. Yeah. So thank you very much, everyone, and please thank our panelists.
Of the next session, Roland Freudenstein.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Roland Freudenstein from the Brussels Freedom Hub, and I have the honor and the pleasure to moderate, to facilitate this debate where we take a look into the crystal ball, in other words, into the future of Russia. So привет to everyone. We know that we're between you and the evening reception, so that's a special responsibility. And we're going to look at not just the immediate future, the next couple of years, but we'll put the main accent here on the post-Putin future of Russia, because at some point that man is going to leave the Kremlin. You know, in whatever shape or form, maybe not even in one piece, but yes, he will leave the Kremlin. And, you know, the mother of all questions is actually, or there are two mothers of all questions. The first one is, what kind of Russia is that going to be? Continuity, worse, better, possibly? And the other one is, how is the West going to prepare for that moment, for that post-Putin Russia? So I would like to ask to the stage the four best speakers I could imagine for this topic. So we have Teresa Fallon, the founder and director of the Brussels-based Center for Russia, Europe and Asia Studies. Teresa, come here, please.
Okay.
We have Dr. Evelyn Farkas, the Executive Director of the McCain Institute and formerly Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia and Eurasia. Please, Evelyn, join us here. We have Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is the Vice President of the Free Russia Foundation, for which I had the honor to work for 1 year. And he has been in 2.5 years of really tough prison for protesting against Russian aggression against Ukraine. So, special welcome. And last but by no means least, Petr Kolář, who is an advisor to the Czech president and senior advisor of Squire Patton Boggs. Petr, welcome. Let's all sit down. And as I said, we will start with the immediate future. Or before that, I should also, of course, make the usual Slido remark. You can ask questions on Slido. Use the QR code, which they're going to show in a minute, or we will also do analog, lifting your hand and then saying who you are and so on. So I would like to start the debate here with Peter Kolář and ask you, well, yesterday morning, German intelligence came out with a report saying essentially there are not just speculations, there are not just estimates, but there are concrete indications that Russia is planning a little green man kind of attack against a Baltic state in order to test Article 5, believing that Article 5 is not as watertight anymore as it used to be. So what can we look at in the immediate future, what Putin is up to, and how is that going to influence the trajectory of Russia in the more mid-term future? Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Roland. Actually, I believe this is quite dependent on what President of the United States would say or do, or if he read the report from German intelligence. I would doubt about it. Okay. But Putin is the person who is testing West all time. He was testing us what we allow him to do. You know, Russia is a sick country. It has a malignant tumor, and this is called Vladimir Putin. It is a cancer. So this guy knows that everything is going to end once, but he believes that he has a mission, and the mission is to restore the Russian Empire or Soviet Empire, whatever. You know, for him, the worst tragedy of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. We can expect that he will test us again, as he was doing it before. And every time we actually gave him chance to do it. Like in Georgia, you know, summit of NATO in Bucharest in 2008 was for him the clear message that, yes, he can invade Georgia. Because we sent those two delegations from Georgia and Ukraine home with empty hands, without being really promised to become the member of NATO. So that was the first visible test. Then others came later, Crimea and others. So it is very much dependent on us, the global West, and mostly on the United States president, if Putin would be tempted to test us in such a serious way.
So, in other words, it's up to us to deter Putin from precisely testing Article 5.
We have to show that we are really ready to use Article 5, and this is not like only something, you know, empty shell. That NATO still works, and the United States is still in, and nuclear umbrella is working. Otherwise, this temptation of this crazy guy, who is, as I said, a malignant tumor of Russia, would be actually energized. You know, he'll be tempted to do that.
Okay, let's move on to Teresa. You, as the name of your center says, you specialize on all the different angles that we're talking about today. And I would like you to focus a little bit on the alliances that Russia is developing at the moment, that Russia is strengthening, and how they will influence the trajectory of Russian policy in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Roland. First of all, I'm delighted to be here for the 20th anniversary and glad to see that all of you, after a very long day, are here. So it's a real honor and to be on such an amazing panel with such incredible colleagues. This morning, I listened very carefully to Zelensky's speech, and he mentioned Russia, Iran, and North Korea, but he left out China. And I then listened to the second panel, and I heard about the Baltic Sea cables being damaged, and I heard about Russia, but no one mentioned China. So there's almost a Euromnesia, is what I like to call it, about China's influence. Now, a wonderful man in Canada came up with the acronym CRINCS, so China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. So these countries are this axis of autocracies that are really challenging the system, and Russia is aligning themselves with them. It's not an alliance, but they have a convergence of interests. And the key member, because I only have 5 minutes, and that's 5 countries, and I can't even spend 1 minute on each country. So the key country in all of this is China. So the Russia-China, as we know, Xi Jinping has stated, we haven't seen these changes in 100 years. So this is a very powerful narrative for Russia-China, that they feel that the West is weak, and this is their great opportunity. So it's a very powerful narrative that we've seen Xi Jinping go to the May 9th victory parade on Red Square, and when I lived in Moscow, I never dreamt I would see Chinese soldiers marching by, and that's what happened just last month. So we're seeing incredible changes. Nevertheless, we also saw on June 7th a leakage, and I'm always skeptical when things get leaked by the FSB, but it was a long list of grievances that Russia has with China. So is this a red herring, or is it just, yes, there's always been a strain in Russia that's deeply skeptical about China, and in this relationship, Russia is actually the vassal. I mean, they are the weaker party, and let's face it, the #1 trade partner for Russia now is China. They have a lot of dependence. And in the past, Russia at least would try to sell their advanced weapons to China. China would just want to buy 1 plane, and Russia would cry and say, no, you have to buy more, because they would reverse engineer it. So now there's evidence that they're just transferring the technology. But the frightening part of this is that they are actually have a combined military-industrial defense base, which is something that should wake all of us up. That is something of deep concern. And the second issue is the Arctic. So China, Russia is very concerned about China's interests in the Arctic, and China is positioning themselves very well, as we know, as a near Arctic power that they've self-described themselves as. And the other thing is poaching technology, including scientists and advanced technological aspects. So we know that the war in Ukraine could not continue without China buying energy from Russia. Also, the dual-use exports of China to Russia to help create missile parts, other dual-use goods that go to contribute to the war in Ukraine. So this idea that China is neutral in all of this, and in their political description of what they want to do and get settled out of this war is to help rebuild Ukraine. So they're trying to speak out of both sides of their mouth, and we see that Europe, with the Trump administration, we saw kind of an attempt to have a reverse Kissinger, try to pull Russia away from China, but at the same time, Europe is kind of thinking, maybe we can make a deal, an economic deal with China. So the West is not speaking with one voice at all on this, and this gives an opportunity for Russia and China to drive a wedge in the transatlantic relationship. And I can feel you breathing heavily there, and I'll stop. Okay, but I was only 4 minutes.
Now it's 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. All right, Volodya, the mother of all questions. I mean, can Russia become a democracy? Is that a question for the so-called Armenian radio? Like, в принципе, да, no. In principle, yes, but. And what kind of Russia would we look at most likely after the demise of Putin, which is going to come in some way?
Thank you so much, Roland. Thank you for moderating this conversation. It's an honor to be here on the panel with colleagues, and thank you all of you for coming tonight. My answer to your first question is going to be very brief and very quick. Yes, of course, Russia can be a democracy. There's no nation in the world that is incompatible with democracy. To say otherwise, in my view, is essentially a racist argument. President Ronald Reagan, when he gave his famous Westminster address back in 1982, he said that it is cultural condescension or worse to suggest that there's any nation on the face of this earth that would voluntarily choose dictatorship over democracy. And we know that, there have been many countries in the history of humanity that have been described as, no, I mean, it's authoritarianism is in their blood, it's in their genes, it's in their history. And today all these countries, including yours, are functioning, successful, liberal democracies. But to your second question, the mother of all questions, as you put it, I'm not just a politician, I'm also a historian by education. And I always like to look at historical models because they are the clearest sort of thing we have, the closest thing we have to giving an answer to a question about the future, because there are laws and models and ways of historical development that nobody has been able to amend or annul, and Vladimir Putin is certainly not going to be an exception. The first is that major political changes in our country always happen suddenly, like this. You know, just two examples. Both the Tsarist regime at the beginning of the 20th century and the communist regime at the end of the 20th century collapsed in 3 days. Now, of course, it wasn't really 3 days. Václav Havel, in his famous work, Power of the Powerless, writes that the problem with totalitarian regimes is that so many processes happen outside of visibility, because all we see is the propaganda facade, by definition, because that's how these regimes function. So, of course, there are processes underneath that are preparing for this change. But the visible part was only 2 or 3 days in both cases, and nobody saw it coming. There's a very good book out last year by the University of California at Berkeley by a Russian-American sociologist called Alexei Yurchak, and it's a book about the later years of the Soviet regime. And the title of the book is "It Was Forever Until It Was No More," because that's exactly how it is in Russia. And the second model, the second sort of law of history, if we look at every Russian leadership change, beginning in 1762, so beginning with Catherine the Great's coup d'etat against her husband, we will see that every time the succeeding leader, even if he or she came from within the previous leadership, has changed the course by 180 degrees. Every single one, with one exception. Konstantin Ustinovich Chernenko, he was in power for 13 months. He just had no time to do this. But everybody else, even if the next person came from the old regime, and Khrushchev was one of the closest acolytes to Stalin. He was the one who released millions of people from the Gulag. You know, Putin was handpicked by Yeltsin. He destroyed all the achievements of Russian democracy in the 90s completely. There's nothing left, and so on. Now, that's not to say that the moment Putin goes, or to use Ambassador Kolar's metaphor, which I fully agree with, that Putin is a malign tumor in the body of our country, when that malign tumor is removed, it's not to say that, you know, the next day there'll be flourishing democracy. Of course not. All it will mean is that there will be a window of opportunity. Windows of opportunity, by definition in history, are short and brief. And that's why, Roland, I'm very grateful for the way you are sort of channeling this conversation into speaking about preparing for post-Putin Russia, because we need to do that preparing. Because one of the problems for the 90s was that the Soviet regime collapsed so suddenly, nobody was expecting it, people didn't know what to do. This goes both for the Russian leadership at the time and for Western leaders at the time, and so many mistakes were made that led us to where we all are today. And so I think we should really learn from the two major mistakes, in my view, that have been made in the 90s and make sure we do not repeat them again. Because, you know, I'm not an analyst, I'm not a prognosticator, I'm a practitioner, I'm a politician, and I always like to think in the model of, do you remember there was that famous passage from The Adventures of Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, where Alice asks the Cheshire Cat, which way should I go? And he smiles at her and says, well, that very much depends on where you want to get to. I know where I want to get to. I know where my colleagues in the Russian democratic movement want to get to. We want Russia to become a normal, peaceful, democratic European country that will respect the rights and freedoms of its own citizens and that will respect the borders of its neighbors in the civilized norms of international behavior. And so two major mistakes that I believe we must not repeat that were made in the 90s to make sure we get to that point. Number one, on the domestic side, I think the biggest mistake President Yeltsin's team made in the 90s is that, and this is a really appropriate country to speak about this, we never really had a process of a public reflection, a public reckoning on the crimes of the communist regime. It was just sort of swept under the carpet. There were no illustrations, there were no openings of the archives, there were no judicial tribunals. The KGB was just renamed. They just changed the name on the facade, the plaque. The system remained the same. And we know that when evil is not publicly reflected on, publicly accounted for, and publicly condemned, it will return. And this is what happened in Russia. And we must not repeat that mistake. There has to be full accountability for everything that's been happening, both under the communist regime and under Putin.
And can we get to the mistakes of the West in a minute? Because I still have...
I will touch on those too.
Exactly. But I still have a Russia question here. Vladimir, you talked about cutting out the tumor and, you know, okay, removing Putin, would that remove all the problems in Russian society? Probably not. But if the answer is no, which are those problems? Can you enlighten us a little bit more about which obstacles are there and will be there in the given moment to democracy and post-imperial behavior in Russia itself?
It's actually the very problem I was just talking about. Our society never reflected on its totalitarian trauma. We know that every country in different historical and cultural contexts, in different continents, every country that has successfully transitioned from dictatorship to democracy, be it this country after the fall of communism, be it South Africa after apartheid, be it Argentina after the military junta, and so many other examples, they went through this process of a public reckoning with all the crimes that had been committed on behalf of these countries, on behalf of these societies under the previous regimes. Czechoslovakia, as it still then was the first country of the former Warsaw Pact to have passed the lustrations law back in the early 1990s. Other countries have them in different forms. I mean, as you know much better than I do, in Germany there is this national institution that handles the former Stasi archives, and everybody can come in and read his or her case. We have nothing like this in Russia. We only had very timid beginnings of this in the early 90s. There were some far-sighted people, principled people, like Galina Starovoitova, well-known lawmaker from St. Petersburg, like Vladimir Bukovsky, a very prominent Soviet-era dissident, who served as an expert on President Yeltsin's side during the Constitutional Court case against the Communist Party in 1992, who were pushing for this in the early 90s. Open the archives, make these crimes public, make sure there's accountability for these crimes. But our society never went through this. And so the problem for everything that's happening, both inside of Russia and what the Russian regime is doing outside of its own borders, the problems lie there, because there was never a reflection.
Thank you.
That's why a Soviet KGB officer could have come to power. We were never allowed to repeat the same mistake again.
Okay. Evelyn Farkas, how should the West prepare for all this? And please also take into account the question of what mistakes were made in the 90s by the West.
Yes. So first of all, I agree. I mean, I would never contradict my colleague, who is really the expert on Russia, on this panel. And thank you for moderating, Roland. Thank you to GLOBSEC for the invitation and the honor of being with these excellent people, smart and principled. Thank you. We, first of all, have to acknowledge, I think, that, as Vladimir said, we will not know, we will not have a warning, likely, when the government will change. If it changes significantly from Vladimir Putin to a new, more Western-friendly government, likely we won't know. Hopefully, we can put enough pressure on the Russian system right now to kill Vladimir Putin's foreign policy, that is, with a military defeat in Ukraine, which includes, of course, all the other levers of power, diplomatic and economic. And maybe then there's another leader, which may not necessarily be a democratic leader, but someone else from the Siloviki, from the security establishment. And Putin can go to his dacha. But so then that's a different scenario from a democratic one. But let's assume a more rosy scenario, one that's not only pro-Western, but actually a government that wants democracy. The biggest mistake we made in the West, and now I'm really going to speak for my country, is we were arrogant. So next time around, please, we should be more humble. I think we have been humbled by our own recent history with democracy and with democracy building, if you will. We should not try any economic shock to the system. We should understand that we live right now in a time when people are experiencing great economic turbulence, great identity crises, and what we don't want to do is encourage the kind of nationalism or populism that we see in our countries today to spring in Russia. So another form of non-democratic or, let's say, not liberal democracy could emerge if we're not careful. We in the West, in the United States right now, should be meeting with all opposition leaders. Of course, there are divisions among the Russian emigre community, and then, but we should meet with all of them. And we should also try to meet with Russians internally. We should keep the channels of communication open. Our intelligence communities, of course, should be involved in this, but it's very important that we not prescribe to the Russian people and their leaders, whether they're civil society leaders inside or outside the country, or the actual political leadership. So I think avoiding arrogance is the most important thing. We should be prepared to assist nonetheless, so be engaged with money and advice. Where did we go wrong before? Partly it was the shock therapy. The economic advice we gave was not appropriate for the conditions, but also we were not sufficiently committed. I know this from having done some studies and watched what happened in my country. We put a lot of money into Eastern Europe, and we didn't put as much money into Russia, and frankly, there was a lot of hedging. So the lack of commitment to Russia reflected a lack of trust in the Russian people, in the Russian leadership, a fatigue because there had already been a lot of money and effort put into Eastern Europe. And so we kind of got a little more relaxed and lazy, if you will, in the West. So we should ensure that we don't do that this time around. And then the other part I have here is accountability. And I have a non-published opinion piece, so I'll just give you a little piece of it, how I started off, was right after May Day. You know, we're watching this parade where Putin and Xi are trumpeting, frankly, their invasions, because they had all the forces who had invaded Ukraine in that parade, including, I think, the North Koreans as well. And then at the same time in Lviv, the EU foreign ministers were meeting to come up with to make a political declaration that they had a political agreement to start a war crimes trial proceeding against Russia for its war of aggression, specifically in Ukraine, although it may be broader than that. I didn't look at the details. And what I wrote in the piece was, you know, that day we were celebrating the end of World War II again. Well, what followed after the end of World War II, after the military guns were silenced, was Nuremberg and the trials in Japan. So it is very important to have an accounting for the Russian people to understand that their leaders in their name committed crimes, that they not be held collectively guilty, but nonetheless that they understand what happened. They understand the history going all the way back, and that they can somehow commit to a new future based on the real principles of the United Nations, you know, universal principles of respecting boundaries and also human rights. So that's probably more than 5 minutes.
That was just 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Lauren, could I very briefly respond before we go off the topic?
Yes.
I agree with everything Evelyn just said, and I just want to make one addition about the mistake of the 90s from the international side that must not be repeated next time. And again, this is a very appropriate country to speak of the fact how important for these former Warsaw Pact countries in the early 90s was the promise of European and Euro-Atlantic integration. How big, how strong of a stimulus, incentive it was for them to continue and persevere with democratic and market reforms. When Václav Havel addressed the American Congress in February of 1990, he termed the entire process of the post-communist transformation in Czechoslovakia then still as our return to Europe. The problem was Russia never really had that promise in the early 90s. An example I often give because it's just so striking. On the 20th of December 1991, President Boris Yeltsin of Russia wrote to Manfred Wörner, the then Secretary General of NATO, officially and publicly, for the first time ever, raising the question of future Russian membership in a North Atlantic Treaty Organization. That letter never even got a reply. A few years ago, this is before prison, I was writing an article for a Polish foreign affairs magazine, and I went back to the sources to see how is it possible that something of this importance from the president of Russia doesn't even get responded to, and all the sources go back to the same point. The Soviet regime collapsed so suddenly, people were not even considering this possibility. And what the New York Times article from the time reported, that NATO leaders were too taken aback by this idea to offer a coherent response. This was a very big problem. And next time, this mistake must not be repeated. I absolutely agree with Evelyn, what you just said. The West has to stand ready to assist, not just with money, but also with promise of integration, that new post-Putin democratic Russia, because this is in the interest of all of us. There's never going to be peace, stability, and security on the European continent without a democratic Russia.
Okay.
That's the goal we should all work towards.
Vladimir, thank you so much for these rich contributions. I have a few Slido questions. Several of them actually address the cohesion of Russia after a possible regime change. Peter, you wanted to come in here. Please do.
Can I a bit disagree now?
You're absolutely welcome to disagree.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean,
I want to polemize a bit. You know, you said that we were arrogant.
Well, maybe you weren't, but we Americans were.
I don't think so. From my perspective, the mistake we made was that we were driven by our wishful thinking. We didn't want to see the reality. We were just from the very beginning trying to explain to our Russian friends that they are not defeated, that Soviet communism is defeated, that they are winners as well. So let's build democratic, prosperous society in Russia. We didn't want to see that what President Yeltsin was doing, that was actually not about democratization of the country, as we were looking for it. Russians call this period Yermokratization. Yermo, you know what it means, you know, that this is the insect, actually. So for them, these 90s, there was total disaster. They lost their dignity. They didn't believe in their future. They thought that those Westerners who are coming, they are just partnering with their oligarchs. There was a kleptocracy which was there. People were not getting their salaries. Nothing was in the shops. And actually then Mr. Putin came, liberator. And we believe that this is the guy, you know, he's not drinking alcohol, not smoking. He is a judo sporty guy, and he will bring the order to the country. What a naive we were. You know, we didn't want to listen what he is saying. He was sending clear messages. In this 2 months before he became the president, when Putin stepped down, Putin was sending us the messages clearly, that he believes that Russia can survive only as a superpower. So it means together with Ukraine. And, well, he was clearly expressing his view about the liberal West, corroded, corrupted. He didn't believe in our values. Okay. So, sorry, I just have another comments, but
this is super interesting.
I promise.
Vladimir, one sentence.
As the only Russian citizen in this panel, I feel I have the right to respond.
Okay.
The second part, I totally agree with Ambassador. Putin was sending the messages from the very beginning. One of the first things he did when he came to the Kremlin was restore the Stalin-era Soviet national anthem. What other symbols do you need? Exactly. But I vehemently disagreed with the first part of what you said. What you just said about the 90s, that's a caricature view presented by Putin's propaganda, actually. Yes, there were many economic problems. There always are when an empire collapses, in every single case. But you know what? I remember the 90s. I was growing up in Moscow in the 90s. It was the only time we did not have political prisons in Russia, when you could freely speak your mind and not go to prison for it. It was the only time we had free elections, when you actually did not know the result ahead of time, which today is a revolutionary concept. We had independent media that was pluralistic, that presented different points of view, and so on and so forth. Of course, there were all sorts of political demonstrations going on.
We got the message.
This is your view. This is you are intelligent.
But this is the view of a lot of people. You presented that view as if every single of 140 million Russians.
Explain me how it's possible that Putin has such a popularity. You know, the fact
popularity. Are we talking about popularity in a dictatorship?
No, well,
we're getting to some real stuff here.
Yeah, that's good. We haven't had a free election in 25 years. How do you measure popularity?
Okay. Yeah. I am not arguing with you that Mr. Putin is a dictator. Definitely not. But when I was there as the ambassador, I had a chance to talk to local people too. And those Westerners, like you are, they were not in majority. I can guarantee that this is not like that. I was traveling to the country and I met a lot of Russian, just ordinary people who didn't like those 90s. We were in the West. We were projecting our ideas and our wishful thinking that Putin, Yeltsin, is the liberator. Those movies about James Bond, who was saving the planet with a Russian beautiful agent girl, you know, against those Elon Musks, or who were those demons at that time. So we were really projecting our wishful thinking into your country, but unfortunately, in my experience as a former ambassador, and I came to Russia directly from United States, where as I was transferred from the position of the ambassador to the United States to Russia, where those people I met there were telling me, we are not Europeans, you don't understand us, we are Euro-Asians, so we have a different
a lot of people in Russia, myself included, who consider ourselves Europeans.
Yeah, but
so
okay, guys.
Those guys like you are usually in the West.
I think we understood your point.
The only reason I'm here because I was in prison and they put us on the plane in
Alexashenko is in United States, Guriev in Sorbonne. So brain drain of intelligent pro-Western people who are democratic is the real reason why Russia can't, unfortunately, in these days, be the partner of us. That's the problem.
Okay.
Nobody's arguing with that.
Vladimir, I'm really sorry, but there are a couple of questions on Slido that we haven't talked about yet and that are decisive to our topic, like the future cohesion of the Russian Federation, so-called federation, because it isn't a federation. So, and I would like maybe Evelyn to first pick this up. I mean, is there any chance that Russia stays together? Are we looking at a civil war between different components? What's the future of Russia proper?
Well, first I'm going to say that we should not be afraid of Russia falling apart per se, of the Federation falling apart per se. The way, for example, President Bush was in '91, and he was called Chicken Kyiv, you know, when he gave his speech, his famous speech in Kyiv. We shouldn't be afraid of it per se, but of course, usually when there's dissolution, there is violence, so we don't want to engineer it. We want to be careful and work with the people of the constituent, you know, work with the Russian government to make sure that there's time and space. One of the things that I did put on my paper for the first question I forgot to mention was we shouldn't rush elections, for example, because elections tend to create, if you rush them, then you're having a less democratic outcome, perhaps. So you enshrine some of the people who are in power, and also nationalist politics can come to the fore much faster than normal compromise. So I guess I would say, do I think it could occur? Yes. Certainly, if you had a more liberal democratic leader in Chechnya, that person might argue that they want their sovereignty. And that would then be a negotiation with Moscow, whether they could have autonomy or whether they would actually have their own independent state. And there are many other, of course, we know Russia's huge. The Federation itself is huge. So it would be a negotiation internally. But I don't think that the international community should be afraid of Putin leaving because the Federation might collapse into smaller pieces.
Okay, great. Teresa, Jeffrey Sachs is, I mean, is he an agent an agent of Russia? If he puts all the blame on the West and repeats Kremlin propaganda points?
I mean, I was based in Beijing when Jeffrey Sachs was doing his shock therapy, and I remember there were some big questions about what he was actually doing. So I think he becomes very manic when you discuss these issues. But yeah, he's carved himself an interesting career, being very anti-US, and people love hearing him, especially in Europe. He was an advisor to Joseph Borrell. So let's keep that in mind. Unpaid
advice.
I just want to pick up a couple of points here about human capital. I mean, we know throughout Russian history, every time they overinvest in the military and the secret police and underinvest in human capital, the government collapses. And this has been going on for centuries. So how many brain drains can they survive? And this is a huge problem now for Russia. And I agree with Evelyn about the idea of Francis Fukuyama's end of history, liberalism. If we just hug Russia and China close enough, they'll become just like us. And it didn't really work out that way. And so we see disgruntlement, people unhappy with the global order. And now the question is, all right, China has been salami slicing away the global order. Russia has been destroying it in much more wickedly. And now we have a Donald Trump who is kind of going to destroy the rest of it. He's taking, you know, a huge wrecking ball to the global order. So we should start asking ourselves, what are we going to do? How are we going to build the next global order? I was in DC a couple months ago, and that seems to be the hot topic. Everyone's like, how are we going to recreate the global order between China and the US? And how is Europe going to get their act together? Because they're not seen as a pole. You're too fragmented. We saw Fico. I see a question there about him on the board. So Europe is unable to get their act together. This should be one motivation to stop the fragmentation within Europe so that you actually can get a seat at the table and speak. So thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Back to Russia proper here. So why aren't the people rising up? And Vladimir, please answer shortly. What is keeping people, if Putin is so unpopular, if this is Putin's war and not Russia's war, then why aren't they doing anything?
First of all, I love the fact that the person who asked that question chose to remain anonymous.
Most of them.
Ironic. That's
most of them.
I'll give you just one example. 3 months ago, a man in Moscow named Yuri Kakhovets received 5 years in prison for telling a pollster on the street that he's against the war in Ukraine. This is to the question of popularity, supposed popularity of Putin. They tracked him down, identified him, they put him on trial, and they sent him away to prison for 5 years simply for saying that he's against the war. And then people are asking, oh, why the opinion polls show that such high popularity. Opinion polls are meaningless in a totalitarian dictatorship when you know that you're going to go to prison for many years for just saying something that is not the right answer from the point of view of the authorities. And again, this is anonymous, so I don't know who is asking the question, but I'm betting that person has never lived in a totalitarian system. People who are of the older generation in this country would not be asking this question. Because if somebody asked them, why weren't there mass demonstrations against Husak on the streets of Prague in '75? Because in any society, there are not that many people who would be willing to spend 10 years in prison for coming out to protest. Many of us did. I got a 25-year sentence for speaking out against this war. We have more than 3,000 political prisoners in Russia, many more than in the Soviet Union as a whole in the mid-'80s. So a lot of people are protesting. But I think it's sort of, that question could go for any dictatorship in any time of human history. Why didn't people protest? Because it's a dictatorship.
Yeah.
May I just ask one quick follow-up to that? Because when I was based in Moscow from '98 to 2003, everyone's worst nightmare was to run into an Afghan veteran. So now it's going to be even worse in Russia because they've collected people from prisons and the horrific atrocities.
Yeah.
So some analysts have said that whoever takes over, they don't want those people to come back to Russia because, as we've seen, some of these soldiers come back and they commit terrible crimes inside Russia. So the idea to keep the war going or to find another place to use these people, how do you think that's going to happen? Because that's kind of a poison that's going to come right back to Russia. All the human rights abuses that's just going to visit the Russian population. So how do you expect the next leader to deal with this?
That's one of the most difficult questions. You're absolutely right. I mean, Afghanistan and Chechnya put together are nothing compared to the numbers of people that are going to come back from this.
Okay, here's another interesting aspect in the Slido questions. The opposition in exile. I mean, people like Vladimir who try to do something about their country while they're being forcibly outside their country. So what chances does the Russian opposition, the Russian Democrats, have to influence events in their country? And how can the West best help them? And please be brief.
Thank you, Roland. And first of all, I completely agree with the premise of your question. It was always a question of principle for me as a Russian politician to stay in Russia, as it was for Ilya Yashin, for Alexei Navalny, for Boris Nemtsov. That's why we never left, because I wouldn't feel I had any moral right to call on my fellow Russian citizens to stand up to the Putin dictatorship if I didn't do it myself. You can't do this. But now, because of the exchange, of which, don't get me wrong, I'm very happy.
Not go back.
I'm very happy we were released from prison, but nobody asked us our opinion even for at any point. They just herded us on a plane like cattle and threw us out of Turkey last August. I think there are a lot of things that can still be done, especially since there are organizations like, for example, Memorial, who have a big constituency still inside the country. And organizations such as the Free Russia Foundation, where you and I are both a part of, that works, for example, with Russian lawyers on the ground in Russia to help find and identify Ukrainian captives who are held in Russian prison and connect them to their families and maybe help put them along in these exchanges. So there's a lot of things that can be done. But I think the most important thing that we can do, Russian Democrats, and you're right, by the way, to be cautious about the word opposition. Right, the term in opposition belongs to democracies. Members of the opposition sit in parliaments, debate in TV studios, run in elections. People who stand up against the regime in our country are either dead, in prison, or in forced exile. So the term opposition probably is not what we should be using. But the people who are outside, I think one of the most important tasks we do have is exactly the focus of this conversation led by you, the preparation. The preparation. Nobody knows when the Putin regime is going to end. It could be in 5 years, it could be in 2 months. That's the nature of political change in Russia. But we cannot afford to be as ill-prepared as the provisional government was in February of 1917, or Yeltsin's Democrats were in the early 90s. Because, you know, we owe this not just to ourselves, but to the world. Because without a democratic Russia, there's not going to be peace, not just for Ukraine, but for Europe as a whole. We owe it to everyone to build a normal, civilized, European democratic system in our country.
Okay, thank you very much. Peter, yeah.
Okay.
What's your final takeaway on this question? Will Russia be a democracy, and how we're going to relate to them?
Well, I would really wish it very much. For me, when I came to Russia, that was the mission: just try to persuade Russians that we are not enemies, that we can do a lot of things together. Of course, it was impossible because they were not interested in that. Mr. Putin is not interested in partnership. He's a KGB agent who has totally different views and dreams. So I would say that I, first of all, would wish Russia, and it's really deserve it, to be defeated. To be defeated as Germany
for its own good.
For its own good, as Germany was defeated, as Japan was defeated in the end of the World War II, and then to work on a total different scenario of their society. And I'm only afraid that Vladimir Sorokin is right in his Telluria, that Russia, after Putin, would collapse and would be separated in many small different states fighting among itself and themselves. So if we can help Russia, if we can do something for it, let's be stubborn, support Ukraine, don't let Russia win, and actually offer Russians this future by defeating Russia.
Thanks very much. Teresa, one sentence to conclude.
Well, I think we're in this era where the old world is dying and the new is yet to be born, quoting Gramsci, and now we are in the time of monsters. So I think that I had lived in Russia for 5 years. I follow it closely, and I think that hopefully with foresight and leadership, but I was there in Moscow at the time when technical assistance to the CIS, I don't know if some of you are European officials here or remember TASIS, and it was a fantastic program. They poured millions and millions into Russia, and then people just wonder, what does that mean? How come things didn't go so well? So I don't know what the solution is, but I hope with all these great minds on this panel, we'll come up with a better solution.
Definitely. I'll do the takeaways at the very end. Evelyn, one last sentence. And Vladimir, you have had a lot of space, fortunately. So, Evelyn.
I mean, I would just really underline what the good ambassador said. Really, the best way out of our current situation is to defeat Russia in Ukraine, because not only the security of Europe depends on it, and the national security and the interests and the values of the United States, but also Asia-Pacific. China's watching, Taiwan's watching. We have to really feel the urgency. And yes, it's true that Putin's on war footing, and so after Ukraine, if Putin is still in the Kremlin, no one is safe in Europe. But hopefully, if we defeat him in the right way, there will be a change in government.
Great. So I will just present the 3 decisive points of this debate. What we couldn't agree on is, was the West too nice or not nice enough to Russia in the 90s? But I think we do all agree that in the time of monsters, we need to prevail. The freedom needs to prevail, and Putin has to lose this in Ukraine. And finally, Russia will be a free country. The West is not good. This has to be done by Russians themselves. That's nothing the West can do at the push of a button, but the West has a certain influence and it should use it wisely. And I'll leave you with that. This was our last session for today. For those of you who are invited to the award ceremony, the buses leave at 7 p.m. And we start again here in this room tomorrow at 9:10 with AI deployment. All right. So I think we had a great debate here. We could continue this. We will continue this. Thank you all, Petr, Vladimir, Evelyn, and Teresa. Thank you. And thank you.
Well, I wonder,